Hey there, hi there, everybody. Hello, hello. It's good to be here for another show. Very excited for our first run today. We're going to be talking about silence, breaking down the basics of slaying the heart with silent. And I feel like I'm going to have a lot to explain on this one because there are so many things that make the silent versus heart matchup specifically really favorable for the silent. What the Spire? Hello. Uh-oh. Please work. How's it going, A. Clayton? Bite your ankle. Fire drawn. Microchip. J. Blot. Fairly. Seal Terror. Hello. Route 711. Sprunzo. Nanoha. Slay the PC. That's right. No, I think we've landed at success. Someone gifted 5 subs to the community before the stream started. Ravenok sure did. Ravenok, thank you for the preemptive generosity. Gifting streams when the stream's not even live. Lamgwin says, I'm changing my sleep schedule for my new job and up several hours before the stream starts, and I don't know what to do with that time. Well, you could, of course, check out the YouTube. That said, if you're a sufficiently dedicated viewer, you've probably seen all the content on the YouTube. In which case, I don't know what to tell you. Emu Like Bird, thanks for the 32 months of support. Hey there, Tyler. Gotta get that blue juice every day for my buttery voice. Hope I can teach you some tips and tricks. That's your blood. Jedi Monkey's been enjoying the silent lately, chasing that perfect discard deck. It is a very, very fun way to play of the silent, the discard synergy. I'm very curious if we'll see Silence discard package appear on our tutorial style run here. Regardless of what type of deck we ultimately end up constructing on this run, my goal is to sort of talk about all the different ways that you can create a heart-winning silent deck. Often addressing them as they're presented to me in the run, but there are so many sort of different... We often use the term archetypes, and that's almost correct. I'd call them card packages or combos. Card combinations that can solve the problems of Spire's late game. Really, really good one that I'll have to spend a lot of time talking about is the block on Silent. How do you make block when you are the Silent? On one hand, Silent is kind of the blockiest character. She has a starting deck that contains more block cards than any other character, with 5 defends and survivor, compared to 4 defends each on Ironclad and Defect, and 4 defends, 1 vigilance on the Watcher. That's my choice of beverage today. Today I've got a San Pellegrino, Dark Morello Cherry, and Pomegranate. Generally speaking, I advise water or tea is my main drink of choice and my main recommendation. For non-water things, I do like seltzers and such. Highly recommend avoiding anything that contains corn syrup for a beverage. But yeah, I'm mostly a water and water-like things guy. And a coffee every now and then, too, is good stuff. Battube says the definition of beverage is a non-water drink. I get it. I get it. Water's good stuff. So what was I going to say about Silent block cards here? There was a point I wanted to make, actually, about the block density of Silent's card pool. Despite her high defensiveness in the starting deck, if we actually look at the number of cards that say block on them, what do we have here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 commons that say block. 1, 2, 3, 4 uncommons that say block. 1 power that indirectly generates block, and no rares that directly create block. So 4 commons, 4 uncommons, 1 rare. Directly create block for Silent. Let's compare that to some of the other characters real quick. Ironclad. 1, 2, 3, 4 commons. Same number there. I'm going to count Entrench here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 uncommons and a power, or 7 uncommons and 2 powers in the uncommons, depending on how you classify Metallicize and Feel No Pain. And 1 rare that directly makes block, 1 rare that correlates to block with Barricade. So way more uncommons create block for Ironclad, same number of commons. On defect, in the common pool, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards that directly generate block, 2 cards that add Frost Orbs. In the uncommon, you have 1, 2, I'm not going to quite count Chill yet, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 direct blocks plus Chill. And in the rare pool, there are no direct blocks for defect, but you might count Buffer. I didn't directly count Footwork. I guess that would go in the same category as like Feel No Pain. So it's a power that augments block. And for Watcher, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 commons. 6 commons make block. 6 commons make block? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 7 block commons on Watcher. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm definitely going to count Wall Up 5. Talk to the Hand's kind of like a power. Mental Fortress is a power. Like Water is a power. Is that 5 uncommons and 3 powers in the uncommon? And then there's, of course, Spirit Shield in rare. So overwhelmingly what you see here is that by terms of card count that actually directly create block, Silent has the fewest block cards. The fewest uncommons, tied for the fewest commons, and the smallest amount of block in the rare pool. However, Silent has an excellent access to what I call the damage mitigation package in Slay the Spire, which is to say that she has cards that reduce damage to the player in ways that aren't blocking, like Piercing Wail or Crippling Cloud. These are, and Malaise. These are all cards that don't block, but they do reduce the damage that you as the player take, and that's basically the same thing. And properly combining the, frankly, underwhelming direct block access and Silent's other damage mitigation strategies is usually the key to success, especially in a Heart Run. It's almost impossible for Silent to make 67 block to survive turn 2 of Heart. But you can make that do 0 damage in many other ways. Yeah, Silent has the most access to the weak status. Silent, of course, has Wraith Form. And, of course, Silent also has, not a card at all, but something that is still unique to her specifically. The Ghost in a Jar. Gain 1 intangible anytime you want. And if you find one of these anywhere on a heart run, then you're going to be in for a good time, usually. Wonder if we'll see one. See, do I spend time during the video talking about all the class exclusive potions? I don't think so. Silence potions on the common and uncommon are a little underwhelming. I mean, compare Poison Potion, Cunning Potion to Focus Potion, Potion of Capacity. I guess Potion of Capacity is actually one of my most maligned potions, so I shouldn't say that. Elixir's also kind of questionable. But Stan's potions are great. Did not realize Blood Potion was ironclad only. Yep, he's the only guy that's willing to chug that stuff. The others prefer the sweet taste of fairies. A fake potion, yeah, just like a Snecko oil or a skill potion. It takes up a potion slot, but it's not really going to help you, is it? Yeah, the Blood Potion is usually better than the Regen Potion. That's the benefit of being a class-exclusive potion. Only the Ironclad can really get the full benefit there. Let's see, what else did I want to talk about before we actually start into our Silent-specific tutorial here? So the plan for today is we're going to start out by recording an Ascension 5 Silent How to Kill the Heart video. Then we'll do some regular Spire runs towards our 400 challenge. In the last portion of stream today, we'll be revisiting Moonbreaker, the competitive sort of like XCOM mini, the turn-based strategy game. I'm checking out the cargo run mode, the single-player content that's currently available. Vortex Curse says there are only 6 potions that you throw instead of drink, and the key is that throwing a potion requires a target. So you're describing Weak Potion, Fear Potion, Fire Potion, Poison Potion. What are the other 2 that you throw? Smoke Bomb gets thrown. And Explosive Potion, I think it also describes as throwing, even though you're not targeting anybody. Okay, so what I said was wrong. You don't have to specifically target the Smoke Bomb and the Explosive Potion. However, Ranwid will chug them down no problem. He can drink them, and he will. He likes it. That's right, the Sanderson Subnautica game. I gotta shout that out more. Something that's in Moonbreaker that I highly recommend. I'm not planning on streaming this portion of the game because my dialogue is going to take away from the experience rather than add to it. But there are audio stories, like half-hour long audio story backgrounds that I believe were partially written by Sanderson. That add a lot of depth and flavor to the world. It's kind of like a half-hour audiobook. And I think they plan on adding quite a few more, too. He takes them and he ran with them. That's right, do not put me on pizza. You give Abigail in Stardew Valley like a geode, and she's like, "Oh, thanks. How'd you know I was hungry?" And just eats that rock. Dara, did you hear about the rock man who was arrested? He was charged with Basalt and battery. Boo this man. Boo him. Actually, I'm going to turn those off for today so that I can focus on the video as we go in. I hope he is granted an appeal. I do apologize. I know that humor was hitting rock bottom. Terrainco, thanks for 23 months of support. One more. Until 2 years. But you're already at the dad's 2 dozen. Dad ate one on the way home. At some point, if you marry her, Abigail will say she loves you more than a bucket of quartz. Bucket of amethyst, though, I'd have to think about it. That's right, and I'll switch to the overlay list. Let's see, this is my YouTube config here. Yeah, this is what it looks like. Perfect. Chat's response to the joke was stony-faced. Never gotten further than year 2. If you haven't picked it up in a while, Flintlock, one of the more recent patches. Actually, let me tweak the camera a bit. I can see too much up there. Become bigger. If you haven't checked out Stardew in a while, they added a lot more content for the late game. Like there's an island that you can travel to and start a second farm on, with a whole lot of like treasure hunt mechanics and stuff. That's pretty cool. I played Stardew on stream once long ago. Fayley and Sneaky Teak played Stardew with us on stream. That it did end up falling by the wayside eventually, but it was fun to do while it lasted. I've played a few Paradox games in my time, Pedro Biagioni, mostly Europa Universalis 3 and 4. I did see that Victoria 3 released a bit ago. I don't think I would want to invest the time in picking up one of those titles these days, but I think they're very cool games design-wise. Yeah, Europa Universalis 3 and Civilization 5 are 2 of my most played strategy games. Outside of the XCOM series, of course. Whew. Good stretch. Gotta limber up before we start, right? Yeah, Zizzy and Fayley did the farm work. Teak and I ran around, mostly getting distracted. Mostly getting very distracted. Alright, Twitch chat. I think we have everything set up here, right? Let's make sure this is set to 5. Oh, yeah, so further context for the stream here. We'll be playing this run on Ascension 5. This removes most of the harsher Ascension penalties. I choose Ascension 5 for kind of simplicity's sake. It's a nice round number, and it's going to be relatively familiar to most players. The first 4 Ascensions are the one that, well, Ascension 1 adds more elites, and then 2, 3, and 4 increase the damage of all enemies to the levels that you're familiar with. Enemies on Ascension 4 and enemies on Ascension 20, for the most part, do identical damage. And then Ascension 5 means we don't get the full heal between boss battles, but everything else is vanilla Spire, so we are not going to start the run at partial health. Enemies are not going to have their extra hit points. So, for example, the heart will only have 750 hit points. We won't have the Ascender's Bane curse. We'll have 3 potion slots. We'll have lots of upgraded cards appear. We'll get more money from bosses. We'll have our full normal max health. So Silent will start at 70 out of 70, not 59 out of 66 or whatever you start at normally. Events will be a lot more favorable. We might see Note for Yourself. That'd be weird to encounter on this run. We don't have to pay the inflated prices at the shop, and then, of course, we don't have to deal with the more challenging movesets of Ascension 20, which is where some of the greatest difficulty comes in. So we don't have to deal with, for example, Spire Spear putting 2 burns directly on top of the deck. And that's going to be a big game changer there. Princess Aram says, I have half my characters above Ascension 17 and half below Ascension 17, so you can guess why switching between there is jarring, I bet. Dante says, I've been trying to beat A20 with Ironclad for a couple weeks now. Best of luck. It is a tricky, tricky thing. Well, my advice is Corruption, generally speaking. Such a good card. Find ways to take and utilize and break that card, and you can make a lot happen as the Clad. Alright, let's get started. One last refill of the water here. And actually, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick so that I don't have to interrupt this video at any point. I'm trying to corrupt my viewers, that's right. That's right. If you're scared of corruption, it means... Well, it's understandable to be scared of it. But you must understand how much damage your deck can do, / you must build your deck to be able to do damage once the skills are gone. And my simplest advice for that is take a copy of Anger. And then once you run out of skills, you're just going to draw hands of free attacks. And everything will die quickly. Squirrely beat 8-2 last night on Defect. Tried to think like Baylor and it worked. Yes, brilliant. Alright, quick bathroom break, and then it's video time. Hey there, YouTube. Baylor here, and today I want to talk about Silent, specifically how Silent can defeat the Corrupt Heart at the end of Act 4 in Slay the Spire almost every time. To tell you how, I'm going to be playing a run as this character on Ascension 5. This is approximately the intended balance point of the game, as stated by the devs. There are, of course, 14 higher ascension levels, or 15 higher ascension levels, all the way up to 20. And if you'd like advice for defeating the Corrupt Heart as Silent on Ascension 20, I highly recommend the live stream, which you can find linked below this vid. But today we'll be playing on Ascension 5 and showing off how the toolkit of this character can consistently tackle the Corrupt Heart in Slay the Spire. As we go, I'll try my best to explain all of our different options at each turn and how we consistently build towards getting an eventual victory. First thing you should do in your run of Slay the Spire, no matter the character, but particularly if you're looking to defeat the heart, you should look at the very top of the map and investigate the boss icon that you see there. You'll see one of 3 icons, and that indicates which of the 3 Act 1 bosses you're up against. Each boss has a different requirement, a different move set that they use against the player that'll require different cards to get past. This one is the Guardian, and I'd say this is probably one of the easiest bosses for this character, the Silent. The Guardian will require that we can consistently block, and the Silent does have a very good way to block. As the Silent in Slay the Spire, you start with 12 cards in your deck. 5 strikes, 5 defends, 1 survivor, 1 neutralize. That's more or less 5 cards intended to deal damage, and 7 cards intended to reduce enemy damage, which means this character is very block heavy at the start. Silent has the lowest starting damage of all the characters, and that means that she'll spend the longest time in early combats before you have a damage plan. It also means that getting a damage plan as the Silent is, I think, extremely important. Most fights in Slay the Spire will get stronger over time. The longer the player sticks around in the combat, the more threatening the enemies become. So, although the Silent has the tools to render enemies non-threatening initially, if she doesn't finish the encounters by actually dealing damage, then the fights will eventually become unmanageable. Looking at our starting bonuses here, we have a few unusual options. Transforming a card would allow us to take one of our starter cards and turn it into something random. That something random could be good or it could be bad, at least in the short term. No matter what you get with a transform, almost all cards in Slay the Spire have a use or a utility. So generally speaking, turning a starter card into a random card is quite positive. Taking this Niao's Lament bonus, enemies in your next 3 combats have 1 health. You'll often get presented this if you don't make it to the Act 1 boss on a previous run. And one thing that you can use this for is to fight an elite that has only a single hit point. And I see that the map that we've been given is capable of generating this kind of start for us here by pathing through these. Let's mark this path in white here, using a mod called Map Marks to mark the map so I can indicate the path that we might take. So we could, for example, get either of these elites by avoiding combats initially. However, this will ultimately result in us seeing less card rewards in Act 1 if we don't make up for it by taking fights after the elite. How would that work out for us? Could take a few combats afterwards. I particularly like this path over here. And I could maybe get this one for free. Third option, take a curse for a rare relic. I generally advise against taking curses in Slay the Spire. On any run, especially a run that's seeking to defeat the heart, you'll want to get rid of as many of your starter cards as possible. A bit more on that later. The last and final option, one I won't be taking on this run for tutorial purposes. You can always trade your starting relic for a random boss relic. If you've tried a few runs attempting to defeat the heart and have failed up to this point, I might recommend giving this a shot. This is a high-risk, high-reward play that can work out very well if you get a very powerful or useful boss relic early, or can simply make a run very strong by virtue of having 3 boss relics by the end. But the shift to your starting play can be a bit dramatic. For this run, I think we are going to take the Niao's Lament. I I think this will allow us to take a very favorable path to the act. So let me clear off the marking here and talk a little bit more about pathing in general. What does your path through Act 1 want to look like as the Silence? You have to commit to a starting location on the map as your second choice. We are going to lock this in here. Your second choice of the run has to be which node to start with, and the path that you intend to take through the whole act is going to be influenced by this starting decision. So taking a few minutes at the start of your run, at the start of each act rather, to scrutinize the map, I think is a very, very good practice in Slay the Spire. The goal of each act is to strengthen your deck of cards. This is a deck building game, so the goal here is build the deck to be better and better as much as possible. And in Slay the Spire, you have a few main ways to do that. First way is by directly adding cards to the deck via card rewards. We get these from regular combats, which drop card rewards of normal rarity, and from elite combats, which drop card rewards of higher rarity. You're more likely to see rare cards from elite nodes. When you beat a boss, you get a guaranteed rare card reward as well, of course. The other way we can improve the deck is by upgrading the cards that we have, upgrading them at rest sites. Every card in Slay the Spire has an upgrade that improves its numerical value in some way, usually upgrading either the block or the damage it does, sometimes increasing the duration of status effects like Neutralize, or it can also decrease the cost of the card. Accumulating upgrades is very, very important in Slay the Spire, and a metric that I often use to think about my decks is upgrade density, essentially the proportion of cards in your deck that are upgraded versus unupgraded. Another way that you can improve your deck of cards in Slay the Spire is to remove cards. It might not be immediately apparent why removing a card is a good thing, but taking the previous concept of upgrade density, if we say have 2 upgraded cards in a 10-card deck, then we have a 20% upgrade density. You can improve the upgrade density by either upgrading an existing card, or you can remove an unupgraded card. Remove 2 cards, 2 upgraded cards in an 8-card deck, that's 25% of the cards are now upgraded. You'll also draw those 2 upgraded cards more frequently if cards have been removed. So card removals are also a very important way for deck improvement to occur, and across this run we're going to be looking to remove, in particular, the 5 starting strikes, which I highly recommend getting rid of on this character, specifically the Silent. Silent doesn't have a whole lot of ways to make these strike cards more useful than just deal 6 damage. And Silent does have numerous ways to make her starting defense better than just 5 block. So for that reason, the Silent tends to prefer keeping defense over strikes. You can also improve your deck of cards in Slay the Spire indirectly via relics, which will appear up here on our relic bar. Every elite we kill gives us a relic. In the middle of each act, there are relics in the treasure chests, and we can also find relics in event rooms and purchase them with money from stores. Stores can indirectly provide cards, relics, and card removals, all in exchange for gold, which we get in large from normal combats and from elites. Sometimes you get money from events, but mostly gold is a consistent stream of income from every fight you get. So with all those things considered, what are the best ways to improve your deck by going through an act of Slay the Spire? And generally speaking, I've come to value elite and rest site nodes the most. Elites because they give you money and card rewards and relics. All of these things are very important. And rest sites because they allow you to improve the existing cards that you have. So with these factors considered, I'm looking at a path something like this. Well, maybe this. Our exact path will be determined by the contents of our first few event rooms. But the idea here is that we'll unmark that for the moment. We shouldn't have to fight this first elite here, as long as our first combat is this fight, our second combat is this fight, our third combat will be this elite. So we should beat this elite for 1 health. Then we can fight another elite to get a relic, get several upgrades, one more elite for a third relic, and go into the boss with 3 relics and 4 upgrades from 4 rest sites. That'll be pretty generous. Again, that's going to be slightly contingent on the Niao's Lament working or not, but even if we don't get the first elite for free, we should be able to either make the deck strong enough to defeat the elites conventionally, or we can change our path. Let's mark this in white, our option of we got a combat here or here with Niao's Lament. Alright, so let's embark. Yeah, another option would be to path through the store here to go through one less event room. Events have an increasing chance to be a combat as you go through more of them. Your first event is 10% chance to be a fight. The second one, if it was the first one wasn't a fight, is 20%, and so on. So for one combat in 2 event rooms is pretty unlikely. We'll start here. We get to defeat the first combat pretty easily. Something I could have talked about with a different starting bonus here is Silent's starting matchup versus the initial combats. The Silent is very well positioned to defeat the early fights of Act 1 without taking very much damage. Your starting Ring of the Snake means you'll draw a good mixture of strikes and defends on turn 1 of every fight, and the 8 block of Survivor plus the Weak of the Neutralize is really good at mitigating damage from any enemy, even the Jawworm. So even without Niao's Lament, I think as Silent you should be able to defeat your early combats with very little damage taken. The only thing I would strongly advise against is blocking with a defend when it's only going to block for 1 damage. Do not seek to always block every single point of damage headed your way. In Slay the Spire, your health has to be used efficiently and effectively. So if taking 1 damage allows you to play an extra strike against an enemy, I usually advocate for that. So, Silent starting deck needs help doing damage. I highly recommend picking up a few damage cards as your first couple of picks from the Silent. We've got an interesting set of 3 before us. Flying Knee deals 8 damage 1 time and gives energy back the next turn, versus Slice 6 damage immediately, but no upfront energy cost. Both kind of like 0 energy for the damage they deal, with Flying Knee being a little bit more efficient in order, but requiring you to wait a turn to get the energy back. The other option here is a damage power called Infinite Blades, giving us 1 shiv per turn. In our run as the Silent, we're going to have to formulate a plan for ultimately figuring out how to escalate our damage over the course of the run. Here at the start, we can play 3 strikes to deal 18 damage in 1 turn, but by the end of the run, we're going to need to be able to deal hundreds of damage in a handful of turns. By the end of the game, you're generally looking to do about 800 damage across 7 turns. Is the approximate. So a little bit more than 100 damage per turn. That's a lot more than we currently do with the starting deck, so there's a long way to go, but thankfully a lot of game ahead of us. As the Silent, you have a couple main ways to deal damage. The first way is directly with attack cards. That's what your starting deck has with the strikes, and that's what we're offered here in this card award. The second way is with a status effect called Poison. Poison deals damage equal to the number of stacks of poison and then decreases by 1. The idea with the poison cards is that since you can redraw and play the same poison cards over and over, you can increase the number of poison stacks on enemies the longer the fight goes on. So against higher health opponents, poison cards allow you to do an increasing amount of damage over time. They're essentially Silent's natural answer to the bosses of the Spire, but not her only answer. All this to say, I think any of these 3 are actually acceptable. All of them do improve the damage of Silence. Infinite Blades is a kind of a slow way to get there. A card I usually don't have a like for, because it doesn't do a lot of damage per turn. The way I like to think of Infinite Blades is 4 damage per turn, starting the turn after you play it. So it takes several turns for it to deal as much damage as something like Flying Knee. But there are a lot of interactions and synergies you can get for this. I'm going to give it a go here. I think Infinite Blades is an improvement to the Silence starting deck and can be a valuable card in the long term, at least on the lower ascensions here. Flying Knee would probably be my usual recommendation in this situation, but ultimately any of these three cards are takeable here. Let's see what we can do with an Infinite Blades on floor 1. I'm actually rather curious how that's going to turn out. Our next event is a rather unusual one, the Match and Keep. This Gremlin offers us 12 cards, 12 mystery cards, behind which are hidden 6 pairs of cards that match. On this difficulty level, there will be 1 pair of Neutralize card, 1 pair of a random common silent card, 1 uncommon silent card, and 1 rare silent card, as well as 1, I believe, uncommon colorless card. First card we see is Unload, a pretty good damaging rare for silent. I'm curious if we can find the other copy of that, as that would be a really good addition to the deck. Generally speaking, if you don't want to add the card that's being revealed in this event, then you should not click on a card you haven't seen yet. Bane deals damage twice if the enemy has poison. I'm willing to add a Bane randomly. We see Shame, so we won't get matched to the curse there. There's the other Unload. I think we should take it. I think Unload and Infinite Blades together will really help our damage. Definitely not my usual picks for Silent, but I like it. We know the other Shame is here, so I can look at a new card. It's the other Bane. We could now add Bane, but let's look at one last new card. Neutralize. No, thank you. So we have 1 Unload. Unload is much better than our Strike, stealing 14 instead of 6, which is a dramatic improvement here. The fact that it discards all of the non-attack cards in our hand is pretty interesting. I don't know if we'll find it useful. We randomly encounter a shop here. This means my plan to go along the green path is a go. What's in the shop? Every time we visit a shop, we'll see 2 attacks, 2 skills, and 1 power in the top row. That's the layout of every shop, plus, of course, 3 relics, 2 colorless cards, and the card removal. We're also going into another shop next floor, so we might not want to consider spending any money here. But of the options available, there's several good picks. Both Dagger Spray and Eviscerate would be pretty good damage additions. Eviscerate and Unload can actually work well together. Catalyst, if we find other poison cards, could be an amazing long-term strategy. Catalyst is one of the best ways to defeat specifically the heart by stacking a huge amount of poison. Since we have Shivs and an Unload already, I'm actually eyeing Trip here. The vulnerable status effect makes physical attacks deal 50% more damage, and I think that could really help both the starting deck and the Infinite Blades Unload. Already getting getting us most of the way there towards dealing with Act 1. So let's take a Trip here. I actually quite like that. Last reasonable option, remove a Strike. I think that'd be very good as well. But let's take the Trip. I'm gonna buy the Trip. What's in the next shop? Some pretty good block cards. I think Backflip and Dark Shackles are both pretty good in the early game. None of the relics would be in our price range. Another thing to consider in early stores is potions. Buying a potion from a shop in the first few floors can really gear you up for a first elite combat. But, of course, nothing that we can do here. We're passing through this shop simply so that we can have an elite fight with 1 hit point, and that's exactly what's going to happen. This poor cultist gonna get cacawed. Oh, excellent. So this is actually all 3 of the block types. So, how do you block as the Silent? How does Silent stay alive and mitigate enemy damage? There are essentially 3 different ways that this character has to stay alive. All 3 of them are effective in kind of different circumstances. The first way that you can mitigate enemy damage as this character is, of course, to block directly with a block card like Survivor. You get a flat amount of block. This is great for enemies that are attacking for medium to small amounts. You simply trounce their damage and play whatever damage cards you have. But if enemies are attacking for more damage than that, blocking might not be enough. Enter the weak status effect. Weak reduces enemy damage by a percentage, 25%, and there's a relic this character can find that increases that to 40%. Since it's a percentage reduction, the more damage the enemies are attacking for, the more the weakness will block for. The later into the run you get, the more damage enemies will attack for. So the later into the run you get, the better the weak status effect becomes. There's also strength reduction. You can reduce the strength of your enemies, which causes them to deal 1 less damage per point of strength they have reduced. This is more effective against enemies that attack multiple times, and there's quite a few of those later in the run, including, of course, the Corrupt Heart, who we're trying to tutorialize the defeat of here. I think, generally speaking, blocking effectively as the Silent means combining all 3 of these in one way or another. There's also, of course, the intangible status effects, which Silent can get from one of her cards and one of her potions, which reduces enemy damage all the way down to 1, but that's pretty hard to find. Most Silent runs can assemble a heart-defeating package out of the combination of weakness, block, and strength reduction. And I think here for Act 1, an early Leg Sweep is a really good pickup here. Leg Sweep is one of the highest block value block cards the Silent has, with 11 block, and weak attached to it at the same time means it's really effective block for any situation. I actually quite like that paired with our offense that we've added so far. So now we get to tackle an elite for free here. This first elite has 1 health. I think against this fight we would otherwise be okay here because the 1 shiv per turn combined with our pretty high value block cards would allow us to get through with not too much trouble. But as it is, we don't have to fight them for realsies, meaning we just harvest some free money, a relic called the the Anchor, which gives us 10 block on turn 1, and another card reward, which contains Blur, which can allow us to retain block. This can be a very useful card later on. Kind of like it alongside the block on turn 1, actually, as it could allow us to retain that block initially. Expertise is a sort of fancy draw card. I like to call this draw manipulation in some ways. The less cards you have in your hand, the more cards Expertise will draw. So it pairs ideally with the discard engine that this character has. Draw and discard effects like Prepared and Dagger Throw and such. Lastly, Finisher hits for every attack played this turn. That works nicely with the Infinite Blades. And since we can already make our foes vulnerable, I think there's an argument here for incorporating Finisher. Finisher is a kind of funky attack card, but really rewards having lots of attacks to play. Interesting. I could also reasonably see skipping all 3 of these. But I think this Finisher could become quite useful, given that we've already got Infinite Blades and Trip. Let's do it. 6 damage for each attack played this turn. And then we get to choose our first upgrade. The upgrade on the Infinite Blades makes it innate, guaranteeing that we draw at turn 1. Since we have free block turn 1, that would be reasonable, actually, to lock in getting these shivs as early as possible. Other good upgrades, plus 4 damage on Unload. Generally speaking, I advocate upgrading the highest numerical upgrades in your deck first. Like So, if we compare, for example, Strike upgrade, 6 to 9 is plus 3 damage. Unload upgrade is 14 to 18, plus 4 damage. That's a better upgrade Generally speaking, you also want to upgrade the best cards in your deck rather than trying to improve the average quality towards any specific level. When you play a turn of Slay the Spire, you're looking at 5 or 7 cards, and you're picking the best 3 usually to play. Because you only play some of your cards and not all of them, you want to make sure that the cards that you are playing are hitting as hard as possible. So upgrade your best cards, not your worst. Leg Sweep's another very good upgrade, improving both the weakness and the block. I think that'll be one of our early upgrade choices. That's the more defensive choice. Maybe that should be our second upgrade, with Unload being first. Or Finisher would hit for 2 more per attack. I'm going to upgrade the Unload first for the +4 damage. This will be the bulk of our damage here in the early game, and should let us through some early encounters, such as perhaps the Gremlin Knob. Gremlin Knob here is one of the most threatening of the elites in Act 1 for the Silence. This angry boy buffs himself with the Enrage buff, which will cause him to gain strength every time we play a skill outside of turn 1. Usually a very threatening opponent for the Silent. And because this guy exists, I, especially on Silent, recommend making sure your first few cards improve the damage of your deck. I also recommend cards that can weaken the Gremlin Knob, because those can also substantially reduce the damage this guy does. But we're going to find that with the Trip and our Strikes, we should be able to lower his health substantially. Next turn, we'll have to make choice about whether we play attacks or skills. It's all up to what we draw. Unfortunately, we didn't find the Unload, but we do draw 2 Strikes and the Finisher card. So we could play Strike plus Finisher. That would deal 9 plus 9 plus 18, 36 damage, leaving the Gremlin Knob at 24 health. Which is exactly the damage we deal with Strike and Unload next turn. Generally speaking, at the start of each turn of Slay the Spire, highly recommend taking a look at the cards that are in your draw pile, because it informs you of what you're going to be drawing on a future turn. Especially if you have exactly 5 cards in the draw pile, like we do here, because then you know exactly what you're going to draw. And it does indeed look like this works out just cleanly for us. Might be tempting to block here, playing the Defend to mitigate some damage, but this will only make the Gremlin Knob angry, giving him 2 more strength. And since we've realized that we need exactly all of the damage that we have, we shouldn't play any non-damaging card there. That way our Strike and our Unload Plus very cleanly kill this Gremlin Knob. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. We find our first potion. Potions are a very, very useful resource in Slay the Spire. My recommendation is, I like to, when a potion drops, kind of think about specifically what that potion is for. And in this deck, being able to add Vulnerable is something we want to do in a fight where we need lots of damage, but don't draw the Trip early, or don't have the Trip in hand at the right turn. Usually I'm saving potions for my elite battles and trying to collect them from my regular fights, but it can be that they make a difference in the regular fights too. 3 more attack cards offered to us. I actually would not mind a Dagger Throw in this situation. Generally speaking, I do advocate for Dagger Throw over Quick Slash. Quick Slash deals 1 less, draws 1, but doesn't discard 1. Actually, discarding a card on Silent can be a beneficial thing, as it allows you to get rid of unwanted statuses and allows you to interact with some relics on this character that are useful for draw discard. So I'm going to pick up a Dagger Throw here. We're pretty much at the limit of how many cards we should be adding in the early game. I usually don't advocate that you add more than about 5 cards in Act 1. Something that is easy to do incorrectly and can lead to your demise is adding too many cards to your deck in Slay the Spire. On the Silent in particular, very strong advice, do not add too many attack common cards, or don't add too many attack cards, period, realistically, if those don't draw cards. Too many copies of things like Quick Slash, Riddle with Holes, Sucker Punch, Finisher, Slice, Dagger Spray, etc. can leave you with hands that are able to dispatch regular combats, but are just completely useless against the bosses of the Spire, and will leave you crippled in the late game. All right, we get to our mid-act chest here. At some point during the run, we'll have to choose to take a sapphire key rather than the relic we're presented in the chest, but that's not going to be here and now. We're offered an ink bottle, which says whenever we play 10 cards, draw 1 card. The more cards you can play, the better that becomes. And with a card like Finisher, we want to be able to combo our cards as best as possible. So drawing more cards is ideal. I actually think this is quite good with our Infinite Blades, adding 1 Shiv per turn. At least it ought to be. Alright, we face down the Jawworm. We're almost done with the Act 1 Easy Pool. Your first 3 encounters in Act 1 come from an easier subset of encounters that we call the Easy Pool. I'm going to choose to weaken this thing so that it does less damage next turn. Play one of our strikes. Our next encounter will be a bit more challenging. We can play all of this. Important that we play Unload last, since Unload will discard the other 2 cards. We want to defend, Infinite Blades, Unload here. And then here we could do plenty of damage with Shiv and Finisher. Ideally, we want to play exactly 2 cards, so that when the combat ends, the ink bottle is on 9. That means, since the number on this relic persists from one fight to the next, it behooves us to start with 9, so that the first time we play a card, we draw a card. We're offered the Power Accuracy, which improves the damage dealt by Shiv cards. We do have 1 Shiv generator already. The Infinite Blades makes 1 Shiv per turn. This would improve the damage of each of those Shivs individually. Generally speaking, I don't recommend accuracy until you have 2 or more Shiv cards. But this could be a way for us to improve our damage in the long term. If we pick up the accuracy power and then pick up more Shiv generating cards, which we already want to go with the Finisher and the ink bottle, then we can do well. So the direction we're going in here, silent-wise, is the Shiv cards, it looks like. This is one of the card packages this character has access to. There are quite a few cards that create Shivs, 0-cost attacks that deal 4 damage, and a number of ways to boost the damage dealt by the Shivs. Finisher will reward us for playing lots of Shivs. Trip makes the Shivs more damaging, and Accuracy makes the Shivs more damaging. Combine these together, and we have what I like to refer to as damage scaling, a way to deal lots and lots more damage over time. I think I am going to take this Accuracy, and then we're going to commit to picking up pretty much whatever the next Shiv card we see is, be it a Cloak and Dagger, or a Blade Dance, or dare I say it, even another copy of Infinite Blades. And we're going to see how that works for damage. I think we're also going to now upgrade our Leg Sweep to further improve our block before I start further investing in our damage. Other damage upgrades that I think are good. I'm not going to upgrade Accuracy until we actually do find another Shiv card. It might be tempting to kind of build aspirationally towards a deck that you want to have, but in Slay the Spire, your focus is very much needs to be on the short term. So you must pick cards that have immediate interactions that actually do work together, or you'll fall behind very quickly. Alright, we're facing down the Lice. This should be pretty easy with the Unload Plus here. Unload Plus kills one of these things outright. The boat thingy is blocking, so I think I'm going to kill the 14 health one in the front. I'll strike the middle one. And we should play 1 card just to increment Ink Bottle by 1, even though I can't play anything meaningful. Let's strike this one. Then on this turn, we can... what? Cannot kill this one? Funny, the middle one debuffed us twice there in a row. It's a rule that they can't do that on High Ascension, but I forgot that they could on Low Ascension. This will only strike 1 time, so there's no killing the back louse. Guess that means we're killing the front one. So we block for 5, take 2, that's fine. This. We'll play that into the Blades eventually, I swear. It's mostly useful for longer fights. So, could end the fight immediately with Strike, but we want to set up Ink Bottle to 9 here. So we should play the neutralize or the accuracy first. Get a second potion. A strength potion improves our damage per hit. That could be very useful in a fight where we need a little bit more damage. So perhaps this elite or perhaps our boss. All right, I said we take the next Shiv card we see. Here's a Cloak and Dagger. Cloak and Dagger gives block and adds 1 or upgraded 2 Shivs to our hand. So I think what I'm going to do is take the Cloak and Dagger. Then we're going to upgrade the Cloak and Dagger for 2 Shivs. And we're going to upgrade the accuracy to give us more damage per Shiv. And that should start to work together pretty well, actually. So, 3 sentries. This is a game of killing 1 or 2 of them as quickly as you can. I usually advocate focusing the front or the back one. Because that way you're only going to be taking 10 damage per turn rather than 10, then 20, 10, then 20. You kill the middle one first, you'll take 0, then 20, and that's a lot harder to block than 10 every turn. Both the front and the back have equal health, so all of the things being equal, I'll just target the front one. And we do draw our Infinite Blades turn 1. Let's get that in play here. This is the first fight where this is actually going to pay off. I think we can keep our Strength Potion to the boss, at minimum here. So we'll just deal some damage to the front one. The second turn might be a little tricky for us. We do draw Finisher, along with 3 other attacks, so we can make the Finisher deal 18 damage. 1, 2, 3. As long as we play all of them. So 18 plus 6 equals 24. We want to strike the front one, play the other attacks on a different one. Let's target the back one next, as it has the second least health. And then Finisher will kill the front one here, and we can block for 5. Our accuracy will make this Shiv deal more damage. We're going to draw 1 more attack card here. We trip the back one, we should be able to kill it this turn. And we play the defend, then, I imagine. Unload's going to deal 27, so Shiv plus unload kills. Meaning I get to play defend. I should have played Shiv before accuracy. That's alright. That's alright. And then I will play the Survivor just to make sure we can use the Ink Bottle to draw next turn. Or not. Okay. We get through the centuries without too much difficulty and find yet another relic. The more relics you can collect, the more powerful your run will be. And if you get enough of them, you'll start to really overwhelm the enemies. An interesting set of 3 options here. Calc Gamble, Eviscerate, and Noxious Fumes. Our first real poison card that we're offered. We've built a lot of damage that isn't poison at this point. And so I think to go poison is a mistake here. So I would not be taking Fumes at this point, generally speaking. As the Silent, your damage can come and perhaps even should come from multiple sources. It's not an exclusive or. You're not going Shivs or poison necessarily. The two can work together since they're kind of effective against different targets. But I believe with the accuracy that we have, we should be good for longer fights. And so I don't think we need a Noxious Fumes. Eviscerate can work pretty well with the unload here and would go nicely alongside the Dagger Throw too, is a big way to do chunky damage. But I think my recommended pick here is Calculated Gamble, allowing us to discard a hand of cards and draw a new. That's a good way to sift through the starter cards of your Silent deck, or just to gamble away a bunch of block cards that you don't have a use for. A very, very useful card, especially as you get later on into a run. I almost always recommend 1 or 2 gambles for a Silent deck. We get a nice generous heal from our Eternal Feather. Generally speaking, there's always a rest site before the boss. I would highly recommend making it a practice to try to upgrade before your boss fight whenever possible. It might be tempting to rest for extra health, but you do heal for free after defeating the boss if you're able to do so. And accumulating more upgrades in your deck will definitely help you get a victory. In this case, I'm going to upgrade accuracy, making our shivs do more damage. That should make them do a full 10 damage each. 15 with vulnerable from trip, which will help us break through the Guardian's large amount of health. I think we'll probably also leverage our strength potion for a little bit more advantage here. The Guardian is a rather complicated fight. Let's talk for a moment about this thing. Using the Bestiary mod here, I can bring up the AI of the Guardian. And look at that attack pattern. There's 7 different things the Guardian can do. This boss has a sort of rotating attack pattern that they trend towards. So their base moveset is as follows. Charge up, bash, vent steam, whirlwind. That's anytime they're in the bipedal humanoid mode, which you should strive to keep them out of at all times. This boss's special mechanic is that they can shift forms, kind of curling up into an onion-like object covered in sharp spikes whenever you deal enough damage to them, which you should do because their attacks are much harder hitting when they're in their upright form. So the goal for this fight is usually deal enough damage to transform, only 30 damage required to transform this boss on the lower difficulties. And then you have to spend turns blocking when they curl up. After dealing the 30 damage, wherever they are in this initial attack pattern, they'll swap to the roll attack twin slam for 2 defensive mode turns, and then reappear in the bipedal form at the whirlwind. So then going whirlwind, charge up, fierce bash, vent steam. During those turns, it's our block cards that are going to keep us alive, because any attack you play against Guardian while they're curled up will deal 3 damage back to you. So that is going to make our shivs a bit of a problem. But we're drinking this strength potion for the 2 additional damage per attack. And we're going to unleash fury on this boss. Let's see, we could consider playing the leg sweep to weaken them. We're likely to draw enough damage to transform next turn. There's almost no non-attack cards there, so I think we should do that. Skip the early Cloak and Dagger here, play the leg sweep and weaken them. Yeah, trip plus strike will transform, meaning we can play the accuracy. And very imperative that you do enough damage to Guardian by turn 2 to avoid that initial attack. Alright, and we will also play our Infinite Blades, giving us 1 shiv per turn. So here's where playing an attack will cause us to take damage back. Might be tempting to play Unload here for 30, but we'll take 4 in return. Rather preserve my health and simply block for now. Likewise, playing the shivs during these turns will cause us to take additional damage. So this shiv I'm simply going to discard by not playing it. Allow it to go to the discard pile at end of turn. We'll draw it on a future turn, but that's okay. And we have to take some damage here. Alright, now it's our turn to hit back. Guardian will no longer punish us for playing attacks, so it's time to play a ton of them. And we'll draw the extra card next turn. Get leg swept. I could even play the Unload here. 3 damage per attack we play. Might have said that wrong earlier. Cloak and Dagger and Survivor makes 14 blocks. That's almost enough block to let us play a shiv. I mean, we play 1 shiv and take 1 damage. That's not too bad. Reducing the Guardian's overall health is somewhat important here. Okay, and this trip should allow us to again do enough damage that the boss is simply transformed here. Just like that, the boss is pretty much out of health. The shivs with the bonus from the accuracy and the bonus from the vulnerable are doing quite substantial damage. All right, that's our first boss conquered. I suspect we could have even done that without using the Strength Potion, but using the Strength Potion made it very decisively in our favor. What a set of options here. 2x cost cards before us. Doppelganger, which is next turn draw and energy, as well as Malaise, which is minus strength to an enemy. Lastly, there's Corpse Explosion, which applies poison to an enemy, and then when that enemy dies, all enemies will take damage equal to the enemy's health. Essentially, when one enemy dies, kill them all. Corpse Explosion can be a very nice, it's a very appropriately splashable poison card. That is, it's a poison card that's good even if you're not running other poison cards, because the secondary effect is exceedingly useful for doing things like killing 2 bosses at the same time, or clearing out a wave of gremlins. That said, I'm also a very large fan of the Malaise card. Malaise as an X-cost strength reducer is one of Silent's better ways to deal with very damaging late-game enemies. Particularly late-game bosses are quite vulnerable to this card, as they often have multi-attacking moves that are very, very less threatening if you can both reduce their strength and weaken them. The Malaise plus the leg sweep gives us very near permanent weak status on almost any enemy. Very much like this against Heart especially, so I'm very strongly considering the Malaise here, and I think it is one of the best cards available. But Corpse Explosion would help for what's coming here in Act 2. Act 2 is an act that requires you to have very good block, as well as the ability to do quite a bit of damage quickly. And you're also presented with multi-enemy threats constantly, so Corpse Explosion can be quite good for that. But I think I am going to go with Malaise for the strength reduction. Do highly recommend Corpse Explosion going into Act 2 in general. Alright, our first boss relic reward. Picking your boss relic at the end of Act 1 can be one of the most difficult things in Slay the Spire. Sometimes you're offered 3 very similar relics, sometimes you're offered 3 radically different relics. Sometimes you're offered energy, sometimes you're not. Generally speaking, it's a game of figuring out which relic is the most upside to you, while also considering what the possible downsides are. So, of these options, we're offered 3 different relics that improve our energy per turn. Sozu says, gain energy every turn, but we can no longer obtain potions. Potions, to me, are very valuable resources on a Heart run. I think they're very important for figuring out how to emerge victorious in the long term. And they specifically give you aid against one very difficult fight, which is what the Heart is. The Velvet Choker gives us energy every turn, but limits us to not more than 6 cards per turn, which definitely shuts down any attempt to make the Finisher, the Cloak and Dagger, or Shivs in general good. Very much works against the Ink Bottle, too. Do not recommend taking Velvet Choker here at all. Lastly, the Coffee Dripper prevents us from resting at rest sites. Doesn't mean that we can't heal, just means we cannot heal by resting, taking the rest action. Generally speaking, that's something you'd like to avoid doing since upgrades are better, but healing is pretty useful a lot of the time. I usually don't recommend a Coffee Dripper unless you already have a relic that can heal you, and guess what? We have an Eternal Feather here, which says when we visit a rest site, specifically where the Coffee Dripper's penalty kicks in, we heal anyway. So we already heal at rest sites. I don't need to heal twice at rest sites. Let's just take this energy. Note that with Sozu, you can't gain new potions, but you can use any that you already have. So the best time for me to take a Sozu is when I have 3 potions already. If you're still unsure how to use or best utilize your potions, taking a Sozu can be pretty good, because it lets you kind of forget about that resource that you're not figuring out how to use anyway. But I highly encourage figuring out how to make the best use of your potions and taking other boss relic options. We'll take that Coffee Dripper. We'll find that 1 more energy per turn is very, very useful here. It means we can Malaise for more energy. It means we can more easily play our powers and our blocks. It means we're going to draw cards from the Ink Bottle more frequently, so on and so forth. Here in Act 2, your goals are a little bit different than they were in Act 1. Now that we've already have some upgraded cards, upgrades aren't quite as valuable, although we might have a few specific ones we'd like to still upgrade, such as perhaps this Malaise. Starting in Act 2, I think card removals become a lot more valuable. You want to get rid of the starter cards that your deck has, and so going to shops to do that can become very useful. I think we could fight a lot of elites this act if we wanted to. If you have a lot of money in Act 2, which you are much more likely to since you just got a whole bunch of money from beating the Act 1 boss, an early shop becomes a lot more valuable. So usually in Act 2, I'm looking to go to shops, I'm looking to hit a couple of fires, and I'd like to fight elites, but the elites of Act 2 are super spooky. There's 3 different elites in Act 2. The first one is the Gremlin Leader, who will summon waves of gremlin minions. This is a big test on your ability to do damage every turn, ideally to multiple different foes. We don't have any attacks that can hit multiple enemies, but we do have lots of little small attacks, and that can deal with Gremlin Leader pretty well. The second one is the 3 Slavers, 3 medium health enemies that attack you relentlessly. For that fight, you want block on turn 1, and you want to be able to kill one enemy very quickly, so you want a couple high damage attacks. I think we actually have what it takes to take that fight down. The last and perhaps most difficult of the 3 elites is the Book of Stabbing, a single chunky enemy that stabs you with a multi-attacking move over and over again. And that's an enemy that the Malaise can really, really weaken. So for those reasons, this deck has tools that can answer all 3 of the elites in Act 2, and that means we have the ability to fight a whole bunch of elites. I'm thinking no matter what we should do, we should start by going to a shop. Then we can see if we can spend some of this 270 gold to any use, and at minimum we can remove one of our starter cards, which is important. From this fire, we can decide whether we want to go to more shops or whether we want to start fighting elites. It's all going to depend on what we spent our money on in that first store. We'll take one event along the way to the shop. Alright, these tough customers, the 2 thieves, they are a consistently difficult entry to Act 2, these 2. And if you don't have relics that help, or if you're not willing to use a potion, they can really take a lot of health off of you. If you saved any potions from Act 1, this could be a really good fight to spend them on, because it's quite difficult to get through this combat without losing too much health. I've started to recommend targeting the back one because they have very similar health, and the back one will do more damage on turn 3 if they choose to attack on turn 3. But sometimes they just run away. Let's see, I'd like to draw different cards, so I think we're just going to calculate gamble the starter hand here, looking for Leg Sweep, looking for Cloak and Dagger, looking for Trip here. We'd ideally want to kill the back one and block the front one this turn. Looks like we'll just block. Works for me. Alright, front guy is dead. Back guy is dead next turn, so we'll weaken the front one. That's a full block, so we can play the Infinite Blades. And even though we have no energy, we can still play the Malaise. This doesn't have any effect, but it does cause the card to exhaust, which prevents us from drawing it again. And it makes the ink bottle increase its number by 1. Both of these effects are desirable in this situation. Okay. Now we want to kill them both before they run away and take our money with them. Let's see what we can do. Shivs do 15, so 2 shivs to kill you. Dagger throw this one. Looter might be getting away here. Nope. And play the defends because of the ink bottle. Okay, so we managed to get all our money back. We're offered 3 cards. Act 2 is the first act in which you can be offered upgraded cards. By default, the base is 25% chance per card in Act 2, and in Act 3 it'll be 50% chance per card. Strongly recommend considering cards that are already upgraded, and I think Backflip here is excellent because it's both good block and because it's card draw. Now that we have more than 3 energy per turn, drawing more cards becomes desirable so that we can play more total cards. And the fact that this is also attached to some pretty good block, 8 block, is very, very desirable. Might be tempting to take another Cloak and Dagger here, but I wouldn't recommend it unless this were upgraded. A beggar approaches us. We could rob him to gain a relic for free. Or we could pay out for a relic here. Because we have the Darkstone Periap relic, if we choose to rob this man, we will gain some maximum health in addition to the free relic. But then we'll have a curse that we'd want to remove at the shop. Which is about what this would cost. Thing is, making card removals more expensive lasts for the whole run. That said, I do value max health a lot. Let's rob this man. Have you no shame? Oh, we get one of the relics that really enable the Shiv strategy on the Silent, the Kunai. Kunai says if we play 3 attacks in 1 turn, we gain a point of dexterity. And this is absolutely a relic around which you can build an entire deck on this character. Play lots of attacks to gain dexterity, and then your blocks will block for huge amounts. And we're already well positioned to take advantage of this with Cloak and Dagger, Backflip, and Infinite Blades. So I think this is a very good find for us. That does make a second copy of Cloak and Dagger a lot more appealing now that we do have the Kunai. It's also a second copy of Accuracy here. Other things that could be good, there's Orange Pellets. If you play a power attack and skill in the same turn, remove all your debuffs. This could be a very good long-term relic, because there are a few late-game enemies that apply debuffs, in particular, of course, the Corrupt Heart, who we're looking to defeat. Can we afford Cloak and Dagger card remove Orange Pellets? Because I would like to do that. I think we can. $27 plus 75 plus... Here, let me shrink down so you can see the removal cost. Is 75. I'm small now. Plus 155. 257. Yeah, so we can afford all 3 of these, and that's what I would strongly recommend here. Very easy to underestimate this relic, but its effect is quite useful. Remove all of your debuffs. That means vulnerable, frail, weaken, and special things like confusion or hex from the chosen enemy. There's a lot of uses for this. Definitely want to get rid of the curse, even though we can purge the debuff from it. Curses are something we don't want to keep around here. And we'll take another Shiv card. Alright, these bird enemies are pretty easy for a deck like this to defeat. If you strike the same bird 3 times in 1 turn, they're knocked out of the air. And we can absolutely do that. Let's knock this back one that's buffing. And rather than playing strikes, I'm going to gamble and look for finisher or something. Perfect. So, you're grounded, and we're going to reduce strength off of the front one. But it attacks for nothing. Recommend finishing the birds that are on the ground rather than trying to further damage the ones that are flying. When the birds are in air, they take half damage. So we could do 5 plus 9 with Shiv Unload, or we can just kill the one that's on the ground here. This is my personal recommendation. Alright, buddy. It's your turn now. You chose to attack me, that sentenced you to death. She could have knocked that one out of the air too by playing the finisher, but we can do that this turn. Terror here is a way to apply vulnerable outside of the trip. Terror lasts a lot longer. 99, meaning it lasts a whole fight. Can be a great damage multiplier. However, there's another good card here, the Deflect. Deflect is a free block card. It scales really well with Dexterity, and the more card draw you have, the better it is. Also very good with the Ink Bottle, since that helps too. I'm going to take this upgraded Deflect. I think we're then trending towards a very resilient block core for this deck. I think we're also going to be able to take several elites here. Seems highly likely. Obtain a relic with a 50% chance to become cursed with Writhe. Well, that curse would give me max health anyway. On higher ascension levels, this would be a 100% chance to be cursed. This would potentially put us behind one more card removal, which is still something we don't desire, but I do think more relics is going to help us achieve critical mass. And even if we get the curse, which we might not, we will gain more max health. So I'm going to do this. We do get the curse. We do get 6 max health, and we get a relic that says, prevent the first time we would lose health each combat. So we've taken 2 curses for relics. Normally not something that I advise, but because we're gaining a second benefit from the Darkstone Periapt, it's a bit more worthwhile. And because we have lots of card draw in this deck, we can tolerate our strikes. These are the 2 reasons I'm tolerating curses in a situation where I really wouldn't otherwise recommend. And we're going to keep upgrading our ability to create shivs by upgrading Cloak and Dagger. Since we have 82 out of 82 health, I have no fears whatsoever about engaging in combat with this elite. And we do roll the Gremlin Leader. Summoning waves of minions. Against the Gremlin Leader, it's important to kill the gremlins regularly, because if 2 or more gremlins stay on the field, the Gremlin Leader will take that as an invitation to attack us. Something we really don't want. I really don't want to neutralize a mad gremlin because it's just going to get angry. Let's trip and neutralize you then. Get attacked anyway. However, we do draw Malaise, meaning we can reduce the strength of the Gremlin Leader here. I played Accuracy. It takes 30 damage to kill you. If I Fear Potion, then the 2 shivs will kill the front Gremlin here. I think that's what we want to do. Nice leg sweep draw. I actually meant to play another attack there. Looks like we won't have to play the Malaise, but we can actually go Deflect and then Unload for more damage. That's actually optimal here. Thank you, Ink Bottle, for making that turn a lot better. Still haven't found Infinite Blades. Let's use Calculated Gamble to fix that. There it is. Kind of a weak turn otherwise. But now that we've gotten all the powers in play, we should be able to make sure the gremlins stay dead most of the time. Let's see. Shiv and strike this one. Shiv, shiv, strike the other one. And then on non-gremlin turns, we can take this as an invitation to attack the leader for quite a bit of damage. Not too bad. Well, Malaise as well. But we should have a victory this turn. Yeah. Quicker you can end a fight, the better. So that was our goal here. So the strike here and the unload here, all to improve our Ink Bottle. But you can see that the deck is thoroughly trouncing the elites of the Act. That's a combination of our extra energy per turn from the Coffee Dripper, as well as our huge collection now of upgraded cards. And those cards are only going to get more upgraded with a Whetstone, which will upgrade 2 random attacks in the deck, hopefully Dagger Throw, Finisher, or Neutralize. You can also consider adding another card that is an attack card before you pick up the Whetstone. So we could pick up Finisher Plus, Dagger Throw, or Acrobatics. Highly recommend this Acrobatics here. Now that we have 4 energy per turn, being able to draw more cards is going to help us do things like find the trip again, make sure we get our Finisher on the right turn, and more. So I'm going to take that acrobatics. It might be tempting to take another finisher there, and I think you could get away with another finisher, but we're not quite making enough attacks for finisher to feel particularly good. The whetstone does simply upgrade 2 strikes. That's a little unfortunate, but not the worst thing in the world by any means. We're also going to upgrade now the malaise. I want, if our next elite fight is the Book of Stabbing, I want to be able to make sure that that enemy deals very, very little damage. I would recommend upgrading potentially acrobatics in this position as well for more card draw, so we can find the deflect and such easier. And we could maybe start to think about upgrading Infinite Blade so that we get it on turn 1. Something I haven't yet talked about is our Act Boss. This Bronze Automaton fellow deals a lot of damage all at once, attacking every other turn. This deck should be pretty good at the Bronze Automaton fights, particularly because we have the Fossilized Helix, which can potentially block the dreaded Hyper Beam. Sundial is energy whenever we shuffle the deck a few times. Deck's getting pretty large here, and I think we're going to add quite a few cards beside. So I'm going to choose to take the Sapphire Key, skip this relic, and get one of the 3 keys we're going to need to go to Act 4. Another key that we're going to need is the key from the Burning Elite here, which we'll be grabbing by grabbing this act, since I think we're in a good position to do so. The Burning Elite is a regular elite fight from the act, but also with an enhanced buff, either bonus health, bonus metallicize, or bonus regeneration. I'm going to upgrade this Infinite Blades. Let's do it. I want the shivs early, please. And it is indeed the Book of Stabbing as our second opponent. This is the opponent we upgraded our malaise for, the multi-attacking Fiend. Great turn to get both our powers down, the Infinite Blades and the accuracy. We'll backflip for block as well, also to look at more cards. Could do accuracy, Cloak and Dagger, finisher. What's the last card here? Just a strike? I think we'll skip both of the Cloak and Dagger and finisher. Well, just the finisher, rather. Play Infinite Blades and the Cloak here. We also would have gained a point of dexterity for playing the finisher. But I want that 1 shiv per turn. Not going to use either the Strength or Dexterity potion in this fight. I think we should be fine, thanks to the power of the kunai. This turn's a bit awkward. Although I have 4 energy, I cannot play all 4 of these cards, because both the Survivor and the Unload will discard each other, respectively, if they're the last 2 cards in hand. Next turn, the Book of Stabbing is going to attack for a single hit. Let me explain why. Let's look at their AI here. Book of Stabbing only has 2 things it can do. A multi-attack for 7 times the turn count, starting on 2. So 7 times 2, then 7 times 3. And a single attack for 24. The multi-attack cannot be used 3 times in a row. Last turn, the Book of Stabbing attacked for 7 times 2. This time for base of 7 times 3. That's multi-attack twice in a row. Next turn will be a single attack. And we would like our buffer to block that for us. So I'm going to not play the Unload here. We're going to full block by playing Defend, Survivor. And we have buffer to block this now. Although it looks like we don't end up needing it. Hopefully the top card is Malaise or Gamble. No luck. Okay. That's fine though. We still get to keep the buffer then. And that ain't too bad at all, actually. I'd say that's a good thing. Deck is blocking exceptionally well. These shivs are helping. So if we malaise the Book of Stabbing here, we reduce its strength by 5, 4 plus 1, which brings it to a base attack damage value of 2, and then Weaken brings that down to 1. So if I malaise, it'll attack me for 1 times 4. What if I defend first? Block 6, we malaise for minus 4 strength, brings it to a base of 3, 2 by 4. So I would take 0 ultimately, although I'd lose the buffer. Let's do that. Defend, then malaise. And I could gamble here. Let's do it. Draws 3, which might be a 0-cost card. We still haven't taken a hit here. And now the Book of Stabbing's attacks are permanently reduced in strength, thanks to that malaise. Still no trip, though. Let's go Dagger Throw, Cloak and Dagger, and play 3 shivs. Next turn we should be able to kill with the shiv damage. It's all going well. We get a second boat thing. The Horn Cleat is the complement to the Anchor. We get 10 block on turn 1 and now 14 block on turn 2. I usually consider these very, very good relics. And we built up a really good start to a winning heart run so far. But again, critical mass. The more relics you can get, the better. We might want to consider taking even more dexterity here. I do like having a third power so that we can activate orange pellets more reliably. And footwork scales a lot of our block cards very well, so there's definitely good incentive to pick up a footwork here. Copy of Dash or another finisher are not too bad either, but yeah, let's take a footwork. Let's take a footwork. Power cards are definitely an important piece of the puzzle when it comes to beating the heart specifically. You're almost always going to want several. Because the heart has such huge combat stats, you need to stack many per turn benefits in order to be able to defeat that fight. Do I unload here for 18 or do we gamble? This is one of the enemies. Oh no, we should keep there's 2 powers in the draw pile. We should keep them there. In this fight, we want to target the cultist first, because this enemy will gain strength every turn. The Chosen's going to hex us, cursing us with a curse that will, on this turn, that will cause us to add a status card to the draw pile every time we play a non-attack card. But we can use our Orange Pellets relic to remove this effect. So there it is, the Hex. Whenever you play a non-attack card, shuffle 1 dazed into your draw pile. If we play a power, then an attack, and then a skill, the orange pellets activate, and the Hex debuff is removed. We had to add 2 dazed in the first place to make that happen, but now we're cured for the rest of the fight. Cleanly block that too. This is working all too well. Collect now, we're up to a full potion belt of potions. We're offered another footwork, this one has an upgrade on it. Or another copy of Terror. As the deck gets larger and larger, I notice this trip is starting to fail to do the job adequately, so I'm considering adding a Terror here, so that we can have constant vulnerable to make sure our attacks are always doing the best amount of damage. That said, a footwork that says plus on it is usually pretty good, but I don't think we want too many copies of this card, since we can already gain dexterity with the kunai. It's possible to end up in a situation where we have too much dexterity gaining cards, not enough actual blocking cards. You want to maintain a delicate balance. I'm going to take that Terror. Hey, didn't I just fight you? We face the Chosen again. This is an enemy you really have to be prepared for in Act 2, because they can appear quite a bit. As well as their bird nerd companion. It's an acro here. We're looking for, yeah, good blocks, and there's some. We malaise the bird, it can never harm a soul. Ever. And now that the bird is harmless, we'll focus our damage on the Chosen. So we'll take the Chosen out first in this one. Sure can do a lot of damage with those shivs. This is only 1 copy of accuracy. 2 or more copies of accuracy? Oh boy. The damage gets really absurd. Remove that curse as well. Offered more upgraded card draw and block with another backflip, which I think is very, very good. Tactician gives us energy if discarded. We can discard it with Dagger Throw, with Unload, or with Survivor, or Acrobatics, or Calculated Gamble. That's enough sources of discard that we could make this work. Tactician and cards like it are a way to gain tons of benefit without actually playing cards, just by leveraging the discard that you already have in your deck. That can be pretty good. I think this is a very takeable Tactician, but a very, very good backflip. Not sure which one I want. I think the backflip is the more reliable pick here, but they're both good. If we see another upgraded Tactician, which is very unlikely, or even another Tactician period, I'll probably consider taking it. All right, the 3 Slavers, we ended up fighting all 3 of the elites in Act 2, so I get to show off how this deck performs against each of them. And they have additional health besides. We're kind of brave to stride into an elite fight here. A Burning Elite here in Act 2. Usually not something I recommend. You need a very strong and capable deck for this to work. We definitely need to want to kill the back one as quickly as we can. This one can either make us vulnerable or entangle us, and although we can purge one of those two with the orange pellets, we really don't want either to happen to us. I think we should use our Strength Potion here, so we're able to do a bit more damage to this red slaver. Probably need to play Infinite Blades. Leg Sweep is also very good for the sheer amount of block it generates. If I Leg Sweep the front slaver, then the buffer will block the damage from the back one. So I can do like Strike, Infinite Blades, Leg Sweep. Might as well play the Malaise too. Just for a bit of strength down. And then we look to kill the red slaver next turn, possibly using the Swift Potion to make it happen. Okay, that sounds reasonable. So Strike, Blades, Leg Sweep here. Malaise also here or here? Also here. And then don't play the gamble. Keep the extra draw for next turn. So we take 0 damage there. We get 14 free this turn. Trip plus our attack should be more than enough to KO this fool. Let's see if we can draw accuracy. Just terror. Well, Unload does 30, so we need to deal another 19. 9, 7. So Strike plus Neutralize plus Unload kills this guy. Which means we can Terror and Shiv one of the others. Front one. Actually, we weaken the front one forever. Let's kill the middle one next. He's adding wounds to the deck every turn, and we'd like to stop that. We can even remove the weaken from us by playing a power, a skill, and an attack. And then the weakness debuff is also removed. And I want to draw all these next turns. So let's just play a strike. Actually, let's play the footwork. These shivs will do so much damage. Draw one. Beautiful. All right, well, we absolutely cleaned the clocks of the elites this act. Now we're rewarded with a letter opener, which is also going to go really well with what the deck is doing. If we play 3 skills in one turn, we'll do 5 damage to every opponent. We're already playing lots of skills, so this should just be a bit of free additional damage. I think we're going to skip all 3 of these. Very few poison cards we've seen. Definitely happy that we landed on a sort of Shiv and attack interaction here. I think trying to make poison cards work this run would not have worked out very well. We get one more upgrade before our Act boss. Let's upgrade, I think, this Terror to make it free. We could also consider upgrading Calculated Gamble to make it reusable. But I'm going to upgrade that to Terror. One-time use energy upgrades might not seem like they are a big deal, but they really are. Allowing you to get every card in your deck played that much faster, or just allowing you to play one more card on a key turn can really make the difference. So, Bronze Automaton. This enemy attacks every other turn. They start with spawning 2 minions, and then cycling deterministically, flail, boost, hyper beam. So they attack, they buff, they attack, they buff, and then they attack for a very big number. The hyper beam on the turn 6 is when hyper beam occurs. So ideally you're looking to either win this fight in 6 turns, which this deck can almost do, or you're looking to block that hyper beam, and we have a couple ways to do that. We A, have enough health to survive it, B, we can block it with the buffer effect, and C, we can block with just tons of dexterity, which we're able to generate pretty easily here. As long as we play 3 attacks each turn, we'll have tons of dex. If I play Deflect, we'll draw a card, but I won't be able to play it, so I don't think I should. Don't think we'll need either of our potions to win this fight, either. Although, using a potion here is certainly something we could consider. The minions are going to steal cards from us. They always steal the rarest card in your draw pile, so they'll be taking my Malaise and my Unload, not cards we actually need for this fight. Something we might want to consider is ignoring the minions entirely and focusing all of our damage on the boss here. It's not always correct to do this for Bronze Automaton, but I think it makes sense in this instance. Alright, we'll play this here as well. Keep removing those artifact layers from the boss. Excellent Calculated Gamble. Let's just actually get rid of the last artifact with Neutralize, then Acrobatics, then Calculated Gamble. Draw some different stuff, please. Go Footwork, Cloak and Dagger? Yeah. We'll find that on most turns we can simply generate so much block. So we really don't care about what our opponent is doing that much. Get him Letter Opener. This is 32, so we're already blocking. I can play this strike. Since the orbs constantly generate block for the Bronze Automaton, it can make it a little difficult to try to ignore them like this, but I think what we're doing will work out here. Just need that trip. It sure does the most damage, but not very much. Understandable. Okay, we could take a little bit of damage here. Looks like we don't quite fully block this. Could choose to kill one of the minions to let me fully block it. We kill the back one here. We'd also get Unload into my hand if I do that. I'm sticking to the plan, though. Even if it means taking 8 damage. So Hyper Beam gets buffered. This attack is last, though, getting through our defenses, meaning we take a disgraceful hit. It's sad, but it's true. It can happen to you, too. And that's how it's done. We're able to chunk through the boss there, again, just ignoring the minions, focusing all of our single target damage, which is pretty considerable, actually, onto the boss. And we get through. So we're offered another set of 3 rare cards here. Bullet Time makes your whole hand free. I like Bullet Time in decks that can draw a ton of cards, but don't have a lot of energy to work with. 2 backflips and an acrobatics. This is almost a decent Bullet Time. Wraith Form gives us Intangible and causes us to lose dexterity at the end of the turn. Wraith form is pretty incredible here because the upside is immense, giving us turns of essentially invincibility. And the downside is something that we can negate with a relic we picked up earlier, the orange pellets. When you play a power, attack, and skill in one turn, remove all your debuffs. Wraith form is one of the best ways to block Spire's late game as the silent, and doubly so if you can negate its downside in any way, shape, or form. So Wraith form here is pretty incredible. Last but not least, Tools of the Trade. Draw one, discard one. It's actually quite good for simply sifting through the deck, finding more good cards to put in play. And particularly if you've got many starter cards left in the deck, then Tools could be very, very good. I could see taking either Tools of the Trade or Wraith form here. And either would be pretty good. Since we already have such good block with the dexterity, I'm considering Tools of the Trade, but the interaction with orange pellets makes me really value the Wraith form a lot here. But the whole point of the Wraith form is to essentially buy you a little bit of time in combat. 2 turns of intangible is protection from just about anything, and that'll allow you to deploy your other powers or damage cards without having to worry about block. That's what makes Wraith form so strong. I think we're going to go with a Tools of the Trade here so that we can discard our strikes and any statuses or curses we get. But that is a very good Wraith form, and if we see another Wraith form, we'll probably take it. For our boss relics, we get 2 more energy options. Silent, I think in particular, really likes going to 5 energy. A lot of cards in this character are quite energy hungry, either being very expensive or allowing you to draw more cards, like these backflips. Combine backflips with lots of energy, and you can get a lot done each turn. So for more energy, there's Slaver's Collar. This is energy during anything that's not a regular fight, during boss and elite fights only. Or there's Philosopher's Stone, 1 additional strength added to every enemy. Adding strength to enemies can be a bit scary, but with a card like Malaise, you can use the energy from the Philosopher's Stone to remove the additional strength the enemies gain. So I think that this is a very reasonable Philosopher's Stone. That said, I'd probably be personally happier with a Slaver's Collar. It's most of the same upside, but without the downside. Lastly, Sacred Bark doubles the effectiveness of potions. This could be very, very good boss relic. If you just need a little bit of extra help during specifically the late game. For example, here, being able to use this dexterity potion for 4 points of dexterity against the heart could be a really big game changer. Any 3 of these relics could easily lead to a winning run from here. I think personally I would prefer the Slaver's Collar for that extra energy per turn. But again, I could see either Sacred Bark or Philosopher's Stone being great here either. I'll take the color. So now that we're in Act 3, the final act of Slay the Spire, things are a little bit higher stakes. The enemies in this act have quite a bit more health. So if you haven't figured out a cohesive damage plan, your deck is going to start to fall apart here. At the same time, enemies are willing to attack for 30 or 40 or even 50 damage. So if you don't have a really good way to block in place, you will also really start to struggle here. The elites in this act are quite nasty, but if you're going for a heart victory as we are, you cannot allow yourself to be dissuaded from fighting elites. You still need to get more relics and more money and more card rewards if you're looking to beat the heart. Can't miss any opportunities to get stronger. So for this act, I want to take a path that hits actually as many elites as possible. Since the deck is strong and capable, we should be able to defeat all the elites of this act. And I see one path in particular that goes through 3 elite nodes, as well as a few rest site nodes. We'll take a bunch of combats, we'll take a couple of elites, and we do get one shop in which we can remove at least our Writhe Curse. That'd be my chief recommendation. You could also go this way, remove 2 cards at 2 shops, get a bunch of upgrades, but fight significantly fewer elites. Or you should go for a 2 elite higher upgrade density path. But we would like to upgrade a few things. I'd like to upgrade the card draw and the acrobatics. I'd like to upgrade the block on the footwork. The tools of the trade upgrade isn't as important to me now that we have 5 energy per turn with the double boss relics. Although if we take in the Sacred Bark, I would advocate upgrading tools of the trade here. Good old shapes. These enemies aren't too hard. I'm going to use the letter opener here to put some work in. Watch the back road, actually. By playing 3 skills with our letter opener, we get to do damage to all of them. And that's good. Particularly helpful for dealing with this Spiker enemy, which will hit us back whenever we strike them. Nobody wants that, Spiker. Nobody. We can use the buffer to absorb damage here, or we can wait a turn. Either is valid way to get through the fight here. Here, 3 skills. Kills ya. Get him, letter opener. We're offered another upgraded deflect, as well as an upgraded slice and an upgraded outmaneuver. I think we have enough energy that we don't need a card like Outmaneuver, but I do recommend Outmaneuver on silent decks that reach the late game without having a lot of energy to work with. One more Deflect is really going to go nicely with the double backflip, double tools, and kunai thing. Let's take one last block card here. I think we're mostly at the peak blocking. Maybe I'd take a dodge and roll as well, which blocks 2 times for 1 energy. Our first event in Act 3 is a tricky one. Jutting from the chaotic terrain around you, a bony sphere surrounds a mysterious glowing object within. This is a fight against the double orb walkers if you want to get a rare relic. These 2 are very dangerous. They attack relentlessly, sometimes adding burns to your draw pile, and gain strength every turn. This fight can be really, really, really nasty. So if your damage output isn't quick, I never advise taking this fight. My usual recommendation, you need about 100 damage in 2 turns if you want to be able to take these guys on. And I strongly recommend having potions to help you out. I think we're able to fight these 2. We might take some damage, but our free block on turn 1 and turn 2, our bonus area damage with the letter opener, and specifically the Swift Potion should make this manageable. But if you're at all uncertain of your deck, this of all events, I really recommend not picking the fight on, because it can be so scary. As soon as you strike the sphere, the sentries spring to life around you. We do get trip turn 1, that's going to be good. Which one should we target here? They're pretty similar. Don't think we can get a kill turn 1, so let's target the back one with less health. And we'll start with backflip to draw 3 here. Don't think this is where I use the dexterity potion. I'm definitely thinking energy potion and or swift potion for this fight, though. So we definitely want to play infinite blades. I could strike twice, or I can do something else. We'd rather draw the better cards. There we go. Accuracy and tools. I want to play those both, so let's use the energy potion here. Accuracy, tools. And I can either strike this one, or I can play 3 skills to do 5 to both. We want to kill 1, though. So let's do this. Alright, that was our turn 1. That wasn't too bad. We blocked both hits. We did some damage. We got vulnerable down. This absolutely looks like I'm going to kill 1. We got Cloak and Dagger, Shiv, Finisher, so you're super dead, kid. In fact, the 5 Shivs perfectly kill this fool. Leaving me with 2 energy for the Finisher. We'll go Dagger Throw, Finisher. Clean. And that's how this fight should go, ideally. But a little bit less damage output, and this could really turn against us. So you really do have to be well-equipped for this to go well. The rare relic in question, a prayer wheel, giving us additional card rewards from regular enemies. Let us look at a whole bunch of cards here at the end of the act, which can help us find any last-minute additions we might want. Like another calculated gamble, for example, another zero-cost skill. Good with all the card draw. Could consider this tactician, but I'm not feeling like we need energy all that much. This is better with tools to trade, too. We'll take the gamble. Still skipping those tacticians. The Tomb of Lord Redmask can have us lose all our money for a relic. I don't think so. This relic is worth about 100 gold to me, usually. And we've got a shop coming up. We want our money there. See you later, Lord Redmask. See you later. Alright, this is half the fight we just fought, so this should be a lot easier. Let's see what we draw here. Usually want to draw first on your turn. Strike him. And then play this for 5 damage. Letter Opener has been really cranking out the hits here. So, double card rewards means we can look at a whole bunch of stuff. I usually recommend looking at both of these before you pick either of them. There is the dodge and roll I said I might consider, and it's upgraded, so I guess we're going to take it. 6 block this turn, 6 block next turn. Actually, wait, there's another accuracy here, too, causing our shivs to do even more damage. That's something we might want to consider, as we're falling a little bit behind in damage. Making each shiv hit a little harder would help quite a bit. But I think I'll take the upgraded card over the unupgraded card. There's a few ways we can get the remaining damage we need for the hearts. More on that in a bit. Or we can get this accuracy. Perfect. So then I get the best of both worlds. The accuracy that I want and the dodge and roll. We definitely want to take the opportunity here to remove our Writhe Curse. We've been lugging this around since Act 2. I'd like to stop doing that now. Dexterity does affect the turn you get next, the block you get next turn on the dodger roll. So with 3 footwork, this will be 9 block. Next turn, gain 9 block. So it makes dodger roll pretty exceptional with footwork, especially. I think we want this accuracy. 1 more copy to make our shivs deal more. Do we want any of the relics here? Start combat with an artifact. Blocks the first debuff. We already have orange pellets to allow ourselves to remove debuffs, so I don't value this that much. Warpaint could upgrade some skills. There's plenty of upgradable good skills in the deck, and even if we hit Defends, we would appreciate having a higher block value on them. So I do think the Warpaint upgrades would be pretty good. Or we could get more energy from Happy Flower. That's also reasonable. I'll take the Warpaint. Let's upgrade 2 skills. It is, in fact, 2 defends. Not amazing, but like I said, not bad, actually. As we'll appreciate the extra block those offer us. Not too bad. Giant Head, one of the elites in Act 3 here. Giant Head has 500 health, so a major test of your ability to deal damage. You get a countdown from the Giant Head. 4, 3, 2, 1... And then you are asked why you're still here. Kind of think of this like the car bonus stage in Street Fighter. You have a huge, durable opponent that you must defeat within a certain time frame, or else. Once the Giant Head's countdown ends, their small attacks become huge attacks. And if you're not able to block very, very consistently, you'll find yourself spinning towards disaster. So you should use those initial turns the Giant Head offers you to get all your powers in play. And then after that, it's all about dealing damage. This opponent also has a debuff called Slow, which causes them to take more attack damage every time a card is played on your turn. The more cards you can play against Giant Head, the more damage you can deal with each of them. And the trick against this opponent is to play your cards in order from least damaging to most damaging, in order to facilitate that effect. So we want to go strike, then shiv, then unload, then finisher last. And playing all these zero-cost cards before the finisher, meaning the finisher deals 16 times 5. And that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And I want that accuracy in my hand as well. Looks like that's not going to happen. The weak things going there. Alright, we don't need the Survivor because we already have a block here. 27 damage is thanks to the weakness. Normally this would be 40 damage. But because we've reduced it, we don't have to block for nearly as much. And that's sort of a multi-layered defense is coming into play. Weakness plus good blocks combine to make for really effective damage mitigation. And that's kind of what this deck is founded on here. Goodbye. Get a Gremlin Horn, which will give us a card draw and an energy when any enemy dies. More block cards. We've already got the upgraded versions of these, though, and here's where I think we should stop taking cards. To take either of these would be a mistake. It would be bad to flood the deck with unupgraded cards. So you should resist the urge to take these, even though they're more copies of what we already have. Or perhaps in part because they're more copies of what we already have. This Flex Potion is very, very, very useful. 5 strength. At the end of the turn, we lose 5 strength. This is a potion that can be comboed with the orange pellets. And so we're going to pick that up. Because we can turn this into a permanent point, 5 points of strength. Well, permanent for one fight anyway. By combining the Purge with the potion. 3 Jawworms, very threatening set of opponents here. Let's utilize this turn 1 they're giving us and see what we can do. This is a lot more damage. Let's damage the ones that are buffing. We want them to be dead next turn. That's right, Prayer Wheel does not have any effect on elites, just regular fights, which can make it a little tricky. Nice. Discard this. Alright, these 3 die with relatively little problem here. Now able to do 14 base per Shiv. That's going to become 16 when we upgrade the other accuracy. Weak Potion, probably not that useful for this deck. We might want an After Image, 1 block per card. Although we can generate tons of block already. The Heart that we'll be fighting soon deals 1 damage to us per card we play. So an After Image can help mitigate that. But I think because of how much dexterity we have, this After Image actually doesn't contribute that much. What I would like to get is another upgraded Cloak and Dagger here. All 3 of these cards being randomly upgraded. Since we have 2 accuracies, the damage output is pretty substantial, and the kunai is working great too. So we'll take this. But I'm not gonna take this After Image. I think it's redundant. Useful but redundant. Second opponent is Reptomancer, the Dagger Summoner. Reptomancer shouldn't be too bad because of the Gremlin Horn here, but this could be one of the nastiest elites this act. Reptomancer will summon 1 or, if you're on higher ascension, 2 daggers per turn. And that can really give the player a hard time. Fortunately, the extra draws from the Gremlin Horn will help a lot here. like to malaise the Repto here. Draw anything? No. Just draw attacks next turn. We'll just draw attacks next turn. This might be a turn we have to use our buffer, but that's okay. Looks like it is, because I discarded the defend. I have no qualms against relentlessly attacking the Reptomancer. Oh, we do draw a block, after all. Well then. You can see each turn we're able to both deal damage and block. And that's a reward for both the mixture of offense and defense that we've put into this deck, as well as our tools the trade, letting us look at one more card each turn, so that we can choose the right mixture of each per whatever turn we want. Discarding this stinky unupgraded strike, for example. Get a Maw Bank, which will give us a bit of money. 12 per floor until the shop at the end of the run. Offered another Tactician, but there's an Adrenaline here. Pretty hard to say no to this card. Gives you an energy, 2 card draws, and exhaust. Just a one-time free draw and energy. Rarely do you skip this. We also got a White Beast statue, giving us a potion after every combat. That's going to be pretty good. Few more upgrades for the end of the run. Let's grab our red key now. We need all 3 to go to Act 4. And I recommend grabbing the red key before you reach the final Fire of the Act, lest you forget to do so. It's happened to me, it could happen to you. And I'm not going to play that. We're just going to malaise this fool. This Maw is one of the trickier opponents this act. They have a huge base health and a sort of relentless attack pattern that gets stronger and stronger over time. Fortunately, we're able to remove their debuffs with our orange pellets and block their initial attacks here. Just want to use our accuracies and all these shivs to deal tons of damage. Get all the powers in play. Definitely kind of at the upper limit for how many powers we have. If you put too many powers into a deck, then you'll start to draw hands that are only powers and no actual block or attack cards. That could be very, very punishing in the late game of Slay the Spire. We don't need the defend. This is the first Blade Dance we've seen. Even though it's not upgraded, I think we should take this. 3 shivs for 1 energy is a lot of shivs. And our shivs are doing very tremendous damage. It's also 1 dexterity from the kunai. It's a great card. Take a second dex potion. I like the current mixture we have. I'm going to leave this dex potion on the ground. Could take another unupgraded cloak and dagger. That I'm not going to do. Don't think we need too many more cards. Alright, this opponent is the Writhing Mass. This one's a bit of a tricky opponent. Writhing Mass changes their attack intent every time they take unblocked attack damage. So every time we strike them and they don't have block, they'll change what they're doing. Writhing Mass has, let's look at it, there's 5 different things that they can do. And it's, again, random every time they change. There's a 16 block, 16 attack, a 12 attack that inflicts weak and vulnerable, a 9x3 multi-attack, a 38 damage single attack, and last but certainly not least, the Parasite. Permanently add a curse to the player's deck. They can only do that once per fight. So, on each turn, if the attack that they're currently doing is the best one for you, for example, they're attacking for 16, I'm blocking for 16, if we change what they're doing, they either attack for less and debuff us, which we don't want, they attack us for more, which means we don't block, or they add a curse to our deck. All of those are much worse than what we've got going on, so what we should not do is play any more attack cards here. We just want to stop and draw some other stuff. Have some minus strength. You nerd. And as a general rule, we'll want to leave one attack unplayed, so that we have always have the option to reroll the Parasite, the Writhing Mass, to a better attack pattern for us. I think we'll stop here. We want to do some damage, but again, not too much damage each turn. Or rather, not overcommit with our damage. Don't play it all, because then we have no panic button. The Writhing Mass, unlike most other fights, doesn't get any stronger over time, so you can take your sweet time in this combat, as long as it takes to get the outcome that you're looking for. This is fine, we'll stop here. So when the Writhing Mass is doing this one, this is the move that adds a curse. This is when you want to strike and change the intent to anything else. Or you can just go for a kill. 21 plus 21. Yeah, you're dead. There you go. Unupgraded cards largely to be avoided here. We could take another upgraded Blade Dance. Let's do it. That's all the shivs in the world. Concentrate could be a way to gain energy, but with our 5 base per turn, we're mostly sorted here. Let's take one last Blade Dance. This has become a very large deck, 38 cards. As long as most of the cards you're adding are upgraded, there's nothing wrong with going to 30 or 40 cards. Just know that you probably need some cards that say draw cards, or it's going to take a really long time to get through the deck of cards. I think my last 2 upgrades should probably be accuracy and footwork, the 2 powers. We could maybe upgrade one of these calculated gambles to make them reusable. But with the deck as large as it is, I don't actually think we'll need to reuse them. Alright, Nemesis is intangible every other turn. They can only be damaged on off turns, but our draw consistency on this deck should mean we're mostly not caring too much about the Nemesis here. You can add status cards to the deck. Actually, speaking of 40-card decks, one of the resiliences you gain for having so many cards is that when enemies add status cards, like the burns here, having 40 other real cards means you're very unlikely to draw those status cards on any turn. And that's good. You'll be vulnerable. The attacks don't do much, but they do a little bit. Just 1 damage apiece. We can still get the dexterity from the kunai here. So, might as well, right? This looks a little trickier to block. 45 damage. We can always fall back to the fossilized helix. But we might be able to block this more conventionally. Let's see. Yeah, this looks doable. Actually, we might be able to kill here. If shivs are doing 24 damage, then this Blade Dance does 96 damage. Not quite, huh? Just like that, we make a ton of block. Beautiful. And win with 1 shiv next turn for the ink bottle. 24 damage. No problem. Akabeko doesn't do much. 8 additional damage on our first attack each combat. Very more an early game relic, I tend to think. And yeah, rather than upgrading one of our 2 calculated gambles, why don't we just add a 3rd copy? That way we can play calculated gamble 3 times, essentially. Liquid Memories is a pretty good potion, letting us get a card out of the discard pile. I think we're mostly set up here, though. I like the current potions a lot. I'm going to skip this. Upgrade that footwork like I said I would. And we go into our boss fight. The Awakened one here is a 2-phase boss fight. This boss is all about powers. Their curiosity effect says whenever you play a power card, the boss gains strength. However, the boss doesn't gain strength any other way, so it doesn't gain strength over time or anything. There's a number of different ways to approach this fight. Sometimes you want to avoid playing your powers, but for this deck specifically, we can remove all the strength from the Awakened One with the Malaise cards. So our strategy is going to be to mostly ignore the Curiosity effect and just play all of our power cards anyway. What we will want to do is kill these cultists fairly quickly, focusing our damage on them initially, although I am going to put the Terror on the Awakened One. We'll play our attacks on the cultists, because they start as low damage, but they rapidly become a very big threat. So I'm playing here. Strike, leg sweep, deflect, and then gamble for 5 tall. Yeah. Weaken the boss. Play strike. Damage. Okay, pretty good turn 1. We almost killed one of the birds. We weakened the boss. We got a few important powers in play. Everything is going pretty well here. Let's discard Trip for this turn. Although Trip could probably help me kill the bird. Okay, let's discard Neutralize for this turn. Kill the bird. Play dances here. First. Okay, probably Malaise in a future turn. You may continue to gain strength, Awakened One, if that is your whim. Alright, here's our Malaise, so we'll want to remove as much strength from the boss as we can. Ideally blocking at the same time, but we could just use the buffer to absorb the hit. Perhaps that's what we should do. Let's do that. Play the accuracy, Malaise, let the buffer take the hit. And the boss is basically back to base strength. We'll still play the footwork. The boss will have a little bit of strength, but we'll be easily able to outblock them. And with our Blade Dances doing near 100 damage, then holy moly. Life's good. After the Awakened One dies the first time, they'll come back to life. Like I said, a 2-phase fight. I think our draw next turn's looking fine. And they attack for a very large number initially. Certain decks may want to have a setup or a preparation for this attack. We're actually mostly just set here, since our blocks block for so much. There's not a whole lot of worrying that we need to do. We never saw the silent card Well-Laid plans on this run, which allows you to retain cards from turn to turn. That can be a successful keystone for a lot of silent decks, but we've achieved something similar with this deck. Instead of retaining cards, we just have a lot of card draw, and we have a lot of the same cards. So we're almost always going to get a similar hand, because I've got 2 backflips and 2 blade dances and 3 cloak and daggers and 2 deflects, so I'll always get some mixture of those cards. Kind of like a 30 or 60 card competitive deck of cards in a different game would be constructed of many copies of the same card, for again the same reason. The player wants a higher likelihood of drawing those particular cards. Ideally, we'd like to end this fight with the ink bottle on as high a number as possible. 9 is the goal here. Looks like we can do that. If I play Strike and then Finisher, we kill it. The ink bottle goes to 9. That way we'll draw a card on the first turn in Act 4, which is going to be pretty important. That's the base game of Slay the Spire defeated with a really decisive deck here. I think the double accuracies are really pushing the damage of this deck. If you took exactly this deck as it was, minus the accuracies, the damage would be extremely, extremely low, and we'd be losing. But you could get there similarly with maybe an Envenom, or Caltrops, or a couple copies of Noxious Fumes could also do the work in place of these accuracies. That said, this is a delightfully synergistic deck overall. Very happy with how it has played out, and I hope it's been demonstrative to to folks as to one of the many, many different ways Silent can get to Act 4 here. Now that we're in the final act, we still have a little bit left to do. One rest site, one shop, one elite fight, and then the final battle, the Hearts. So, with our one upgrade, I think upgrading probably the acrobatics to draw one more is probably our best. Other good upgrades include one more energy off adrenaline, one more energy off tools the trade, one more shiv off the blade dance. Maybe upgrading one of our 3 gambles. We have enough weak that I think upgrading neutralize is a bad idea. Let's upgrade the acrobatics here. More card draw is more consistency for this deck. Our final shop, we have 308 gold. The membership card is slightly less than half our money, so it's a technically slight advantage to purchase. That's pretty funny. Some other decent things here. Lantern gives us energy turn 1. That could be nice. Card removal would let us remove one of these strikes. We never actually did get rid of them, although I spent a lot of time at the start of this run talking about how you should remove them. We ended up mostly removing curses instead. That said, getting rid of the strikes would still make this deck a lot better. Hilariously on brand is the Ninja Scroll. 3 shivs on turn 1 gives us a bit of initial damage, as well as a free point of dexterity with the kunai. It's not bad, although I don't think it's necessarily worth spending money on here compared to, like, Lantern Remove. I think the no-nonsense play here is Lantern Remove. Not exactly happy with these. Actually, this will help us against the elites, though, because I'm going to use the Flex Potion in that fight. Actually, okay, let's do it. I'll take the Ninja Scroll. We get 3 shivs on turn 1. The reason I'm doing this is twofold. 1, for the point of dexterity with the kunai, and 2, because it's going to be some substantial additional damage here against Spire Spear and Spire Shield. These two are some gnarly opponents. You're faced with a surrounded effect. One opponent in front of you, one behind of you. They don't have that much health, although it's over 100 each. A lot of upfront damage is the easiest solution to this fight. But if your deck is too slow, these two will absolutely do very enormous damage. Let's talk about their pattern a little bit. 2 dangerous opponents here. First and foremost, Spire Spear. Each of these have a 3-turn rotation of moves. Spire Spear always starts with 6x2 and put 2 burns into your deck. On low ascension, they go to the discard pile, but on high ascension, they go directly on top, which is a real problem. On turn 2, they'll attack for 10 times 4, and then they'll start alternating between Piercer, Burn Strike, and doing Skewer every 3rd turn. So turn 1 is always Burn Strike, turn 2 is always Piercer, is always Skewer, and then on turn 3 it's randomly either Burn Strike or Piercer. For Spire Shield, it's similar but a little bit different. It's turn 1 and 2 that are random, a turn 3 that's guaranteed. Turn 1, they'll either attack for, it's a base of 14. Note that in this fight, whichever enemy you're not facing deals bonus damage to you, to the tune of 50% more. And they also have a move that blocks for 30 to both sides. Lastly, on turn 3, they attack for 38 damage and gain block equal to the damage. So usually, by default, 38, but that can be modified. Knowing which enemy to target first in this fight is really tricky. The exact opponent that I recommend going for first really depends on your damage output and the draws. I usually advocate, if you can kill Spire Spear on turn 1, that's a good idea. Or if you can kill Spire Spear before turn 2 and prevent that 10x4, that could be a good idea. Otherwise, killing the shield first to prevent the blocks and the strength down can be quite nice. We've been keeping this Flex Potion for this fight specifically. I'm going to use it here. We gain 5 strength for turn 1, but we lose that strength at the end of the turn, unless we play a power, an attack, and a skill. In which case, so much more happens. And that's going to let us dish out a lot of damage with these shivs. Let's see. Shivs are going to be -8. 15 apiece. So 45, 45. And then these are... This is 11, and this is 14. So what is that math-wise? 45 plus 45 plus 11, 14, 14, and 8. It tells me that we have 137 damage visible in our hand, which means we cannot kill the Spire Spear, but we can kill the Spire Shield this turn. And I think that's what we should do, is kill one on this turn if we can. So let's do that. Which also gets us a Gremlin Horn activation, meaning we can then play Footwork, Infinite Blades, and I guess a Strike? Hold on, we're drawing one more card. Yeah, a Strike. And the Deflect. Okay, so down one opponent here. We get 14 free block. This is the 10x4 we were warned about, but we can generate enough block that I think we're not too afraid of this. Especially with Leg Sweep here. Let's draw 3 more. Let's draw 4 more. Let's draw many more cards. There we go. And that extra 5 strength really just shredding through these two. Just like before, we'd like the ink bottle to be set to 9 here, which looks like we conveniently do without too much work. Meaning we'll draw a card after playing the first card against the heart. Of course, we find the Bag of Prep. That's funny. Draw 2 additional cards on turn 1. Unfortunately, our starting hand is full from Ninja Scroll, so we won't be doing that. But we can add 1 last Cloak and Dagger for an even 40 cards and 4 copies of Cloak. Seems perfect to me. Let's take it. All right, that brings us to full health and 3 potions. I really do think you've got much better odds in the heart fight if you can carry some potions into it. And here's the final opponent of the run, the one I'm trying to teach you how to beat, the Corrupt Heart in Act 4. Let's talk about the Heart's attack pattern here. This thing is big and nasty and mean. 750 hit points, or 800 on higher ascensions, means it takes a lot of damage to kill, yet you have a strict time limit here. The longer this fight goes on, the stronger the heart gets, and it becomes really nasty really quickly. So, on turn 1, the heart uses Debilitate. You're inflicted with 2 vulnerable, 2 weak, 2 frail, and 1 of every status card in the game gets added to your draw pile. Yes, that's unfair. Too bad it's happening to you. So that is going to really limit your ability to block or deal damage or just protect yourself in general. And then the heart will immediately follow that up with 2 really nasty attacks. The Echo, which does a base of 45, 67 with vulnerable, and Bloodshots, 2 times 15, 3 times 15 with vulnerable. Those 2 attacks combined, if you don't draw enough block, or any at all, will kill almost any character from full health. So having a damage mitigation plan is essential to surviving the heart's initial attacks. Every 3rd turn, the heart will buff after attacking twice, gaining 2 points of strength and some other additional property, and then these 2 attacks will occur again. And they occur in random order here. Bloodshots, Echo, Echo, Bloodshots. It's all up to the heart's RNG, which one happens first. As the fight gets on longer and longer, that multi-attack times 15 Bloodshots gets nastier and nastier. And that attack is part of why I advocated for strength reduction cards on Silent. Malaise is the only one we managed to pick up, but multiple copies of Piercing Wail can also really help in this fight. I'm going to start by drinking our Dexterity Potion. Our turn 1 is full of shivs here. We mostly want to play as many attacks as we can. But we have to beware, because every time we play a card, Beat of Death does 1 damage to us. Thankfully, we started with 10 block from the boat thingy here. Oh, we drew Accuracy, too. Cool, let's play that. Make these shivs do a bit more damage. Well, he'll be able to deal a lot of damage on turn 1 then. That's good. Could gamble our acrobatics looking for other powers. I think we want to keep most of the powers in our draw pile to go with the orange pellets, though. So let's just play Infinite Blades, Cloak, Blade Dance here. Gain as much dexterity as we can, and deal as much damage as we can. Thankfully, we're generating more block than we're taking damage from the Beat of Death. Drew an Adrenaline. Okay, I'll play that. We get a dodge and roll. That can generate some block for the first attack turn of the hearts. Or again, I could keep drawing cards, but like I said, I'd prefer the blocks actually, the powers, actually stay in the draw pile for now. So let's finish with dodge and roll here. And then we should get an extra draw from Ink Bottle next turn. We'll also gain 14 block from the boat thingy. Here goes. Get attacked by the singular big attack first. We did not draw a lot of mitigation for it, but this is where the fossilized helix comes in. This buffer preventing this attack is one of the most consistent ways for me to survive this hit, so we're fortunate to have it here. But we also have available the option to use the Swift Potion to look for more answers this turn. But even if I simply play all the cards in my turn, this is a completely non-threatening turn thanks to that buffer. So we could use the Swift Potion, but we absolutely don't need to. That said, we would like to get a power into my hands so that we can take advantage of our orange pellets here. Let's do it. Let's Swift Potion. Just draw a little bit more block, which is not necessarily useful here. Let's see. Yeah. Actually feel like that was a bit of a waste of our potion. Still, we're drawing closer to our powers, so that's good. If we didn't have the Helix, we'd still be taking not that much damage here, so this would absolutely be survivable. But it's certainly a bit awkward that we did not draw Weaken here. We were hoping that the Leg Sweep or the Malaise would be able to reduce this. And yeah, that's what, like we said, the buffer is for. Get him, buffer. Alright, here's a power. So we can use power plus attack plus skill to remove the debuffs. No frail, no vulnerable. We'll take a Beat of Death damage to ensure that. Play the footwork before the defend. Then an attack. Then a skill. And the orange pellets say we are no longer debuffed. We're no longer frail, we're no longer vulnerable. That's good. Play all the attacks here. We do want to keep gaining dexterity. We do want to keep doing damage. And we block most of, but not quite all of the damage here. Didn't draw the Malaise before the first multi-hit. The first time the heart buffs its strength, it's going to gain 2 charges of the artifact buff, which will cause it to become resilient to debuffs. We actually really want to land... Actually, all of these in the draw pile is fine? Yeah, that's fine. With almost all of our status cards still in the draw pile, I think we can work with that. So I'm not going to play these calculated gambles. I'm actually quite happy with what we've drawn, in the way that we've drawn it. So we'll just stop there. Alright, here's the second multi-attack, 4x15, definitely getting a lot scarier, a lot faster. Ideally, we'd like to be able to use our Malaise to shut this down, but we didn't draw it, so I can't. Or can I? Well, we can draw a card with Ink Bottle, but it's only a 50-50 that we get the Malaise. Let's trip to remove 1 artifact. 2 artifact means the first 2 debuffs are negated. Do I want to? I think I want to land the Terror rather than the Leg Sweep. So let's Leg Sweep here. Remove the other artifact. Apply Vulnerable. Play Accuracy and draw the card. Is it Malaise? It's not. Okay, so we'll just play the Defend. And we actually block for enough that we don't take damage anyway. So that's not too bad. Thanks to 13 points of Dexterity. How'd that happen? Kunai. Then I guess we'll play the Malaise on this turn to apply Weaken for the long term here. Perfect block. And that partially reduces the Heart's strength for the next few turns. So, for example, our next multi-attack will still only be 4x15. Because we did that. Goes away. 3 defends, no use here. But I can play them for the letter opener, if nothing else. I note that we're mostly done with the Heart. This is a fight that has to be done in about 10 turns or less, because if the fight goes beyond that, then the Heart will start to gain nastier and nastier buffs. Note that now this Heart has buffed its strength a second time, Beat of Death increases by 1. Now we're taking 2 damage per card, and these shivs are really starting to work against us. Yet our huge block per block card is going to keep us safe for the most part. But you can see that our block gets worn through very quickly. And that starts to become pretty scary. Where those shivs go. Man, that's well over 200 damage that turn. Spicy. What do you got? Could Energy Potion for 2 strikes? There's not a lot of use for this potion. Might as well. And I think that's it. These shivs do plenty of damage, and that's 1 dead Heart. So there is a victorious silent run. GG's. Hopefully this run was able to show you some of the synergies and tactics that the Silent can use to both get stronger in Slay the Spire, of course, across the course of your run, as well as tactics you can use to defeat the Corrupt Heart in Act 4 specifically. Even if it was done using cards that aren't necessarily the most typical for a run on this channel. A lot of the relics that we had really helped there, particularly the kunai, but I think also the ink bottle, if I was to name 2 relics specifically that really made this run powerful. That and the boat relics that gave us free block were really the cornerstone of making this run really successful. We got a lot of free value out of these 4 specifically: ink bottle, anchor, horn cleats, and kunai. But also shoutouts to the energy from the dripper and the collar, the purging of the pellets, and the fossilized helix. Those helped a lot too. I think really showing off why getting 20 plus relics by fighting a lot of elites can help you achieve a victorious run. Showing off the consistent power of a very large deck of cards, especially when that deck contains many upgraded cards, and the bonus that comes from stacking enough powers. GG's. If you liked that video, then please do subscribe to the channel, hit the link below, and be informed when a new video comes out. I hope this helps you get your first or second, or however many you're hoping for, Heart kill as the Silent. And I hope that you enjoyed this video. Till next time, my dear viewers, this is Baylor signing off. That's right, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. The usual. You got it. Best of luck in your own Spire journeys. And again, thank you so much for watching. All right, Twitch chat, there's our Silent. I'll just mark that real quick. There's our Silent How to Slay the Heart video created. That'll be up on the YouTube eventually. Yes, that'll be up on the main YouTube. And if you didn't see it still, we recently did a how-to Ironclad in the same vein, so those will both be up on the main YouTube. Already marked that ahead of me. Thank you, Fayley. Much love. We are indeed going to be doing some regular Spire now. I think the defect is up to bat. To double check on that. And now the fun begins. And so shall I. It's kind of funny. I took that first floor Infinite Blades kind of on a whim, but it really ended up working out well with the kunai and the double accuracy. I do think that Infinite Blades as a card is a lot more broadly useful on the lower Ascension levels. You don't have to be as quick on the lower Ascensions, which means you can stick around for fights for a longer number of turns, which means the Infinite Blades has more time to be actually valuable. Get kunai. Well, it's sort of that too. At the same time, I truly think that if you took this run and just removed the kunai and left everything else exactly the same, it would still win. But yes, building around the kunai is definitely a way to win as the silent. Hey, Karoku, glad you're looking forward to Moonbreaker. It has been very exciting to get more sponsored streams, and in particular, this Moonbreaker sponsorship is the biggest one the channel has had so far. First time we've been asked to do multiple streams for one game. So I'm very, very excited for that overall. It's very transformative to the stream as a career for me. What's Moonbreaker? Moonbreaker is the newest game from the Subnautica devs. We'll be playing it a little bit later today as a sponsored stream. But the gist is that it's a competitive 1v1 mini turn-based strategy game. So kind of like the way I'm thinking about it is like Hearthstone or what's the other popular 1v1? Not League of Legends. Legends of Runeterra. That's right. Like Hearthstone or Legends of Runeterra, but instead of a deck of cards that you're playing little miniature armies on a tabletop. It's like a 1v1 mini tactics. So a lot less RNG involved, a lot more decision making and micro positioning. It's pretty interesting. I've not played Gwent, the competitive version. I played the Gwent version that was in Witcher 3, and I liked that. Is it microtransactions to obtain units? No. There are currently no microtransactions in Moonbreaker. They had a premium currency that was in the game, but they had already stripped it from the game based on player feedback. So it seems exceedingly unlikely that they would add those back. Currently, oh shoot, I got muted there? How did that happen? Must have bopped the mute button by accident. Apologies. Anyway, what I was saying is there's no microtransactions in Moonbreaker. You can grind for cosmetic unlocks for your units, but there's no gameplay effect to either spending money or even playing repeatedly as of yet. Help, I've gone deaf. I've gone deaf. All right, so what's our first 300 challenge run for the day going to be? He'll properly follow up Silent with a defect run. So we're playing defect first. Excellent day. Before I jump into a defect run here on Ascension 20, not Ascension 5 this time, I'm going to take a quick break, refill my water, stretch my legs. When I return, it's robot time. Be right back, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Hey yo, Zuthis. And chat, we are back. And so your patience shall be rewarded. How do you get to 100% on the profile screen? Actually, great question. I don't actually have all these profiles maxed out. If you want 100% here, then you must fill out everything in the compendium. So you must see and I think maybe even add to your deck every card in the game. And you must see, and again, maybe potentially add to your deck every relic in the game. Are you missing anything from the relic collection? No. You should be able to see what you're missing. Let's see. Compendium. I think it's in statistics. So here, you have to fill this out. Cards discovered, cards unlocked, relics discovered, relics unlocked. Why is that not at 100% then, actually? Oh, because we're missing some of the achievements. Yes. We also have to max out the achievements. So this save file is missing Who Needs Relics and Common Sense. Because I'm not going to get either of those on an A20 run. And this is my save file for A20 runs only. And then that last achievement is for 100% completion. So that's what we're missing on this save file, is Minimalist and Common Sense. Maybe someday I'll go and fix that or something. Worst early shop. Interesting. On defect here. Curious. 2 elites is the reasonable max. This looks like it might be a common relic start. Or actually maybe a card start. I'd actually be really happy with just a striker move on defect. This character really, really dislikes strikes. Hey, glad to hear it, Twitch Tarek. Got your Baylor shirt in the mail. The merch shop did close earlier this week, but another big thank you to everybody who purchased the merchandise. We made almost 100 sales during our 2-week period, which is way higher than I was thinking we'd get. Minimalist A20 is very, very hard, because the Ascender's Bane counts towards your 5 cards. Don't really like a boss swap when there's a forced elite, so it's either a card remove or a transform, or a common relic for me. I'm gonna go card remove. I think defect is one of the card remove characters. And I'm gonna go with this path. Shape up for an early elite here, remove another card at the shop. Can maybe go this way. We'll mark that in red. Maybe. Maybe. Also, you'll have to forgive me a bit on this run. I just spent 2.5 hours explaining every single bit I could think of on Silent. I'm going to be a little bit more reserved commentary-wise, probably, on this run. But do feel free to ask questions, as ever, about any decision or macro-level thinking as we go through our run here on A20. What a set of 3 options. I think Sunder might be the best attack card for Defect in Act 1. Bar none. I usually consider it to be either Streamline or Sunder that you take. You don't want both. What does Niao mean? Niao is the giant whale-like creature at the start of the Spire. This big, gray, multi-eyed being that gives you a choice of boons. This is the creature that is constantly resurrecting you from death every time you die and forcing your character, the Defect, Watcher, Silent, or Ironclad, to eternally combat the Spire. How do I decide which color socks to wear? Usually it's random. Whatever's on top of the sock pile, you know? The bliplet. Actually do have a cuboid cubby for my socks. Works out all right. Why play Zap and not dual cast on turn 1 there? So, Zap is 3 damage per turn, whereas dual cast is 16 damage up front and then minus 3 damage per turn. So in terms of Zap versus dual cast, it's a 6 damage per turn difference, right? We either have 0 lightning orbs or we have 2, since you're not advocating for Oh, I forgot to take my Sunder? Oh no. I definitely meant to take that Sunder. What happened? Anyway, it's a question of how many turns the fight goes, right? If the fight is going to last for 3 or more additional turns, then the Zap is better than the dual cast, whereas the dual cast will be better if it's 3 or less turns. Jawworm fight for defect should be a 4 or 5 turn affair, so I figured Zap over dual cast for that reason. Yeah, we don't need it, right? I'll just play with the challenge modifier. It is A-okay. Dual cast Zap wasn't lethal there, right? I thought I did the math, but I might not have successfully done it. That's okay, we're just going with the claw deck anyway. Easy. Okay. Claw is the law. And the law is on our side. Even if Sunder isn't. The law is. Oh boy. Dual cast and pray? Well, praying has failed. Alrighty then. Yeah, sure would be nice to have a Sunder here. But unfortunately that card's illegal. Nobody's allowed to have Sunder. Play this first. 3 and 4, perfect. Okay. We have survived. Cost us a lot of health, but we're alive. Double beam cell. Should probably take a sweeping beam, since we didn't take the Sunder. Claw is the law. Program? No way. Keep moving cards. Do I ever remove, say, Zap here? Or dual cast? Let's remove dual cast at this point. Feel like we're headed in a direction where that's not going to be too useful. And we're doing what? We're upgrading the sweeping beam or maybe the beam cell? Probably the sweeping beam. Good luck to us. Aha! I thought so. I thought so. Alright, these nerds first shouldn't be too bad. Probably going to want... Oh, that's a really bad Distilled Chaos, huh? Trouble. It's a tragically bad Distilled Chaos. I'm not going to bother. As long as we can win this fight, everything will be fine. Alright, it's time. Easy. Good work, Distilled Chaos. You did it. Barely living, that's good enough. 5 health is fine here. Just as long as we're not dead, then all is well. Good. Is it waffle time or is it shovel time? Claw Cool-Headed is one of my favorite combos. Tempting to take an Algo this early, but I love this Cool-Headed. Gremlin Knob with 5 health, huh? I'm out of here. No, thank you. Okay, starting Dark Orb, that's good. And it's sleeping time. Alright. This is going a little better. I would actually take a Compiler for now. Yeah, with no dual cast, sadly. That's fine. It still does stuff. Like, look at it here. It's doing amazing things. It says 18. That's a big number. But why, though? Dear Spire, why do you despise me? Like, really, really deeply, apparently? Good lord. Bottom card. Defend Cool-Headed or double defend? We should be able to kill next turn. In what universe is that true? No universe. Uh-oh. Good enough. Alright. We're still alive, and it'll have to do. Can't afford a boot sequence right now. It's a real bummer. I have to beat Hexaghost. That's also a real bummer. Can't justify any of these cards. But we are going to rest, I suppose. 11 health Lagavulin's not going to work out. 11 health Gremlin Knob also not going to work out. Dang. Is Gremlin Knob? At least we drew Zap turn 1. But I don't think it matters much. About the Zap, that is. I'm being attacked for 24 and I have 24 health. So by defend we live on 1. By Cool-Headed, we don't. I see. A Zap draw would be an out. If we draw a Zap, we win. I don't really want to rest a third time going into Hexaghost, but I might not get a choice here. Fine. Would have won. Yeah, we would have bricked. At least we get a card reward. And a Seek. Okay. I'll take it. And to think what shape we could have been in. If only I'd clicked on Sunder successfully. We need this Bell Lightning to actually beat Hexaghost. but I don't like it. Per turn, 4 per turn. Probably means it's better to strike. Okay, we should use this now. Might be able to get there. Next turn looks a little bad, though. We drew 3 blocks this turn. It's pretty bad. Yeah, just die. Alright, with different draw order, we might have been able to win that fight, but ultimately, that was not how Act 1 is supposed to go. And that's alright. We at least got our starting choice back, so I can click the boss swap button. Start with a fusion hammer. Means we won't be able to upgrade cards, but we do get more energy per turn. That can be a pretty fun way to play as Defect. Means it's actually better to go early elites and heal off the rest sites. Maybe we'll do something like this. Do I consider the 4 characters balanced? Yes. Yes, they're remarkably well balanced against both the game and, for the most part, each other. It's not perfect by any means, but it's actually pretty dang close. And yeah, that's even Watcher. Even Watcher. Like, there's a lot of memes and commentary from the community, but she's not that much stronger than the other characters. 10 to 15% stronger, which just ends up looking, because of the way that Spire is such an incremental game, it ends up being a dominating performance. But that's all she is, 10 to 15% better. Early chill is intriguing. Problem is the Fusion Hammer kind of locks out some of our best builds we can go for. Let's just grab another Cold Snap, or a Cold Snap. Starting to get us well equipped for the early elites here, at least. Still haven't found any potions, though. Oof. Okay, there's potions. Not about this streamline, but I am about going powers here. Storm is intriguing. Takes a while to pay off with Storm, though, is the thing. Let's grab the other power first. White Noise is a random power. Could be a Storm, but could also be Echo Form, Creative AI, or so many other things. Generally, it's quite consistently useful. And we'll lose our first strike here. I immediately regret losing a strike. Good lord, what is this gremlin layout? 2 sneakies and a wizard. Lure 5. Alright, let's chug the brew. What do we got? Double ancient potion? Oh no. Well, that's not gonna cut it. What is happening today? Oh no. I think we're about to get wizarded. But I'm not sure. Streamline might have saved this. There's no choice but to play them all. Have to kill the wizard second? I don't even know if we're gonna get there. Was it wizard first? I think it was wizard first. Dual cast saved me. Nope. It sure didn't. Even if I get a buffer off white noise, I can't do much. That's funny. Well, what do you got? Creative AL. Alright. Take me out of my misery, then. There was no way you were going to get through that gremlin fight with those cards. I'm actually really curious. What did we even see? Cool-headed Turbo Fusion. Cold Snap, Go for the Eyes, Chill. Holy crap. I'm going to run that back real quick. That is extra scary. On the same seed, that is. So even knowing that that's coming, can I do anything about it? That was absolutely wild. Let's just take 1 health combats. We'll have our starting relic here. I just want to go into that fight again with full health and see what happens. Yeah, take cool-headed here, right? Not turbo or fusion. Chill could work here. Let's try chill and streamline, see how that goes. This Entropic Brew is such a troll. And let's remove a defend. Improve our odds too. So then this still happens. How much damage do we take in this fight? That's the question. Still double Ancient Potion. So what's the way to not absolutely get destroyed here? I can't kill a Sneaky on turn 1 with his hand without relying on the Lightning Orb. That's pretty wild. Which I think we just need to focus on the Wizard then. Like strike, strike, defend, take 20 on turn 1? That's our play? Like, that's a horrible play. It might even be strike, strike, zap for more total damage. Then take 25? Really all depends on what we draw next turn. Let's try the strike, strike, zap line. I think that is probably just perhaps ideal. Focus entirely on offense here. Hit the wizard one time. We draw chill but not streamline. Terrifying. Alright, where do the lightning orbs hit? Those two. And then streamline next turn. So you strike this one. Lock fully. Okay, and then you're fine from there. But that's still a take 25. Actually, more than that, because we'll take one more this turn. 26 damage, Gremlin Gang, even knowing it's coming. Actually, no. 27 damage, Gremlin Gang. Even knowing it's coming. That's spooky, man. And you get an attack potion and some stuff from there. Okay. I just needed to know. That's what we call a low roll. That's a really, really tough start. One in 1,000 maybe? For something like this? Yikes. Just absolute yikes. Well, no shame in losing that. Good lord. Alright, one more try. Wait, we're on the wrong, hold on. Not the right save file. There we go. Yeah, the comically bad entropic brew. Pretty hard to snipe anything here. Two elites max? No, there is a 3 elite path, but it's pretty tricky. Yeah, no snipes available. Okay, 7 max health. It's a boring bonus, but it's not bad. Be not tricked. Boring and bad are different things. So where's the path here? Probably go for the Burning Elite. Given how late it is in Act 1, this is almost always a freebie. If it's right before the boss, you have so much time to prepare for it. There's no shop Act 1, I'm okay with that. Burn says, did I play the explain video on Ascension 5 so there's less chance to die? That's part of it. I also want the explain video to be a sort of best practices video showing some consistent ways to win. And on Ascension 20, sometimes getting a heart win requires doing something very unusual or very broken. And that's not actually necessarily what an average player trying to figure out the game for the first time really wants to do. First floor Hello World, huh? Nah, let's go first floor Charged Battery. I like this card quite a bit. Block and next turn energy. It doesn't decay like the block does on the Steam Barrier. What happened to the Forgotten Sunder run? Hexaghost got us, ultimately. After we limped through the act without upgrading anything. But ultimately very easy to see how... Alright, I'll take Streamline this time. Easy to see how taking the Sunder would have changed literally everything about that run. Excuse you, Jawworm. I picked a block card so this wouldn't happen. Get out of here. I'm not going to waste my colorless potion here, but I am going to be annoyed by it. Stinky worm. I don't trust you. Move, transform, upgrade. Let's transform a strike. We'll gamble here a bit. Get a Sunder, it's back. Welcome back, Sunder. I'm sorry I forgot you, my child. But I'm glad you've returned. Streamline here, dual cast here. Take a gopher. Gopher the eyes. Free attack that also weakens foes sometime. Pretty good. Aggregate for energy generation is intriguing. Not my first pick, but certainly not my last either. We get strong enough to go double elites? No, because we need to upgrade Sunder here. I think too early for aggregate. We'll be upgrading Sunder and not Streamline. Probably not playing Streamline a whole lot, is my guess. Let's give up our max health. He's fine. He's fine. Might use the Blessing of the Forge on the Streamline next turn, though. Hmm. 16 plus 29. It's 45. Brings it up to 7 health. We only get 1 draw. Probably means I use the colorless potion next turn. Yeah. Secret technique. Deep breath draws 1. None of that really helps here, does it? Deep breath could draw a kill. Only Sunder would kill, though. So it's pretty low odds, unfortunately. I guess Magnetism gives me a chance to get 20 gold next turn. That's not very helpful. Let's take the Magnetism. But I won't be happy about it. Alright. Fortunately, fake potion. That's okay. Streamline, scrape, recursion. These all feel pretty skippable to me. Would have drawn it. That's not how Deep Breath works. But yes, sure. Ooh, Bag of Prep. One of my favorite relics on the Defect. 2 more cards on turn 1 makes up for Defect's arguably most vulnerable turn. The turn where you're most likely to take damage from enemies. So again, we're offered Zap versus Dual Cast. I think our main goal here is get this fool below 32 health. And Dual Cast will do that, so we definitely want to play Dual Cast over Zap here. So that Sunder just kills him. Guess I could have played 1 strike. Did have energy there. Core Surge early. Damage and Artifact. Artifact very, very useful on Defect. Also pretty good card with Pen Nib, just high base damage. And let's lose this skill potion for 2 random potions. We're now very well equipped for this Burning Elite, so let's path towards it. Get another bonus relic here. Preserved Insects. Okay. These are some relics I strongly correlate with victorious Defect runs. So I think we're in good shape here. Bag of Prep notably drawing Sunder and preventing this turn from being nearly as bad as it would be otherwise. It's still kind of bad. Squish you. Defend, Zap. Strike, go for the eyes? Yeah. They both reduce damage by 2. Doesn't matter who I go for the eyes. FTL's good with the Pen Nib? Do we want a Storm? I don't know. Hey, look, 2 Ancient Potions. Yeah. Stack's a card I don't take very much, but it's actually not that bad. Block based on the number of cards in the discard pile. Pretty good against Slime Boss, notably, who floods your discard pile with statuses. But I'm taking the FTL. Self-repair would be good, it's true. But also, I think, a little unnecessary here. Do I care about the Go for the Eyes upgrade right now? I mean, it's a really good upgrade in general. Let's get it. Anything I need immediately upgraded can be upgraded with Blessing of the Forge. They are completely normal-sized sentries. They have minus health and plus health, such that all of them rolled in, well, base sentry health range. Pretty funny. You do Strike, Strike, Core Surge, 12 plus 22, 34 damage, not enough to kill. With the Blessing of the Forge, we can kill one of them this turn. Let's do it. 29 is exactly Strike Streamline. We can go Core Surge Streamline. And that leaves the Pen Nib ready. So Sunder will be Pen Nibbed and super duper kill one of them. Seems pretty good too. So forget the Core Surge. Do that. There it is. Ba-bonk. Excellent elite fight. Score a Regal Pillow and Skim, Scraper, Aggregate. Skim looking like a really good way to draw a bunch of cards. I'm thinking we might want to upgrade our Zap to be free. Could also consider upgrading the Skim or maybe our Charged Battery as well. I really like Skim as a defect card. Take the card draw first, then the energy gain. It's my usual philosophy. So now we can pick up a Turbo or an Aggregate and feel comfortable with it. Yeah, the upgraded draw really makes me want to get the Zap, or the additional draw really makes me want to get the Zap upgraded. I'm not too nervous about Slime Boss with the Pen Nib, Bag of Prep, and 29 health and a Entropic Brew. I guess we could drink the Entropic Brew to see what's inside, give me a better idea of what I need to do here. But I think I'm just upgrading the Zap. Isn't Skim less good with the Sunder? For the moment, true. But as soon as we get 4 energy, then it'll be great. Hello, music. We're in okay shape here. Could actually play the Streamline for the long-term value, but we need to make sure we KO Slime Boss by turn 3 here. Pen Nib the Core Surge, that looks pretty good. Core Surge, then FTL, then Skim. Draw the Streamline, of course. Get him, 3 Lightning Orbs. Get him, Sunder. Ooh, next turn looks spooky. See, I can't remember. Can you attack twice in a row? Other moves can't be used 3 times in a row. Flame Tackle can't be used 3 times in a row. Okay. So both of them could attack next turn. I think this is Drink the Entropic Brew moment. Okay, Liquid Memories. Perfect. Let's go ahead and use that to get out of this situation. We Sunder, Liquid Memories, Sunder. Kill one. Block the other one. Might as well kill the one that's adding wounds, or slimes. And 1 Ancient Potion. That's right. 42 minus 9 equals 33. That doesn't split. Neither does 29. I'm immune to your nonsense. And you're dead. GG. Alright, we've successfully made it out of Act 1. And look at that. Bias Cog, Core Surge. Where's the Frost at? Let's go. Yoink. Choker, Hammer, Ecto. It's not Ecto with Golden Idol. Hammer Regal Pillow is reasonable. Not being able to upgrade Bias Cog makes me sad, though. I'm reasonably okay with a Velvet Choker here. Defect Velvet Choker can be pretty effective, especially if you've got good focus, and we do. Makes us less likely to want to add things like multiple seeks, but I guess that's true of the fusion hammer as well. Alright, I'll take a choker. Let's see if we can do it. That's a stinky act layout, unfortunately. There's a monopoly on shops here. If we want to go to a shop and we have 400 gold, so we kind of do, then we can only fight one elite, which is maybe for the better anyway. We're fighting Collector. Ugh. Of course. Fools. What's the play here? Need to ensure my money is not robbed from me. Ugh. Yeah. So if I play this, I take all the damage? No, I can't take all the damage. Let's do this. Yeah. Nibs on 8. These are crap. Alright, what do you got for me, store? Meal ticket looking pretty good right now, sadly. And then just go to the other store? That's sad. Well, we have to go to another store, actually, so this is a guaranteed 15 hit point heal. That's not sad, that's good. That's just good. And we can remove a strike. Here and in the next store, too. Multi-removes are good. Oh yeah, and a cool-headed, our first Frost Orb. That's a must. Alright. I'd buy a block potion if I felt like I could handle it, but we'll buy at the next shop. Sounds good to me. Apparitions. Not today. Not with Choker. No to this too. Cool-headed Sunder? Cool-headed Sunder. Could have Ancient Potioned that debuff if I wanted to. Probably should have, looking at the draw pile here. Seems particularly bad. Oof. Perhaps should have considered playing Biased on turn 1. Alright, well that'll keep us alive in the short term at least. Compile's okay, I don't like it much with Choker though. So many unupgraded commons being offered. Meteor Strike is a no-no. Capacitor is nice for where we want this deck to go, but right now we lack the orb generation to actually use it, so I think it's just a detriment. Card removal or a potion, not both. I'll just go with the card remove. And if we're fighting 3 slavers, I might just bail out immediately. We'll see. Yeah. That's not too bad, actually. Turn 1 damage is immense. We do get to rest. This is our only elite. Okay, we'll fight him. We'll fight him. Resurge you. Actually, hard to tell who to hit with that. Aha. You can Pennib the Sunder to kill anyone. So I could kill the middle one, but we need to make sure you die, so... What am I doing here? 4+5, can't... I Pennib any other card, but can't kill him, so we'll Sunder you. Pennib the... FTL, I guess? Kinda sad. Actually, we could become vulnerable, right? We'll just block that. So we kill this one with Pennib Sunder. Kill you next turn. Yeah, that's better. That makes more sense. Of course, if we get choked there with 2 energy left, bit of a shame. Wait, why am I... Oh, because I played the bias. I'm a fool. Ah, why did I do that? Damn it. We're still good, though. All good. It's not going to be a Meteor Strike, unfortunately. Can't really abuse that with the Choker. Maybe if we'd taken the Fusion Hammer. Then it'd be a Meteor Strike Dummer. Just gonna play the bias here. For the block. And then we can block the vulnerable. Let's push it here. Of course. Pennib Sunder will kill next turn. Actually, regular Sunder will kill next turn. I'll take it. Duplication Pot's not bad. White Noise, unfortunately, is 2 cards in 1. Yet another thing that doesn't work well with the Choker. Turns out there's a lot of things like that. And this was just a fight anyway. Of course. Why would it be anything else? $24. So this will not kill it, unfortunately. Now it will. One more cool-headed. We still need more ways to get Frost Orbs. Card draw is good, too. I would take a Glacier. I would also take a Cold Snap or Chill, perhaps. Gotta play that to force the Mystic to heal next turn. Although I don't like using the Pennib in that way. But maybe would have been better to just Pennib the Sunder here. Oh dear, they both attacked. Well, that's not good. Alright, 30 block, so we're there. No prob. Cease your relentless assault, please. Thank you. How do I handle any amount of tilt while streaming and maintaining personality? I do my best to avoid tilt. I do that by the way that I play the game. I do that with my own approach, my mindset, and my attitude as well. It's a one-player computer game. The only way that I can get angry is if I somehow... I don't know, I'm interacting with randomly generated stuff here. And I really don't feel like there should be any recipe of random generation plus me alone in a room that should equal getting angry. Even if I do lose at the video game. It's just a video game. I don't have a lot of personal stake in the outcome here. I'm just looking for a way to have fun. I guess keeping it low stakes is part of avoiding tilts. I'm not so invested in the runs that I need one outcome or another. We do draw the Sunder, huh? Shoot. That's not what I wanted to see there, but that's okay. Okay, deck is performing actually pretty well now. 3 cool headeds made a big difference, looks like, in what we needed here. Bop. Yeah, you just kind of have to be able to roll with the punches and accept that things happen. Sometimes you can't control them, and that's okay. Yeah, our audio is glitching out a little bit. I'd have to reboot Spire to fix it. But we are occasionally losing sound effects like lightning strikes and such. Do apologize for that. Let's see, for Collector, what's the plan here? Do I need to use the Essence of Darkness in this fight? Is that a mod thing? No, that's unfortunately Vanilla Spire. You play too quickly, you will break the audio. This needs to get played. Okay, we'll play the cool-headed. Son of a gun. That's bad. Guess I should have thought about that specific outcome. It's bad. Can you block? And I am going to use the Essence of Darkness here. 3 Dark Orbs. I think we need some help. There we go. Okay, we drew this early again, at least. All good. All good. Sure. Let's dish out the damage there. Cute. Very cute. Charge battery. So we haven't done much damage to Collector. We're going to have to kind of rely on the orbs for that here. Thankfully, the orbs should make it fairly easy for us to survive these debuff turns, especially with Collector continually weakened. But our ability to do damage is not that great, alas. cast that. Actually, keep it around. It'll do more damage that way. So we get new minions. We'll only have to deal with one turn of being really, really debuffed. Seems good. So as long as we can survive this turn, which it looks like we might not, then we're good. Might be the only right play. I'm not going to dupe pot the FTL, even if it is the right play. Might have been the right play. Are we dead? Let's see, incoming damage 59. We've got 29 plus 14 plus 9. Which is 52. Looks like we're dead. Oh, wait, we get 3 more, actually. Plus 55. Still dead, though. 58 with a dupe block pot. Even theoretically, I can't kill a minion. Unfortunately, duping Streamline it's only 11 damage, so it doesn't kill anybody. At all. Not even close. Like, dupe, Streamline, and both Lightning Orbs hitting the same minion doesn't kill it. That's sad. How about... what if I double zap and it all hits one minion? Let's try that. Oh, by the way, if we dupe zap, we can't play all 3 defends and the Streamline. GG. Looks like we died a Collector after all, not quite able to get through with a Velvet Choker. Tough, but fair. Tough, but fair. Sometimes the defect really do be like that. That's okay. GG. Alright, we're going to keep going with the defect, but I am going to take another quick break before we try again. Speaking of avoiding tilts, sometimes it is that we end up losing on the same character repeatedly with this format. And being able to accept results and not become frustrated is key to that. Sometimes that means walking away from the game for a little bit, or changing what we're doing. You feel that rage boiling up inside you, it's time to do something else, rather than try to vent it on the game, or worse, vent your rage on yourself or those nearby. Don't do that. Oh yeah, we need to restart to fix the audio, so thank you for the reminder on that. Let's do that real quick before we take a break. Excellent idea. Make a nice cup of tea. Yeah, I'm going to do that, actually. Get me some peppermint. I do like me some tea. Any potato today? We'll be playing Moonbreaker later in the stream. We should also switch back to our main, get our overlay back. Here we are. So just 3 failures? That's not too bad. Surely we'll get it on this one. Surely. Here's a link to Moonbreaker. Essentially a 1v1... I guess I would call it a micro turn-based strategy game. Like playing a tabletop war game against a friend in quick fashion. Maybe that's what we were missing. We didn't have the overlay correct for the Spire stream. You will win, but stop calling me Shirley. Show us the Niao options before break? Sure, we can do that. Please feel free to speculate on what the right pick might be amongst these choices. Here's the map for you as well, real quick. Not a forced elite. Could do quite a few elites. Looks like a pretty good map layout overall, and slime boss at the end. Here's your choices. I'll be back in a bit. Don't go nowhere, folks. Alrighty, folks, we're back. Actually, let's stand up, too. Rise with me. Rise, my Twitch chat. It's time for some stand-up. So, of our starting options, let's see. Early store is an option, but it's definitely not required. Personally here, I'd either be choosing the rare card or the boss relic. Going into Slime Boss, be looking for a Hyper Beam or an Electrodynamics early. But I'd also be okay with Vision or Seek or Machine Learning. Actually, there's quite a few rares I'm pretty happy with. I'll take a rare card to start. We haven't done that in a while. These are not the ones I wanted, but I guess Floor 1 Echo Form will suffice. It's a big expensive card that says we get to double the first card we play each turn. That's a mighty powerful effect, if only you can afford to play it. All of them being 3 costs here. I think Echo Form has the most immediate utility, but still a bit cumbersome. We'll want to look for energy-generating cards to make it a bit easier to play. We'll probably also not want to go too heavy with the elites early on, because we didn't get a card that we can use to kill them. So, maybe go this way. Or we could go upgrade heavier, avoid the early elites, because the Echo Form is pretty bad. Just do 1 elite. See how that goes. Perhaps fewer elites was the real thing we needed to do the whole time. Familiar looking cards. Probably want to go first floor, go for the eyes here. Cool-headed drawing into Echo Form will be a problem. Although I like the card draw in general. Without energy generation, it's just going to be awkward. And an early remove transform upgrade. Let's transform one of our strikes here. Try to find something a bit higher quality. Or energy generator. We get a claw. That's higher quality, let's say. Yeah, let's use that term. Swap is super doable on defect. Yeah, swap even might be objectively correct on defect. What on earth? Hello? But why? I'm a reprogram deck now. Apparently. It's actually pretty good with Echo Form, truly. And because we have 2 0-cost attacks, is why I chose to take it there. I think it's got utility to it. Wow, just failure. It's a poor deck. And one more go for the eyes to go with reprogram. I actually really like it. I like it a lot. So the idea here is we upgrade the reprogram, we remove zap and dual cast, and then we scale the heck out of our strength and dex in fights. I have no idea if this is going to work for this run. It's awfully early to do this. We'd like to, from here, see cards like Hologram. Don't have very many good upgrades, actually, so sure. Sure. We'll upgrade one of the two, go for the eyes. I wonder if it's defend upgrade, actually. Yeah, it's really tough to make your whole game plan in Act 1, generally speaking. Sure, I think we need help right now. So getting these upgraded will definitely help. Damage is a little bit better, but still pretty weak. Combat or not combat? Combat seemed to be correct here. We want another potion. We'd like more money. I'm thinking we're going to go this way, but I'm not sure. Might end up going this way instead. Let's see here. Please don't do that. Convenient. Thanks for the free turn, nerds. Fools. 885 is equal to 21. So we double reprogram here, huh? Oh, we can do 887, though. You're right. Yes, we can kill one. Aha. The brilliance. That 11 twice? That was. Interesting. Algo? Algo with Echo Form? Seems amazing. Although it won't be very good immediately. Doesn't matter. Very unlikely I get to play Echo Form in this fight. Very, very unlikely. I guess if he goes for the Entangle, I can do it. Otherwise, not gonna happen. Dual cast is 12, minus 1 per turn. That should be more than the strike is. Get rid of that Lightning Orb. Yeah, we have to block here. Still hurts a lot, actually. Ow. Could also use the Smoke Bomb here. Just play the algorithm and leave. Saves me 11 health. We lose the card reward and the money. Really can't go this way. If I take 10 here, though. Take 11 here. So, what am I doing here? Yeah, the upgrade's not that valuable. Okay, I'm going to algorithm Smoke Bomb. And go to the shop, where we can remove one of our... Ooh, Anchor. Second copy of Reprogram is here. That's also intriguing. 2 reprograms is definitely better than 1. But Beam Cell. Spoon with algorithm, man, that could be something. Echo Form algorithm spoon. Add calipers and I'm sold. But yeah, it doesn't really seem like it gets me out of this act very well. Which is more what I'm looking to do here. Let's lose the zap first. We can always dual cast for meaningful damage at least one time. And then, is it Beam Cell or Reprogram? We didn't fight an elite yet, so this could be anybody. Why I am your favorite streamer? Because of my terrible, terrible jokes? That's why I'm my own favorite streamer. Beam cell does seem pretty important. And that means I can buy a potion. That's actually huge, right? Yeah, that is huge. I think it's correct to take one here. This is also a fight we should be very unable to play Echo Form in. Actually, it's Sweeping Beam. Don't be fooled by the electrodynamics. With the reprogrammed, Sweeping Beam is the better AoE card. That's funny. Sweeping Beam over electrodynamics. How often does that happen? Turbo could help me play the Echo form, but it's not going to get me through Slime Boss. And look at that. The 3 sentries. I'm actually just going to eat... It's only even 5 damage turn 1 here to play the Echo form. We can Liquid Memory something if we need to. Aha. So we can double reprogram here. I mean, Sweeping Beam is now 10 to all enemies. That's a bit better. And we're unfortunately a little low on health here. We could either Liquid Memories the beam or Liquid Memory... Actually, if I Liquid Memories the beam, we just die, right? We're currently dead on board. So we have to Liquid Memories block card. Reasonable. Very reasonable. Probably rest before Slime Boss, as much as I'd like to upgrade the beam. I will play this twice, though. This I can get away with. Hopefully. Could end up dead here if I draw no useful defense. I maybe should have more strongly considered hitting this one. Let's see, what can we do here? This does 4. This would be 7 plus 7 plus 15. That's 29. Yeah, that's 29, right? That's 29. Easy. Get him. Wing Boots. That'll be useful in future acts, allowing us to teleport around. If we want a better block, here's Leap. For a better block. Just another block against Slime Boss. Actually feels kind of important. Just have another card for that fight. I'm going to take it. And as much as I'd like to upgrade here, we pretty much have to rest for a bit of health going into Slime Boss. Still not even enough to tank the Slime Crush, so that will continue to be a problem for us. It's about as free as Echo Form's going to get here. Good luck. Looks like we can block it. That'll have to do. Get 9 plus 11, 20 block, block 30, take 8. I accept it. And I think it might be time for the Fear Potion. Is there a reason we didn't use the potion? Yes, so that we can use it now. We do a 15 plus 13. Brings it to 81. Yeah, let's do that. And then we probably want to double Sweeping Beam this turn. Draw 2 cards. Then I can strike and play one more damaging card we draw. There's only 2 in the draw pile. Well, actually, no, there's 4 in the draw pile. Or I can play a Slimes. The idea is to get the Slime boss's health as low as possible here. Nice. 22 is pretty good. Pretty good indeed. Easy. Alright, we made it out of Act 1. Get our Fear Potion back. We're offered Reboot, Fission, or Multicast. Reboot seems pretty good in this kind of deck. Fission's no good because we're not channeling any orbs. Same with Multicast, so it's Reboot or nothing. This deck does slap once it gets set up. It's really all about that Echo form initially, which is pretty difficult. And I was wondering, we do get a Pyramid. This is going to be a deck that really likes a Pyramid. We no longer discard our hand at the end of turn. That lets us line up our most effective cards to be doubled. It lets us ensure the Go for the Eyes are always weakening foes. It's good. Pyramid would give us good reason to upgrade the Echo form so that we can wait for an opportune moment to play it. Ekin says, is it too late now to move away from a focus-losing deck? No, actually, it's not. But I think we can perform pretty well by leaning into what we're doing. Note that Empty Cage would also be pretty good here. Dunk, Strike, and Dual Cast, and the deck gets a lot better. But I think the Pyramid will be much more consistent. With the Wing Boots, we should be able to get through the act almost no matter what here. Question is, how do we fare against the elites of the act? I'm guessing not all that well. But we sure could visit a lot of rest sites. Upgrade Beam Cell, upgrade Sweeping Beam, upgrade Reboot would be my first 3 priorities. Remove Dual Cast, also up there on the list. We could instead opt to fight many, many elites, but I don't know that we're there. Do not know that we can do that. Card removal should cost $100, right? How do I feel about fights? I think our turn 1s are going to be pretty bad. Let's not take too many combats. We'll start with something like this. What cards are we looking for? Another copy of Claw would be okay. Hologram is a big one. Rebound's okay. Boot Sequence would be really nice. Recycle would be pretty good. Hyper Beam. Turbo. Yeah, these are all very good cards. That's true. But consider our turn 1. Let's hope Reboot can get me a Go for the Eyes here. Please? That'll do, actually. That's pretty hype. It's going to be really hard to Echo form in this fight. So I don't think we're going to get to double the algo. I think I'm going to play Reprogram an Algorithm. Just play that one time. Aww. Slightly wrong order there. If we played the Go for the Eyes last, we could have removed 1 more plated armor, but not a big deal. So we have to take a little damage here. And then our frailty is worn off. Okay, not bad. Not bad at all. Took very little damage there. With minus focus, cool-headed is alas no good. All three of these are orb-related cards, so they're not too useful for us. Halt! Today's the day I must settle the score with the murderer of my beloved pet Noodles. Cannot resist a Noodles. Ramen or spaghetti? That's the question, though. For Noodles. The Nemesis was slain. We win the bet. Unsure what to think, we grab our winnings and leave. Fighting for a just cause rewarded. Now we're rich and the shop is going to be good stuff, except somebody heard that we made a killing at the track race, and now they're here to take our money. What do we do? I think we block. That's what we do. Reboot hits the Echo form. That's okay. I like Reboot because after rebooting, we get to keep the cards in our hands. This is also a fight where we won't be playing the Echo form, probably. Rather than playing Beam Cell, Go for the Eyes this turn, let's keep them so that we can do more damage next turn. With a better time vulnerable here. You. Although we actually want to kill your friend first. Such trouble. Let's go Beam Cell here. Hit them both. Claw you. Need to be weakened. And I'd have to double block. No, we'll take a little bit here and strike one time. Make sure this guy dies next turn. The back one dies 2 turns from now. Easier said than done. Unfortunately. And we'd rather have this next turn for Beam Cell. Good. This is a kill, right? We do 13, 12... Yeah, that's plenty. Okay, good fight. Take my money back. Steam Barrier is very good with Pyramid and such. What about Fusion, though? Channel a Plasma Orb. 1 energy every turn. With an upgrade, the Fusion only takes 1 turn to pay off. That's pretty good. We can absolutely upgrade the Fusion. 100% we can do it with Wing Boots. We can do some fancy footwork here and get a ton of upgrades sacked, which I'm strongly considering doing. Okay, let's do it. Let's take this Fusion and commit to upgrading it. And let's check out the store, which has a gambling chip. Ooh, that's good. There's also Souvenir, which would block the first debuff each combat. Mostly that just blocks our program. Or instead of upgrading Fusion, we could buy Enlightenment. Huh. That'd be weird. Charge battery's not bad either. Problem is, if I buy the gambling chip, I can't remove dual cast. If we didn't have the starting relic, dual cast and the fusion would actually be good together. Are we getting another shop leader? Yes. Okay, so let's remove the dual cast. I think that's all I got. Let's remove the dual cast. Ooh, and let's upgrade that fusion. That's even more upgrades than I thought we were going to get. Upgrade fusion. Is it time to upgrade Echo Form? Yes, because now the fusion's upgraded, this is a good upgrade. Although we want to upgrade Beam Cell and probably reboot first. There's some other important upgrades. And then we're going to fight this elite, which is the Book of Stabbing. And I drew Echo Form and reboot turn 1, but we're also being attacked for 24 on turn 1. I think we just have to eat this damage. Should be the only damage we take this fight, though. Oh, good. 18. That's better. Okay, so this will be 5 times 3. Since I think the line is double fusion. Go for the eyes, leap defend. Take one more. And now we have 5 energy per turn to work with. Unfortunately, the reprogram was on the bottom. That's kind of awkward. So we only get to play it once and shuffle without doing it, or we can double it next turn. I think I'd rather play it now. Yeah, reprogram overslept. No kidding. Got Claw. Actually play the Strength Plus twice? No, the Claw twice. Oh, and I have to play this once. Didn't think that through. It's still fine. $11, 11, 9 is a full block. Let's do that. Okay, that was super worth it, taking the damage on turn 1. Get Orichalcum, that'll help me play the Echo Form. And another Sweeping Beam if we want another source of area damage, which we're fighting Champ. Never mind. If I was fighting Collector, I'd take that. Look at the Barrage, though. Actually, with the Fusion, Barrage could hit pretty hard. Problem is, it's a lot of setup before it starts to do any damage. Not as afraid of this elite with the Fire Potion. We're going to go this way. That's my intended here. Probably rest at one of these 2 fires, fight this elite. No chance it bites. The health is good, though. Genuinely, that's a lot of healing right now. It's our only healing relic. I'll take it. And yeah, we're going to upgrade Echo Form so that we cannot fail to play it now. Well, well, well. Love this store. I know exactly what I'm buying, but let's look at all the options real quick. There is another algorithm here, permanently scaling our block. With Fusion to generate energy and Reprogram to generate dexterity, the Reinforced Body is really good. Discovery can do some pretty fun things. Abacus says, whenever we shuffle the draw pile, gain 6 block. Notably, that's 6 block when we play Reboot, too. Could get healing from Eternal Feather. Card removal is here. Lots of good stuff. My personal pick here, Abacus, Reinforced Body, card remove. Almost need these strikes. Almost. We should add another attack pretty soon. And then I am going to rest just for safety. Just for safety. So we can get another relic from this elite. Gremlin Leader. Looks like a Fire Potion the Fat Gremlin situation to me. keep this to double it, or... Yeah, let's keep it to double it. Take a little bit. Play that too, might as well. Gotta kill this wizard by turn 3. That's next turn now. Keep this reboot for after we draw the Echo Form, looks like. Looks like. Or in case we need to next turn for any reason. Can't quite kill the wizard and play the Echo Form, but that's why we upgraded Echo Form. Ooh, actually. Next turn's going to be pretty bad if I don't have Echo Form in play. Which makes me want to do Echo Form, go for the eyes, reboot. That has a chance of bricking, though, and if I brick, I'm in, like, so much trouble. 12 block from Abacus next turn? Oh, that's true. Okay, we should be fine. Just don't brick. Easy. Keep the go for the eyes in hand, because Grim Leader will attack. We have that one, though. Being frail's bad. But what can you do? What can you do? (24 plus 10, 34 block required. Guess I'll do this. Might want to remove a defend next. Feels like we got too many of them. That's cute. Check this out. Nice attack, nerd. Meat on the bone. Well, now it looks a little silly to have the blood vial, doesn't it? Double reinforced body? Sure. Now we definitely remove defense. We're a little bit block heavy for the moment, but that's not going to stop us from beating Champ. Easily. Easily beating Champ. Okay. Also like that I can make the reinforced bodies leave my hand if I need to. By just playing them for 0. Hello, Fusion? Fusion, hello. You be weak. Still gonna make it pretty difficult to play the Echo Form here, but I continue to think that we can do it. It's possible, I tell you. Without taking damage? Seems difficult. Take 4. Let's just do that. Too lazy. Sunder's kind of reasonable, actually. We'd really like that for the later game. It's really good with Beam Cell. Really good with Pyramid, too. And we're a little short on attack, so I'm going to pick that up. Against Champ, we can get an upgrade in here. We can upgrade a Sunder or a Sweeping Beam. I guess I'll upgrade the Sunder. If we're going to use it as our doubled Echo Form card, it might as well hit really hard. Turn 1 Echo Form is really all we need here. Now our plan is simply play Reprogram twice every time we draw it. We can scale the Claw too, but that's not as important. As simply playing this. Oh, and getting the fusion down is important too. That way we can play enough cards each turn to draw stuff. Let's get this out of my deck. Where we're going, we don't need algorithms. Bring him close to half health, but not quite there. Doubling one more reprogram ought to do it. There it is. And now no one can stop us, for we are too powerful. Trophies of Light, thanks for 22 months of support. There's Hyper Beam, damage to all enemies and lose focus. That's a perfect final attack card for the deck, an excellent Echo Form card. You like it. Could also reasonably take Core Surge here to gain an artifact. Nice for blocking, vulnerable against Heart. A couple other debuffs it can block, but it's not like we're doing focus things, so it's not as valuable as usual. Our only energy option is the Busted Crown, which makes us kind of dependent on this fusion, if I don't want to take it. I guess we actually could take Busted Crown from here. This seems kind of fine. Other option, double strength potions or transform and upgrade 3 cards. The only thing I'd really want to add to this deck is a hologram and another reprogram. That's all we really need. A Seek would be okay, too. But more energy does most of the work for us. It's been a while since we've done Crown, let alone Pyramid Crown. Let's give it a go here. 2 less card awards to choose from. But we have more energy. So we only get to look at 1 card after each combat now. That is kind of bad. Wing boots are useless? Thanks for that. Well, not entirely useless. We can fight 3 elites here. Let's start by looking at some shops. Shops can offer me the remaining cards that we need for this deck. And if we don't get what we want, we can remove a card, too. First up, the Dorklings. Greetings, Dorklings. Put that in play, thank you. Block like a champ. You can't stop me. Damage. That's 30. Next turn we double beam. The beaming. Double hyper beam, that is. That's not bad. That is an upgraded zero-cost block. But do we need more block? I guess a little bit more, sure. Get him, Orichalcum. Let's double that. Hello? Darkness with a free upgrade? You showed up to the wrong deck. Be gone. Dark Shackle's Master Strategy are both pretty good. Claw number 2 is technically here, but not particularly helpful, actually. If I buy the membership card, I can't remove it either of these stores. We are locked into going to the second one. There's another shop here, though. We'll earn enough money for this to be worthwhile. Alright. Let's see what's in the next shop. Better not be a reprogram I can't afford. Ooh, Transient is spooky. This enemy attacks every turn for an increasing amount. We've already got a plan for the wing boots, don't worry. Ouch. Take one, keep the claw? Yeah. Take none. Claw. Good. Good. Echo Form's here, but I don't think we get to play it in this fight. We have to... Oh god. What do we have to do here? It is not what you want to see. Do this. Okay, here's fusion, finally. Hopefully we can make a difference for the final turn. But this is gonna hurt again. Take a little bit on this turn. And by a little bit, I mean a lot, because we don't have a choice. Crap fight. With the reprogram on bottom both times. This is why we really need a second reprogram. If this happens in the heart, we'll just lose. Let's see, so block 35, 64, we take 29, that's a bit much. Could look for a buffer in the power potion, that'd be the nice and easy way. Most other powers don't do anything, though. Yeah, bricked. It's fine. Nope. That actually interrupted our wing boots with the transient doing that. Jerk. Okay, Giant Head with Echo Form turn 1 though, totally different story. This is going to go much more in our favor. got to make sure we take one more damage here. Let's take this 3. Dog. Play this twice. Boop. Data just gives us a point of focus, not much use there. Could take an aggregate. I think that can help with hand clog. Although we're not often going to have that many cards in the draw pile. Does come upgraded. Really would like to see a skim, huh? But that's the problem with Busted Crown, so you're not going to see the skim. That is the problem. I don't think I like it enough. Yikes to Repto with +4 strength. We need to get our good cards in play real fast here. Transmutation. It's actually not the world's worst transmutation here. Swift Strike's pretty good too. Let's use Transmutation. Play it for 3 random free colorless cards. So I need Algorithm in my hand for next turn. What do you got? Mind Blast, Flash of Steel, Secret Weapon. Perfect. We can put Hyper Beam into our hand next turn, so we can kill all the daggers. Unfortunately, this is not quite enough to kill either of the daggers this turn. So I could Secret Weapon for one of the damaging cards, but then I can't get the Hyper Beam. I guess let's see what Flash of Steel draws. Back Dagger had the same health as the front one, 22. Guess we'll just get the meat on the bone value. Draw Hyper Beam anyway, which means I can go for Beam Cell here. Simplify this quite a lot. (21 + 8). Get the Echo Form. The Double Beam. The power. More energy's good. Seek, which we get anyway, despite the Busted Crown. That's great. That's going to help a lot with either the Echo Form or the Reprogram. Easy peasy. And I could use my Wing Boots charge to get that upgraded too, which seems pretty important. Got to take the blue key here. Should we take fights or events? Feels like events have to be better because of Busted Crown. You begin to fall. Losing defend. Excellent. Let's actually recall, just in case we get like an apotheosis or something. Ooh. Surprise ice cream, by the way. And we're offered medical kit. How good is medical kit? Not a big deal, but not a small deal either. Don't think we want this aggregate, despite the ice cream. Don't need bomb when we've got hyper beam. Medkit's about as good as 2 removals against heart. Kind of. Not quite, but kind of. We'll do it. We'll keep enough money to buy a potion in the final store. There's a couple good candidates. Ancient potion would be especially welcome. Excuse you. Don't you dare. Talked about our strategy for this fight in the Silent Over Explain run, but gimmick is that you don't really want to change their intent unless it's bothering you, really. Guess that goes double with ice cream. Ice cream makes the reinforced bodies a bit weird. Storm, no thanks. Skip the attack pot too. Let's upgrade Seek before Time Eater here. Time Eater shouldn't be too bad as long as we can start duping our reprogram early enough. Looks like turn 1's gonna sting a bit, but what can you do? That's what we've got meat on the bone for after all. Looks a little better. Probably going to use the reboot here. Let's go Sunder, Steam Barrier, reboot. Try to find our Echo Form or our Seek. The program is here. I have to algorithm if I don't want to take another 10. Begrudgingly, I'll do it. Just a 7 times 3, right? Yeah, it's not too bad. Alright, I'll play 3 attacks here. So we can double reprogram next turn. It's a pretty unfortunate draw order, though. Plus the attack pattern out of the Time Eater. Ooh. Please stop. Sir. Sir, you must stop. Thank you. Oh, he's double reinforced on this turn. Seek program reinforced bodies, so I never die. Stop flashing. You don't get credit for that, medical kit. You didn't do it. That was not your doing. Double hyper beam, single beam cell. That won't be enough damage, huh? Dang. I was hoping we draw the Sunder and we could double it. That would have been 120. I don't even know if that would have been enough. Okay. That'll have to do. But at this point, we've now outscaled the time meter, so even as we play more and more cards, we're actually getting stronger and stronger relative to our opponent. Pretty good. $300 block, by the way. Guess I'll set up Happy Flower. Might as well. Alright, 24 health for the Donu and Deka fight. Gotta say, I'm a little concerned here. But we'll see how the draws go. Do want to keep reinforced for next turn, play like defend, take a bit. Keep this in my hand. That lets me play the Sunder too. I'd like to kill Donu first. I'm just playing the Go for the Eyes to get rid of Deka's artifact here. Maybe should have kept the other thing though. 9 times 3, that's almost a full block. Okay. Seek for Echo Form Fusion. I can't get the Echo Form down this turn without taking a ton of damage. But I can get the Fusion down and bank some energy for the Echo Form next turn. Put that there. Perfect. Strip this artifact. That. This is 9 times 4. That'll be a full block. Okay. Next turn we can double the algorithm, and once we find the other program, we should be good here. Double fusion's also quite good. Can I block this conventionally? 36 incoming. 14, 25, 34. Let's double leap. Would we have perfected Awaken 1 here? All depends on the turn 1 draw. Awaken 1 would have been the easiest boss for sure. For sure. Let's play this for 3. Actually 4, technically. Alright, any minute now we're gonna start doing damage. I promise, Twitch chat. I think that minute is now. Perfect. himself in there so I could double Sunder now. That's okay. We can you for a long time. Twenty times 2, easy. I block with leap and defend. Ridiculous. The blocketing. Oops, I accidentally hit the block cap. Oops. Alright, we made it. Two thump, a deep pulsing dread. We've out the room is this. The heart of the Spire, the source of all this strength and dexterity. Will we finally beat the defect? Good upgraded card here. Sure feels like resting for 10 health is pretty good, though. I'm gonna do that. Definitely want to be at full health if you can in the final act. Bought medkit and lose out on Chemax. That hurts. FTL is actually not terrible. But probably our best bet is Liquid Memories here, letting me get a specific card back from the discard pile. That could be another couple of reprograms for us, which is a huge deal. Don't have enough money to remove. So, Flex Pot or Fear Pot? I'm thinking Fear Pot. Medkit for Overclock? That's true. But without the Overclock being upgraded, I don't think it's particularly good. Certainly not better than a Liquid Memories. Can still buy FTL. Okay, that'll take. That seems good. We have exactly $0 as we go into Spire Spear and Spire Shield. I draw Echo Form turn 1, and yet they're attacking for a ton, so I cannot block. Could full block with Reinforced Body, keep everything in my hand. Next turn we only have 4 energy, though. Probably that's worth it. I really don't want to take too much in this fight. Though I do wonder if playing Echo Form turn 1 is the right play. Okay, we got Seek, so I think we're good. I'm going to seek the algorithm so that I can play Echo Form this turn. We should be good from here. What are we doing next turn, then? Double reprogram into Reboot? Probably. Yeah, this looks a little bit like trouble. We face this, we'll be attacked for 38 plus 9x2, which is quite a lot. Hopefully we can weaken the Spire Shield here. Do I reinforce before I reboot? Yes. Good, we got to go for the eyes. That helps a lot. So 28 plus 9x2. We don't take that much. Just 7, of which we'll get 2 back. That's pretty good. Alright, next turn looks like our turn to double Hyper Beam. That means this turn we should be Damaging Spire Spear as much as we can? Maybe. Double FTL doesn't get me anywhere. Double Claw? We'd like to hold on to some energy this turn, but with Reinforce being my only block, I'm not sure that I can. Double Beam this turn seems like a waste. Guess I can double Go for the Eyes to keep you weak for 2 more turns. Let's do that. Well, that hasn't gone very well. I have to use all my energy on the reinforced body here. I don't like that. Actually, you know what? I'll just face this way and let Orichalcum block. Take 4. That seems way less ridiculous. So I guess I'll turn around with Claw. Strike 1 time. Okay, here we go. Healthy double reprogram again. Should be able to block this. Gonna kill the shield next turn. Let's see, 12 by 4. Perfect. Could kill, but would prefer to do so next turn for Happy Flower. Alright. Kept both our potions, and now we have a Lizard Tail and a Block Pot going into the heart. That is very encouraging. These 2 potions specifically. Very, very encouraging. All right, let's focus ourselves and pray for a turn 1 Echo Form Twitch chat. That's what we most need to make this fight go smoothly. Yes! The power. Get destroyed, heart. Double Echo, unfortunately not something you can do with Liquid Memories, since the Echo form doesn't go to the discard pile. You'd need a duplication potion for that. I wish. So is this double reprogram? This could be our block potion turn. We double algorithm next turn. Yeah, double algorithm next turn. Double algorithm next turn. Triple reprogram. No. Don't do that. That's not what the Liquid Memories is for. This will make you vulnerable too. We should draw one. Ow. We'll do it. Yes. Claw. Strike. Beam. Go for the Eyes doesn't actually matter here. So I think we just keep it in our hands. And we want to keep drawing into that stuff for now. No, the Liquid Memories is for quadruple reprogram. Do it at the start of the turn, we get to double it. That's what it's for. Not a lot of good stuff in the draw pile, huh? I think I'm going to seek some of the statuses and destroy them. Get these out of here. Kind of going slowly initially, but our damage is going to ramp up the longer this fight goes on. It's also a reasonable time to reboot. But I like having the reinforcements in my hands. Protect from hot nonsense. So let's double defend. This. Now it's better to reboot. Let's just do the damage and reinforced. Don't bother playing the reboot, just keep it. That way I can double reprogram safely this turn. 12 strength and dexterity. Here we go, here we go. And now I will reboot. Get 6 cards back into my hands. A double beam cell next turn. Well, probably not actually. Don't want to take the 4. No, it's worth it. Double beam cell. Look at that. Damage captain. That's a good sign. First you boot, then you reboot. Beat of Death is now 3, so it's 6 health to double reprogrammer fusion. Probably no longer worth it. Strength and dex. You'll love to see it. Eight times 15. How about 25 times 18. How about that, Heart? Bonk. Oh, and you're also dead, by the way. GG. Now that's a glorious victory. If a little unfocused. GG. Sure took us long enough to get our 1 win for the day. But I can't complain. We're getting a lot of other good stuff done. GG. GG, everybody. No lizard tail required. Definitely cool to get a Broken Crown victory. Not the easiest relic to win with. But showing off that the fundamental of Echo Form plus Reprogram really, really carried this. If it weren't for the fact that we started with that Echo Form, the only Echo Form we saw the whole run, by the way, then the reprogram wouldn't have been any good. Pretty crazy. GG. 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 Release the tail. Now what has it been done? This Spire sleeps, and so shall I. Yeah, Reboot and Pyramid definitely helped us out there. I quite liked the reboot with the upgrade for the draw 6. To, like, get us a new hand that we could then retain. Pretty valuable. Pretty valuable. Sprunzo in chat asks, can one survive the heart indefinitely with double nightmare apparitions? You'll need a way to stop the beat of death damage, but yes, you can. For example, if you've got a couple of after images, in addition to all of that, it is indeed possible to indefinitely survive the heart with unlimited intangible. How much block do we get from the abacus? 210. Looks like it activated once every 3 turns on average. That's pretty good. I was reasonably happy with the abacus's performance. It wasn't game-breaking or anything. We didn't go infinite, but it did do a bunch. Retained plenty of energy with ice cream. That was pretty good. Probably the least useful data disk I've ever had. Was the membership card worth it? According to the membership card itself, it did not save us as much money as we spent on it. We spent a little bit over 160 on it. And we spent all of our money, too, which means it was objectively incorrect to purchase it. Wasn't sure, but that's partially because we fought one fewer elite than I thought we were going to. I was originally planning on using the wing boots to fight 3 elites in a row, rather than resting at this fire, and had I fought the 3rd elite, it would have paid out a slight advantage, but only a slight. So yeah, it was still wrong to buy it, because it gave us less options in the short term. But how can you say no, right? Alright, Twitch chat, that's going to have to be the end of the Spire content for today. We're now going to, A, take a quick break, refill the legs, stretch the water, and then B, we're going to play some Moonbreaker. Actually, and I've got an idea for while I'm away on break. Something I talked about. The Moonbreaker has some built-in audiobook style things, and I guess I'll give you one to listen to. We'll talk a little bit about Moonbreaker. Let me do that. So our Moonbreaker segment today is sponsored by Unknown Worlds and PUBG Santa Monica. Big thanks to them for sponsoring the stream for the past week, this week, and next week, enabling me to check out a new game by a developer that I'm pretty happy with, and to get a huge amount of support for the stream while so doing. Exclamation point, Moonbreaker. Hashtag sponsored. Update that. Alrighty. Come with me, Twitch chat, to a new experience. It's time to come back to Moonbreaker. Moonbreaker is the newest creation of Unknown Worlds Entertainment. Get the music volume back up. Actually really do like the jams for this. Moonbreaker is I guess you could call it a competitive 1v1 strategy game, turn-based strategy game, set in a world created partially by Brandon Sanderson, the renowned fantasy author. Brandon Sanderson worked on some of the backstory for the characters, and there are little audiobooks that you can listen to. They've got Extilior and Zax's story, which are pretty lengthy. This is like a 28-minute audio experience, audio story. And since I'm about to go on break, I figure I'll let you all listen to the first part of Extilior's story while I do that. Yeah, Brando Sando himself. Been cool to see fantasy authors getting involved in games a bit more lately. And then what we're going to do is, I think I'm going to set up a new loadout, and we're going to try the cargo run mode. Battle 5, randomized bosses of increasing difficulty. This is the current single-player content in the game. Sanderson writes like he's running out of time. He is prolific, for sure. Alright, let me make sure the volume's at the right level here. Let's see what this is like. Check that down a little bit. Should be loud, though, for while I'm away. That sounds about right. And I can get you can get a written version of it, but I don't think I can make them appear constantly.
What's going on?
Either way, I'll be right back. Twitch chat, please.
I think the light.
Enjoy the story.
Where's your brother?
I haven't seen him anywhere.
Jay! Curse that boy. Why can't he ever stay put? What about Granny?
Mama, what's happening?
Dochi! Mother!
Please, Mama. What's going on?
Mother! Mother, where are you?
Did she say we're under attack?
Yes, dear, but don't panic. This is what the cellar is for, huh? Now, climb down. I just need to find Dochi and your granny. Dochi! Ay, Dochi, I can understand. He's 10 years old. He could be halfway across the moon by now, but how could Granny disappear? She could barely walk.
Don't fret for me, dear. I was only gathering some valuables.
Thank the light. Mother, I thought you'd gotten lost somewhere. You have the money?
No, dear, I said the valuables, the stories.
Light preserve us. Am I the only sensible brain in this family?
I can go and get the...
No. There's no time now. Just get down in the cellar with Pukin, huh? And I'll go look for Dochi.
He's in the fields. He climbed up a... Pukin, catch these books. He climbed up a chain to a planter bag. I think he's going to hide up there. The raiders don't want those anyway. He'll be fine.
No, he's not hiding. He's going to attack the raiders and get himself killed. I'll go fetch him. You keep Pukin quiet.
The first ship has landed, and the second is close behind. Soldiers, to your posts!
There we go. No need to listen to all that caterwauling. We'll be fine down here, child. Don't you worry.
Are we going to die?
They're not here to kill us, boy. They're only here to steal our cinder.
The glowing rock things?
The glowing rock things. Yes, exactly. They glow because they've absorbed the sun's power. And that makes cinder the most valuable thing in the reaches. So they come and they steal it and they move on. We're a small enough moon that we haven't seen raiders in years. And after today, we're not likely to see them for years again.
What happened last time?
Get down there and stay quiet. If we're lucky, they won't know we're here.
But, Mom!
No buts, Dochi. Get down there.
Mom, I wanted to fight them! I even have Dad's old gun!
What? Give me that right now!
Close the door, Mezzo.
There! Now the door's closed and we're all hidden. And don't you ever take this gun again!
Mom!
I'm very glad you're safe, Dochi. And you too, Pukin.
Did you see them?
I did! I climbed all the way up to one of those floating planters, and I had a perfect view of everyone. I could have shot them all if Mom hadn't dragged me down.
It's not even charged, Dochi. You would have made a lot of noise and done nothing and gotten yourself killed.
What did they look like?
It was a dozen of them at least, and that was just the first ship. Cholek and Shazhen, and I think there was a drag. A great big monster with shaggy hair and huge tusks and an axe as big as me. They jumped out of their ship and started running everywhere and shooting lasers and...
And we're going to be fine. They'll take some cinder and get back in their ship. And they'll fly away and we will never see them again.
Maybe the first ship won't hurt anyone, but the second was even worse. It was a big Methodori ship, but covered with blast marks and giant cuts like it had been in a lot of fights. Like maybe some pirates attacked the Methodori and stole it. I couldn't see everyone in it yet, but in the front, there was a huge robot with 4 legs, and one arm was a gun and the other was a sword.
What is it, Mama?
Could it be?
What? What's wrong? What did I say?
It's, nothing. Boys, nothing to worry about. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
It's a death bot.
Hello, hello.
Cool. Mother.
Deathbot?
Deathbot.
I've never even heard of a death.
That's because we don't talk about them. We haven't even seen one in... Well, not since...
Not since 10 years ago.
The incident.
Just after you were born.
That's when Dad died.
Yes, it is. A Methodori deathbot is a machine of pure... Well, I suppose that's not where the story starts. How many
But this is where it ends, at least for the moment. Hello, Twitch chat. We are back. Back for Moonbreaker. I hope you enjoyed that little snippet of the story. You're not going to listen to the whole thing. I considered maybe keeping it playing while I'm doing the building for the army, but it's going to be me talking over the story, and I think that's just going to be a hot mess. So we'll do the music now. But anyway, welcome back. I am excited to be diving here into Moonbreaker once more. If you'd like to listen to the rest of Extilior's story, you can grab Moonbreaker on Steam. There might even be a way to listen to these outside the game. I'm not sure yet. In any event, we're here. So, Moonbreaker, if you've not seen it, I'm going to do a really quick match against the bot, actually, just to kind of show off the core mechanics of Moonbreaker and remind everybody how this game works. So let's do versus AI with my aggro ranged setup here. Actually, let's play with Extilior. He's fun to play. He'll be better against the AI anyway. So, the general format of this game is a 1v1. You against an opponent in a small, terrain-filled arena. Both players have a captain who's got 20 health and a roster of various units. Place the lowest cost bridge crew with a new one that costs more. I've not seen that yet, actually. Stowaways, interesting. Let's go Nano Shield and Stim Burst. At the start of each match, you get to choose 2 assists. Essentially your spells, which have a cooldown in turns, the number of little blips here. I think that invulnerability will be quite useful. So, one player gets randomly chosen to go first. Currently, there's no advantage to the second player to make up for that, but I think that'll change with time. In, I guess, Hearthstone-like fashion, each turn we gain a resource here called Cinder. You can see my resource on the bottom and our opponent's up at the top. On turn 1, we get 1 Cinder. We only have 1 orb to work with, so you can only spend a little bit of resource on something inconsequential. But with each turn, we'll gain an additional base income. Also, similar to Legends of Runeterra, you can bank up to 3 per turn. Or carried over until your next turn. So you can save 1 energy from turn 1 and have 3 on turn 2. The thing in the center, I think this is just a map element here. It's a giant stone floating head. Looks pretty cool. But ultimately, the map is mostly broken down into open terrain, hard cover, which is a complete line of sight block, And then soft cover, which gives an accuracy penalty if range attacks are made through it. So each turn, all of our units have one attack and one move. That's indicated, just about everything in the game is indicated through a variety of helpful little visual indicators. So the green blip indicates that this unit still has its movement. The red blip indicates it still has its attack. The 2 here is its damage value, with the spiky yellow outline indicating it's a melee unit. The 20 and the blue are the overall health. And I'm not 100% sure what the yellow is. Oh, I think that indicates whether he's used his abilities or not. That's right. Yeah, and you can even actually see, if you look very carefully, when I mouse over Shield of Hope, that yellow blip is flashing. So that's a small indicator to indicate that this ability has not been used yet.
I go with
pretty cool.
purpose.
So we're going to summon down Antios Gauntlet. He is a melee unit who can run up and attack with First Strike. We want to put him close, but not too close to our opponent. Right here.
A still field.
So we don't want them to be able to run up and attack him. And that's exactly what our opponent summoned. This fellow, the Gauntlet. Units in this game represented by these kind of stationary tabletop models. I think it's actually really well done. Saves on animation work, but still has a vivid feeling to it.
A path I must follow.
Currently, there's nothing more detailed on the map that I've seen. When we play the cargo run mode, there'll be stuff that drops that we want to pick up. But that has nothing to do with the map.
The sound of one hand punching.
Sound of one hand punching, yeah, exactly. So our opponent's captain here, Extilior, managed to get into melee with Antios. Made a melee attack, which suffers a retaliation, so we took 2 from them, they took 1 from us.
Hit harder.
What can we do on this turn? Oh, here it is! Looks like there's been a patch. I should have gone over the patch notes, but there's clearly been a patch since we last played. I said there was no second player bonus. I lied. On turn 2, the second player gains +2 Cinder. That's a big deal. Is that reusable too?
Intriguing design.
Oh my. Well, that's quite a bit more resource to spend. Sounds like the first player advantage must have been big, if that's what they settled on. So with 4 Ember to use this turn, we could summon down our health restoration thing. That sounds fun. Let's get into melee here, and just restore any damage we take.
Control.
I attack.
No glove.
You probably
no
don't want to
love.
use your ability because we're summoning the Ectovine, which will summon, I guess, here? How movable is this thing? Not. It's immobile. Well, that makes sense. So anything within the radius will heal 2 at the end of the turn. A little difficult to see. Oh, I can mouse over and see exactly where it is. Okay, so that actually means our Gauntlet fellow isn't quite positioned correctly. I can give him a Stim Burst, though, I think, to get around here.
Many ways to
Bit of a
fight.
waste of the ability, but
You control your impact.
let's see. And are you highlighted? Yes, he's highlighted, so that should indicate he'll heal 2 at the end of the turn. Lovely. And he does. Cool. So each roster is one of 3 captains currently, plus 8 additional supporting units, and you get to choose from all the available units in the game to make your roster.
On your guard.
So the full extent of your roster really determines kind of how it all cohesively works together. So our opponent does not have the exact same army as us, but all of the units are intended to be more or less balanced against each other and their energy cost. Let's see. So we've got Drumdrancer Tlalier. Can give a melee unit pummel. We probably want to take some of the units off the board here. We're getting a little bit overwhelmed, it looks like. And we could absolutely get beat down if this continues. So we should probably focus on killing something. Once a roster unit has been killed, it is unavailable for the rest of the match. And since there's only 8 units to your roster, you can completely run out of units and only have your commander left. That's usually not a state you want to be in. Let's see.
Actions cannot be undone.
Sword of Justice will hit our own units. That would be less than ideal. But we can move out of the way. Well, we can't really move out of the way with this because it's a mobile.
Is an unrealized
But you get the idea, you know? By using inner energy and a melee attack with Extilior, we should be able to kill the Drum Dancer and retreat a little bit. So let's start with that. Curious if Extilior can move to a place where he can hit both of our opponents with the Sword of Justice, but I doubt it. Yeah, that would just hit our unit. So,
A punch
activate your inner energy.
until you hit harder. Retaliation.
Gain 3
is
attack and
unwise.
first strike, meaning there's no retaliation
You
here.
can't slow me down.
And there's also no retaliation if the opponent is killed by your melee attack.
Fight till your final breath.
Alright, and I guess we'll use our last energy to shield
Defense
Extilior.
first.
Shield of Hope ability prevents 1 point of damage, so it's a nice little bonus. We'd prefer we not lose our healing plant, but it could happen. Good news is, if my opponent decides to cluster around that thing, I can probably take advantage of it.
It's their special day.
Seems like they're really piling in. So, this enemy has a shotgun. That's kind of
These
troublesome.
paradoxes give pause.
This is the Tipu. Whenever Tipu hits, it permanently gains a bonus to attack and health. We'd really like to
No
kill
glove,
that.
No love.
And it looks like I can't quite get into melee with it, actually, because Extilior is positioned, but we can fix that. So we need to move Extilior away. Just slightly, probably. I wonder if I can do a Sword of Justice that from here.
Prepare to face your fate.
It's those two. That's good. Let's do that. Hits everybody for 3. And then we can move in there and first strike to kill. That's going to spend basically all our energy. We can get 2 more from
That
this, though.
is wise.
I think it would be wise to get another unit on the field. But all our units are 3 or 4, so if I choose the first strike option, I won't be
I
able to
am
do
in
that this
control.
turn.
You
Oh, well.
control your impact.
Get him.
Use
The
this
Kerblapping is
wisely.
here. And then we either bank this 2 energy or we do what? Not sure, but I am going to make our flower invincible
Defend yourself.
so that our opponent can't kill that. Let's just bank that 2 energy. And I show grip
Gotcha.
on the table. Don't know what that means.
I'm not mad, but Barry is.
Definitely glad I made that thing invulnerable. Looks like we're going to get our melee guy killed, though. That was quite the shotgun blast.
Make it last.
Our opponent has clustered about us quite conveniently.
Be brave.
So I guess grip, this yellow highlight indicates melee contacts. When units are in melee with each other, they can make melee attacks, but you're not restricted from moving. You can freely leave at any time. So our captain's the only one on the field here, other than, I guess, the healing flower. We gotta change that by getting something else down. Snareling can immobilize targets. Crosshair will always crit if she was in play and her target didn't move last turn. I think that's who we want here. And I think I also want to want a Sword of Justice from here, probably. Yeah, that gets all 3. Shrapnel has armor. I didn't realize that.
Even the mightiest gauntlet must recharge.
All right, let's get Crosshair down. We're going to put her in the back here. Her goal is to snipe... Yeah, me back here. We just don't want to be able to get shotgunned. Actually, yeah, behind the shotgun guy.
Look alive, Amy.
Her job is to shoot stuff that is harassing me. Alright, hopefully we don't take too much damage here, but we are continually healing from the flower, which I expect is going to die this turn.
Cinder can be so deadly. Stop!
Wow.
this treachery.
His own units were in shotgun range, but he missed them.
Protection is
That's a bold choice. That was a bold choice.
Body need guarding?
many ways to fight.
Alright, we seem to be slightly surrounded, but maybe that's not a bad thing.
Visibility hazy today?
So we can definitely kill the shotgun lowered. Lad. And we have a lot of Cinder to work with this turn. So we should probably get our Snareling in play. That can immobilize our opponents. Although, actually, Jailbreak can immobilize more immediately. So that'll allow us to get some distance from our opponent's commander. Let's do that. So we're going to start by sorting. Deal some damage. Our ranged attacker is going to move with a clear shot here. We want to focus down this last opponent. Although we only do 2 with this shot, and 1 with our commander's attack. That won't be enough to kill.
I forget nothing.
That's a bit worrisome. Actually, with our opponent's commander at 7, we should probably just focus on getting the final kill here. So let's do that. Don't worry about the shotgun guy.
Nap time's
Just
over.
go for the kill. Shield of Hope yourself.
You can reconsider.
Get some distance. And summon Jailbreak here so that neither of these can move.
Ah, boy!
Where are the refreshments?
All we have to do is kill the commander and we win. The rest of the board state doesn't matter.
What are you on about?
So what's your ability? If she was in play and her target didn't move, so she can move. So this should always crit. 96% crit. Crit chance cannot exceed hit chance, so it looks like it reflects that faithfully then. And indeed, we failed to crit because we failed to hit. That's funny. Okay, so that's the base mechanics of Moonbreaker. But now we're going to try it with some twist, which is the cargo run mode, where we'll have to fight 5 bosses of increasing difficulty. This is a sort of rogue-ish mode. Our health is going to carry over between battles, and our crew will carry over between battles. We're also going to be able to get permanent stat bonuses to our units. So what I'm going to do is create a new roster. Call it cargo runners, I suppose. Who do we want our banner to be? Oh, we can randomize? Yeah, I like that one. That's good. And I haven't tried out Astra as a commander, so I want to try her out. So, whenever she destroys a crew, her move is refreshed. She can create Cinder Spheres. Captain or crew that touch it gain a cinder, then destroy it. I think there's another use to it too. It's like a passive influence. And can deploy crew with charge, giving them the ability to attack the turn they're played. So I think her gimmick is growing cinder. So she'll be able to get higher tier units out a little bit more quickly than her counterparts. So for that, I want to do some expensive stuff. So here's all the units that are currently available in the game. We're able to sort these by a variety of things. We'll sort by cinder cost here. Let's see, what are the properties on this one? Permanently gains plus accuracy and immobile when it attacks. Only shoots for 3 though. It's interesting. So it's like a mobile turret that you set up somewhere, whereas the Aegis Sentinel is a stationary turret. Anyway, since the cargo run is controlled by the AI, they're not really clever when it comes to positioning. And I think if we take advantage of area attacks, we're going to be able to trounce them easily. So I'm thinking we want some heavy artillery. This guy, Florio, can bombard an area from long range, although it costs a lot of energy. We're going to take him and the Sentinel turret. And the goal is to create a lot of energy with which to bombard our opponents using these two. Probably want a couple cheap units too. We'll take Maximus. He's good at dancing around at short range. And I think because health carries over, we'd like a couple support units that can heal. Stitchy McPatchy can restore 3 health per turn for 2 energy. Let's grab them. And there's also the flower we used on the last one, which is... It's not this one, right? This is the... Return an ally to a bridge and fully heal it. Actually, that's pretty good. We can use that at the end of... missions to full heal. I like that. Let's grab that one. No idea how you'd pronounce that. Nekahwal? No idea. Who else would we like here? Can you make Cinder for us? Choose a unit. If friendly, its next attack will hit. If enemy, its next attack will miss. That could be rather useful, actually. But does anybody generate energy? That's what I'm looking for here. Somebody who can make Cinder. Peacemaker Balam, what do you do? That's right, you have an AoE stun. That could be very useful in the cargo run mode, too. Savria's Safeguard. Reduce damage to 0 for a next attack. That's pretty good, too. Like a buffer. Broken Vengeance seems like somebody we could take advantage of. Whenever any crew that damages Broken Vengeance gets attacked. And that could be quite fun. Still not seeing anybody that generates... Was it you? No, it's restore health to Captain for unspent Cinder. That's potentially usable. And the thicket is like self-replicating, right? Trap prey. Move a unit towards the thicket. No, it's just like a weird poison thing. How's it going, Pink Wasp? The game does include sort of like audio stories that are backgrounds to the main characters of this game. I don't think it necessarily is the right genre to showcase this kind of writing. I think you might be right on that. But there are actual in-game stories that we listened to a little bit at the beginning of stream here. I'm going to try out Broken Vengeance. And 2 more crew. Want something reasonable early. Pyro's a good AoE unit. Does AoE and burn? Probably pretty hard to keep alive, though. We'll see. And let's grab... Somebody who's durable. Somebody with armor, maybe. I should really like that you're a Let's take the Safeguard. Good defensive unit. So we've got a mixture of long-ranged offense, support, sustain. I think this is going to work well for a cargo run. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. So, cargo run. Oh, wait, do I have to choose? Oh, I'm not allowed to choose my starting loadout. Well, then, heck. I spent all that time for nothing. Excuse me. Well, I did want to try out Astra, so Astra's who we'll try. We get the Gauntlet Toxoid. An airborne poison creature. Interesting. Alright, well, we have the Bulwark. That'll be fun to try. Okay, let's try Astra. That's right, gives you something to listen to during the painting mode.
From Mythador and high fives.
I hunger for the horror.
Plink and Orbital Strike seems like a good way to do a bunch of damage here. I like these two. So I wonder if Stowaway replaced Eject Pod or whatever it was called. I'm sure that ability was broken as hell. Based on seeing it. So, cargo mode plays out kind of like a bunch of one-on-one battles. However, our opponents are going to be captains that are not available to players with special abilities. So, we're up against Vora Bird of Prey, a fast airborne ranged attacker that ignores soft cover when attacking. So, this unit's going to be very fast and able to just completely ignore cover when shooting at us, which seems like a giant pain in the butt.
This smacks.
So we should create a Cinder Sphere, I guess, back here? So just double check how this works. Every turn increase Cinder in the Cinder Sphere by +1. Is that a specific Astra ability? Does she have to be near it for that? I have no idea. We'll find out. Let's move closer. And we have nothing else to summon. Okay. How's it going, Chrono? Heya, heya.
Watch them scurry. Pathetic.
Ow.
Fragile prey.
Oh my, and they've got Plink. That's nasty like. Okay, so now this is 2 Cinder. We still have to go touch it, though. Understood. Booby-trapped igniters. So there's a cargo here. Periodically, items like this are going to drop onto the board. Another one fell over here, which adds a new unit to our roster.
They're counting on us.
I see. So I think we're going to summon another Cinder Sphere. Back here? It can be touching that. That's cute. Move up to grab this. Opponent hasn't deployed any units yet. Actually, let's summon our Gauntlet Fellow first. Put him right here. Which will automatically add to our roster.
You are thirsty.
Oh, and she deployed and picked up the Cinder Sphere immediately. That was not intentional.
This smacks.
It's funny as heck. So she immediately appears. And she can force misses on our opponent here, which is probably a good idea. So we have a relic now. When you destroy a rival, deal 2 damage to rivals within range. That's going to cause some fun chain reactions. Can't Plink ourselves, as our health has not changed.
This smacks.
Okay. That'll be the end of turn 2. Oh, what are we going to do with that? Wow. 2 crits in a row. Brutal. So our new addition was instantly killed. Terrifying. terrifying. Glad I didn't get attached, I suppose.
A slap is an unrealized punch.
Okay, can't quite get both of these. Although I could if I summoned a bigger unit in between them. Our opponent still hasn't summoned anything. We're gonna get Arya. Who's Arya? That's right. Ranged
I'll
units.
make him proud.
So what do we want to do this turn? Our opponent is way too fast to lock down with orbitals, to hit with orbital strike, so I don't think there's much point in using that. I guess I'll get Axel deployed here. Partially behind hard cover, but our boss can shoot if they want to.
So much to burn, so little time.
And you're going to pick up the Cinder Sphere so that we can deploy bigger and better stuff. I want to summon the Novian Bulwark. That's what I want to do. Alright, and if she chooses to shoot at the Cinder Sphere, that's fine with me.
The best toys.
Oh, let's also get our... Oh, no, wait, we don't have the healer guy. That damage is quite problematic, then. Worrisome. Very worrisome. Alright, finally no crit.
Max are so in.
And we've summoned somebody who can bombard, which is pretty nasty. This has gotten to be a lot scarier than I thought it would be, quite frankly. Alright, our own Bulwark can be deployed, though. And we're certainly going to do that.
You control your impact.
I'd like to kill this thing quicker rather than later. Right. Tricky, tricky. So that'll summon Arya immediately, right? That's right. We'll start by firing the Flamer at him. This also pushes our Flamer guy backwards, appropriately enough.
They'll sing campfire songs around you.
And let's blink this.
What's this do?
Start of our next turn. So our
I'll
opponent would
make
get an
him
action essentially no matter what. Let's put the Bulwark at a respectable distance here. It has normal move, that's right. I want to stay out of the firing range here.
A slap is an unrealized punch.
Could punch our opponent, but I think we want to keep Antio's Gauntlet alive if possible. Does this do again? Alright, summons a new unit immediately. Let's not do that immediately. I'm sure they won't stay here, but let's see what happens. You're slow, right? Yeah, so if we center this on him, he should always get hit by it.
The power.
Does this game have microtransactions? No. No, it does not. Once you buy Moonbreaker, you own it. Currently, all cosmetics and such are unlocked by playing the game. But there are no microtransactions in Moonbreaker.
Too slow.
Oof. Our poor minions. Got absolutely blapped there. Alright, the burning will at least put this guy
They're counting on us.
to death. Let's see, what is this? So that summons a new unit. This gains us the Cinder Bracelet. Our captain abilities are free? Oh my. That is a big deal. It's something we very much want. Let's move over here. What's your ability? When it attacks, it permanently gains accuracy and immobile. That's pretty cool.
This smacks! Please don't make me mingle.
Alright, let's make ourselves a little harder to hit here.
My armor will distract them.
Look, leaderly!
This will make a Cinder Orb, I suppose. Over here. Could have used Into the Breach to allow the Guardian to make an attack this turn. I chose not to do that, though.
No, 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 no!
Yes! Yeah, shoot that. Cool.
Someone's worst day is here.
Watch them scramble.
Starting to get some scary stuff on the field, so I think we'd like to end this encounter pretty quick. But we gotta make sure we gain the Cinder Bracelet at least.
My skin, green Makita bomb.
Or melee units.
If I die, no more happy hours.
T6, because the intervening... It's an unreliable shot.
I'll make him proud.
But we can use Into the Breach to summon the Switchback and have it do some nasty stuff. Okay, so let's just get the item here.
Swiftly.
And then Into the Breach is even free. So we summon this. And it can attack immediately,
Your face will get
including
stuck.
the Switch It Up ability to give it Rapid Fire.
So nice.
We'll fire him twice.
Blappity blappity. And then we can kill.
The best.
When we encounter, all of our units gain a heal of some sort. And we get to keep the stuff we've earned. So our captain abilities will be free for forever. Which is definitely going to let us accelerate energy. If I can just use Cinder Sphere for +1 Cinder instantly, that's pretty cool. I guess our captain didn't heal? We're still at 14 here. Well, that's a bit of trouble.
Not a simulation, gang.
And that looks horrifying. What is that? Oh, Escape Hatch is still here. Stowaway could be interesting, actually. Let's try Escape Hatch Stowaway. That'll let me swap my units out randomly. Unit permanently gains fast. Ooh, and add the defense drone. What's our opponent here? Aegis Weapons Array. It's even got a special, like, crazy model to it. Weapons Array and allies in range are 40% harder to hit. Summons Cannon Crabs. Whenever a rival in range moves, Cannon Crab immediately attacks it and then moves. Spooky.
They're counting on us.
Very curious. So all our units are 3 costs. Alright, well, let's make our captain fast. That seems like it will be a good thing, probably.
Hop to it.
It does say this turn.
Wakey, wakey.
I guess there's no reason to use Into the Breach, but there's also no reason not to use Into the Breach. There's a cannon crab. And this gives me the defense drome, which will apply immediately. And there's another item over here, Antio's Gauntlet, the melee guy. So I think we summon a unit over here and then move our captain over here, get them both. Can also replace the lowest cost bridge crew with a new one. Can't get both of these. Although we might get, let's see, when we move here. I'm gonna take Arya. Summon her here.
That looked conspicuous.
The power is in my
And we're gonna use Stowaway, which is gonna replace Toxoid with something new.
What a relief!
Ooh. I wonder if that's gonna carry over between rounds of this. Then I'll have to try. Let me move here. I should have attacked. Dome can't move because it's stunned. Oh, I wonder if I'd used Into the Breach if it would have worked, though. Let's try that next time. Okay, so we end this turn. Can't make an attack anymore. As long as I stay within the defense dome, these crab things shouldn't be able to hurt me. They only have 1 damage. Unit permanently gains 5 max HP and 3 max HP. Do I want a super tanky unit of some kind? Super tanky Tipu sounds kind of hilarious. Oh, and I'm not allowed to get that because I have max cinders, so if I summon a new unit...
One win, one bug.
I should be able to do something hilarious here, right? Let's try this, too. Move over here. Summon Into the Breach. Summon the Tipu here. Yes, it gained charge, so I can move here. That is chunky. Also, get the Monovian Bulwark down, too.
Never fear!
It actually only took 1 because it fell in the radius of that? That's funny. Alright, when you say in range, what do you mean, crab thing? I'm a little scared to find out.
You control your impact.
And I still have 4 Cinder? How the heck?
This mask really draws the
This
eye.
Grow Cinder ability is ridiculous. And I can make that instantly 5 Cinder if I want to.
Look, leaderly.
Absurd. Here, you go here.
When you call, I come.
Pain means I'm alive!
Furia! Ooh, Furia is dangerous.
My pain will be your end.
Furia can be quite dangerous.
Could we throw the cinder at them?
That's a great idea.
I'm swooping in.
No idea what rival in range entails.
I won't let them hurt you.
I'm a little afraid to find out.
We're waiting.
Like an almost clean shot there.
What have you been eating?
Everything.
I scope with my little scope. Need some space.
Wise men don't judge, they punch.
Let's do 5 more max health. Good lord. Who wants to be chunky? I think the gauntlet guy will be good if he's chunky. Go get that. And we almost have everything deployed here, pretty much.
Got snacks?
Not a backpack.
Have another target.
It's almost time.
Interesting. Didn't do anything. Why not? What do you mean you didn't do anything?
Your heart beating fast too?
Can't deploy more than 6 units at once, so we can't pick that up. That makes sense. So you're gonna attack and then move after I do this, huh?
My
Curious.
stomach is in revolt.
So this is gonna work badly for me, right? Oh, I got the melee retaliation though. No, that worked out great. So we'll have to figure out if Tipu's stats stay permanent or not.
One bug.
I'm a little afraid of Furia here. And I can't deploy that because we have too many units on the field. I understand. I understand.
Charge!
Alright, we'll make distractions then.
I scope with my lil scope. Show 'em what you're made of.
A faint whisper.
Let's see. You can't shoot at Furia reasonably. You're at like minus 90. Oh, is there a clear shot there? There totally is. 7% though? Despite the fact there's nothing intervening, just for the sheer range, looks like. Take a shot at that instead. Nice hit. What can
Could
you do?
we
Get
throw
closer.
the cinder at them? I'll keep my eyes on
You
you.
gain this. And nothing else
They're
to do,
counting
right?
on us.
That's right. We actually can't spend all this cinder we're able to generate now.
Anguish builds strength.
This mask really draws the eye.
Well, we definitely better kill that Furia before
Your face will get stuck.
more nonsense happens.
Perfect form takes sweaty practice.
Sweaty. Still no way to move in the way that I'd like to.
No love.
I understand. You're gonna have to get out of the way.
Over there. Here? Here.
Huh. Both ends are pointy.
Two for the price of one.
There we go. And the chain reaction, too, from the booby-trapped igniters. 2 damage to all the other rivals within range. Good.
If I die, no more happy
Alright,
hours.
we can keep growing Cinder, but there's no real advantage to it at the moment.
A slap is an unrealized punch.
You can come back over here, sir.
I'll make him proud.
Alright, let's end the turn there. So we saw these will shoot at the Tipu and then get... and then get hurt. Here, you come closer. And then they move away.
This mask really draws the eye.
Well, dang.
Well,
We're waiting.
Get the Tipu in here then. 60%. Why are... Oh yeah, because the distortion field, that's right. Well, hit the big thing then. Just do it.
Their vision is based on movement.
2 for the price of 1.
No love.
Nice. Seems like the stat ups have stopped dropping. Can't add Titonia to the roster if nobody dies, so I guess I'm fine with
face
that.
will get stuck.
Now we just want to grow Tipu as much as possible, essentially. Maybe. Again, we're not actually sure if that is going to make a difference. He big.
Rickety fixed this.
Exactly.
If I die, no more happy hours. A job.
That crit,
Anyone?
though.
Oh, I'm alone.
That crit, though. Get him, Tipu.
They'll never see this coming.
All right. GG. So we'll have to see what stat line the Tipu has for the next fight. Currently it's 921, which is an absurd unit. All right, but the AI gets stronger as our... Oh, it is 921. Oh, my. Oh, dear. As our roster gets boosted, so too do the AI. We're going to see especially the captains here for battles 3 and 4 are extra strong.
This is so fun. Ain't serious.
Never fear, lasers are here.
What are those? I want the movement boost. I think that's going to be super helpful. Plink's not too bad either. Cinder Infusion is too slow, so now it's got even more health. May attack 2 extra times per turn. 30% increased chance to crit. Targets it destroys, deal 3 damage to all units in range. Well, that's horrifying. And yes, this thing is 921. Well, that's a little absurd. That is a lot absurd, actually.
I'll make him proud.
Over here. See, we've gone back to full health at least. Could summon the Gauntlet Man. I'm just gonna wait 1 turn. Try to get Tipu on the board.
That's why pencils have lasers.
Okay. If you say so. If I want the Tipu, I need to move to... Actually, the defense drone will mostly shut this thing down. It's kind of cute. That gives me 5 Cinder. And I can grow Cinder to go up to 6 immediately? If I understand this correctly? Although, no, I can't, because it fills up the banked cinder. So, no, I can't. I understand.
We need ya!
Well, please don't hurt me. Now it's a 1221. That's going to be a little broken. We summon the Gauntlet guy too? Sure.
When I rise, they cower.
Let there be lasers!
Your attempts are reckless.
Reckless, they say. I think not.
Look, Leaderly!
So, 4 energy this turn. With a movement boost, we can get Tipu over there. They still haven't summoned any allies. And if they don't seem to want to... Heroic Amulet. What's that going to do? Whenever your captain destroys a rival, refresh its actions. Oh my. My actions. As in my attack and my other thing? That's an interesting thing to gain. We can get over to it too. Sure, why not? Oh, I still can't get over there, huh?
A slap is an unrealized punch.
Get punched.
Words deceive. Punches speak
Oh,
truth.
now we can get there. Oh, because he was in the way. I understand. Well, then get him. 12 melee. And I want the defense thing so that we're no longer threatened over here.
This smacks! A glowing button!
I was going underhaul.
Forward!
Ain't that a big Tipu? He beard. Doing a cargo run here where we get to keep a roster through a number of battles. And the Tipu carries over between them, so...
I ache for battle!
Tipu's been breaking stuff. Let's see, did we spawn another item on the map for me to pick? To grab? It doesn't look like it.
Look, Leaderly!
Means you haven't given me a good reason not to murder everything, but... I'll play along for now. Why does Furia only have 1 health?
A punch is impermanent until you hit harder.
Alright, well then, into the breach, the bulwark, of course. Oh, but I wanted the defense drone, right? Just that I'm scared of her. That furious lady. Yeah, give me the bulwark then. That walking animation.
My fury turns to ash.
You control your impact.
1 win, 1 bug!
Just give me a free cinder, why not? You can only plink units that have that have had their health change this turn. So if the unit starts its turn on 1 health, you can't use the plink support, unfortunately.
Success is on the horizon!
How's it going, brutal but unfair? I like to think of it as XCOM meets Hearthstone. The 1v1 escalating resource format of a collectible card game with the tabletop rules and attack rolls of XCOM. We got a box. Crosshair. Who's Crosshair? Ah, the lady who always crits. I don't think we want her too much. But I do want the drone. Make my life a little easier here.
This smacks. What's this do? GG. GG.
GG. Or are you not affected? But you are affected. Okay, good. Good.
All powerful.
Beep.
Laser precision.
Evildoers will lose.
Oh, he can attack that turn. Brutal.
Let me at them.
Oh, here's some stuff. 3 more max health. Blindsider Etzli. Bonus stats when you have no Cinder. Interesting. Can't quite make it to their commander, but we can start picking off some of this other stuff here. 13 melee, only 60 to hit though, because this unit has bonus evasiveness. Do miss.
Run along.
Bummer.
One win, one bug.
Alright, who are we summoning then? We might actually lose our bulwark here.
Body need guarding. Come closer.
There's the Blindsider, new entry to the roster. I'll take it.
This smacks. This smacks.
Keep creating distractions for them too. I really do like to fall for the Cinder Sphere. Oh, you're not getting the bonus. Ooh.
You're putting in the work.
Oh, right, and that causes a chain reaction too. You should invite them to do that then.
Or I'll throw Cinder next.
Ha ha ha, that defense drone though.
What do you
You
want
can't
to
kill me. Oh no. Yes, he can.
Who's cute now, huh?
But he chose not to aim in the right direction. Interesting.
I'll make him
Very
proud.
interesting.
Perfect.
Alright, we should
form
probably end the
takes
fight this
sweat
turn, unless we
practice.
lose a unit. Let's see. So Tipu can go kill. That's probably the right way to do this. Any new things on the field? This, still. For 3 max cells. So let's at least get that.
Stay
Get that.
sharp.
Have a bonus. So it's only a partial heal. Looks like 3 health. But I'll take it. Oh, yeah, we kind of forgot about our flanker guy up top. I think I prefer him safe up there anyway. So Tipu is 1423. That is a little absurd. Who's our 4th victim?
Captain Astra, on the field.
I mean, opponent. Let's gain the ability to swap out our crew again. Seems quite useful, actually. ECT Overcharge. Permanently give an ally in range +2 attack. It's also a lowered accuracy, minus 40% reduced accuracy, but it shoots twice with 3 base damage, so high variable there. Safeguard. Ooh, the damage barrier lady. Interesting.
One win, one bug.
Make a scene there. Do I want to give bonus attack to? Tipu? We could also boost the switchback. Man, that's an expensive unit. Alright, make an orb here. That orb might get destroyed, we'll see. And we could into the breach the gauntlet guy if we want to? Sure.
I'll make him proud.
The power is in my hand.
Well, that's what you get for 40% reduced accuracy. How's it going, Demon? Swap out one of our cheap stuff. What we got here?
What a relief!
Oh, the Nectar Vine can heal units in range. There we go. We got a way to heal stuff. Seems pretty good.
One win, one bug.
Just make the Tipu even bigger.
Focus up.
Even the oldest man has fists.
I love this guy's quotes. I gotta use him more. Bonk. Seems a little absurd, quite frankly. Shoot boxes? No, I'm not allowed to. That's illegal. I can do this. Didn't give me the box like I wanted it to. Oh god, what was that? Oh, it gives itself +2 attack? Oh no! That's not allowed. No, that's too much. 8 max health? What? That's way too much. Get that on my commander.
Get the jump on it.
Become chunky. Restore 3 health to all allies. Got it. So we could simply win right now. Lord knows I probably should. This thing seems terrifying.
Unrealized punch.
Maybe a little distance here. I want to get one more maybe set up. But if you're going to do that every turn, I am out of here. This is unacceptable. Yeah, that's not allowed.
Explosions are a fine art.
Alright, anything drop onto the board? Doesn't look like it. Need a safeguard lady.
They're counting on us.
Oh, maxed out roster. You got it then.
The oldest man has fists.
Just go for the kill. I want to swap out Arya for a forecaster. Nah. Victoria. This is also multiplayer or only NPC? You're watching a single-player mode in a game that is at its core designed to be PvP. Let's go in brutal but unfair. This is designed as a 1v1 competitive turn-based strategy game that you play against human opponents. We tried some human matches last time we streamed this last week, but now I'm checking out the cargo run mode for today, seeing what that has to offer. Seems a little breakable, but definitely enjoyable. Breakable's not a bad thing necessarily. Can we instantly win our final boss here?
This is so fun! Ain't serious.
More oddities for my collection.
Now that guy looks like a boss. I'll take Lifeline Disruptor Beam. I want the utility of the repositioning. What is this creation? Rain Xingtang. Attack is equal to its unspent cinder. At the end of the turn, each unspent cinder deals 1 damage to a random rival in range and line of sight. Has pummel, 30% crit chance, and fast. That doesn't seem too bad. That's the range for Let It Rain. That's not bad. Meanwhile, what have we got? 2 attack up and a Furia. Let's just move in. Go for a quick kill here.
Go again?
And we'll summon our Gauntlet Man, I guess over here.
When I rise, they cower. Let it rain!
Technically in range, I'll allow it.
They're counting
I'll
on
allow
us.
it. Womp womp. Alright, but I don't think you're gonna get to live for long, friendo.
Onward, Ferg!
As we just go
Wakey,
into the breach.
wakey.
Summon the Tipu. And it's murdering time.
I'll suspend you from the ceiling.
Ooh, that's good to know. Pummel units get 2 reaction attacks in melee.
A slap is an unrealized punch.
That's fair.
How to light your pedestal.
All hands on deck.
The board gets more populated, but it's too late.
You have good taste.
It's too late.
My collection.
Down he goes. So that's a cargo run. Sorry, 5 sort of randomized AI opponents that you get to progress through in sequence. Not too bad. As this game is still in early access, it's very much possible that the shape of cargo runs and the game in general could change substantially. Didn't take quite as long as I thought it would. Still got a little bit of time left in our sponsored broadcast here. Why don't I do one more cargo run real quick? Let's try one of the other teams you can play. Oh, there's the turret that I wanted. Taria Arsenal is also pretty abusable. Or Maximus Teutonia. Oh, and he's got Florio Lancer. Alright, let's try Extilior's squad. I want to try out the Lancer in a cargo run.
Death has arrived.
So we'll do one more. Another thank you, by the way, to PUBG, Santa Monica, and Unknown Worlds Entertainment for sponsoring this stream today, allowing me to bring you some cozy content with a pretty dang cool game. Vortex Beam seems really useful here, actually. Extilior is a melee hero, so we want a bit more positioning power. Glowing Armlet. Captain has a new ability. For 1 cost, refresh abilities. That's going to allow him to multi-spin. Spin twice per turn. That's pretty good. And we're up against this thing again, the Cannon Crab spawner. Oh, curious. That's going to be a good one for the Lancer, then. We can keep our distance and bombard them at range. Let's do that.
My path is clear.
So I'm just going to start banking our stuff. I don't need Maximus deployed here. Where's Tipu? Tipu was gloriously victorious. Has moved on to the next life.
Want some talus fruit?
So does it show what the range is? It's not. Armor plates. All crew have 3 health. Oh, that's going to be nice. I'd like to snipe that cannon bot in the back. So it's 35%. We can give a 40% accuracy boost to make that pretty likely to kill. Nice crit.
I am in control.
And that fully restores a unit, which is not that important.
Many ways to fight.
Recharge Extilior's abilities. And I guess we get closer? Sure. Mjordan, thanks so much for 5 months on the Prime sub. Much appreciated.
I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Oh, that's the Healy bot.
Calculate or contemplate.
That bonus is for 2 turns. Pretty good. So, all crew. Crew is not our champ, though. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to melee you. Get hit back, but we can use Blink to restore that 1 health.
That is wise.
Rather than doing 1 extra damage.
Actions cannot be undone.
And I want to summon the Lancer. At a sufficiently safe distance here.
You couldn't afford it.
He'll be able to bombard with area damage. Help keep these stinky turrets away. Okay, bye.
I was having a beautiful dream. Oh, hey.
There's the blast radius for that. Can maybe even vortex my opponents closer together here. To get all of them.
Minds will battle.
Yeah. That's how it's done. 43. Oh yeah, because of the distortion field this thing provides. That's right. It is harder to
I
hit.
am in control. Prepare to face your fate.
We all saw this coming.
Many ways to fight.
Yo.
Easy.
Woo! Are you that baby purr?
Where are the refreshments?
So Bombard has a pretty enormous range. Looks like you can bombard over cover even, which is very powerful. Pretty hard to stay away from this guy. I'm not allowed to get that. That's fair enough. Fair enough.
I forget nothing.
Sword of Justice. And I can refresh that and do it again. It's pretty cool.
I will have retribution.
Could absolutely win this cargo run by just focusing on Extilior stats with the pickups. And having him do everything, maybe. If we can get his abilities to be free like last run, that'll be pretty busted. We forgot to attack with Deadeye last turn.
This cannon, mine!
That Ion Storm will reduce our accuracy and melee a bit here. I think we already had a penalty. Doesn't seem like it stacks, though. Gain 8 Cinder. And gain booby-trapped igniters. Oh, there's that again. We definitely want to go get that. Let's summon somebody from the bridge who can go get it. Maximus.
A perfect day for righteous battle.
Spin to win.
For justice.
Could go for the kill here, but I'd like to see if another health item crate spawns next turn.
That is wise. With righteous intent.
Over there.
Be brave. Searching.
So fast.
Like my battle mask?
Real fur couples.
Time to bombard. Satisfying. Again, we get quite a few relics here. These relics will persist for the next 4 battles, giving us some nice passives. Hope we continue to face hordes of small enemies, because we can really destroy them. Match 2. Let's go.
I seek only justice.
You can't hide from me.
Let's take Plinkenstim Burst. Although, actually, Stun and Vortex Beam sound even better. Stun can be quite nice. It works on the enemy commander, too. So we're facing this thing again. It seems like there's a few types you'll see repeated. This is the one that is very fast and can shoot easily over cover, which is a bit spooky. Stitchy McPatchy is a way to heal. I think we're going to want Stitchy for this fight, so get in here, Stitchy.
Paradoxes give pause.
Welcome.
Here's an idea.
For at late levels, the cargo run is your nightmare? I bet. Seems like with extra abilities, she gets extra nasty. How's it going, Netchetto? So glad to hear it. Lots of people love the buttery smooth radio voice, as they say. Welcome, welcome. All right, is that going to be my turn 1? That's going to be my turn 1. Okay, that wasn't too bad.
A still field, a fist on the horizon.
A fist. Permanently reduce units' ability costs by 2. There we go.
Be undone.
I think we put that on Extilior because it makes the Sword of Justice and the refresh of the Sword of Justice both free. Which seems really absurd. So now we can double Shield of Hope every turn, also for free.
Use this wisely.
That's going to be pretty good. Although I also would have liked to use that on our Lancer to make the Bombard cost 2. We'll summon Lancer next turn. We also could have used it on Stitchy McPatchy to make the heal free.
Hopping to it.
Not so worried about that, though.
I sense their shuddering.
Easy.
With you till the end.
Refreshes movement, too? Does it now?
I forget nothing. Many ways to fight.
Didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to.
You will not harm them.
That stack?
Use this
Yes.
wisely.
Times 2. Oh, it does refresh his move. Oh my goodness. That is ridiculous. That refresh my melee too? I didn't notice.
We will hold them off.
Yeah, that is very absurd. No, not you. The Lancer, back here.
You'll mess up the wax!
Hey. Cinder.
Actions cannot be undone.
An insolent face lacks a jab.
Use this wisely. For justice!
Yes, that also refreshes our attack. Wow, that is a ridiculously good ability.
I go with purpose.
We're gonna stun you, so you can't do anything.
Decision.
What if we hurt their feelings?
Okay, putting these down.
Real fur cup holders.
And you're gonna go and heal that
Check
thing.
this out!
We meet at last.
The professionals here!
Also me.
There'll be stains on the moon.
What are you gonna do to the moon, dude? Don't stain it. Broken vengeance.
These paradoxes give pause. With righteous intent.
I think it's sorting time. Behold.
I will have retribution. Protection is prudent. Defense first.
Boom! Uh-oh! Somebody go boom!
Ooh, it's almost time.
I have a siren? Yo. Your insides seem to be outside.
Your dread is delicious.
Pain means I'm alive.
Feels like tabletop games wish they could be. Yes. Yes, I like the very precise, like an arbitrary computer to decide, like, is that line of sight or isn't that line of sight around weird shaped objects like this is very handy. And it plays nice and fast, which is really appreciated too. That's right, you can heal yourself. That seems pretty good.
We must do this.
Seems pretty good.
Platform.
Oh!
Oh, that's right, and I can toss a unit here.
Let's review my diagrams. Precisely as planned.
Oh yeah, and if we refresh abilities, I get another move.
I move through the turmoil.
Get him. Underhall says, most important, though, is how interactive the devs are and how willing they are to change based on what the community wants. They've reworked the entire system for getting units based on community feedback within 6 weeks of it being open, stripping out microtransactions from the game entirely. That's pretty telling. And given that we're still in early access here for Moonbreaker, there's a lot they could change yet, depending on how people feel. We've already added a second player bonus, it seems like, so balance is being addressed very quickly as well. Really encouraging to see. All right, Moon 3.
I will not stop.
I think the top thing I'd like to see is more interesting layouts to the maps, although I understand as a competitive 1v1 game, exactly what the maps do and do not entail is going to be the subject of a lot of debate amongst the community. But, or even just more maps that rotate out constantly is a mainstay for these sorts of games. It's going to be very important that the devs are able to make good maps. Take these. Tanya Mystic Manteo. That's right. Captain Heal.
Be brave.
Sure. Give our Extilior passive healing. I guess we'd have to lose somebody to gain somebody. Who's our opponent here? Mr. Telepi. Oh, and he creates Scattervines. That's perfect. He's going to create a horde of low health units, and we can just absolutely obliterate those. Good.
The more, the scarier.
Yeah, they have 3 health. And they're slow.
Ready for my close-up.
Did we nerf Maximus's health to 4? Oh, we did. Yeah, that makes sense. He needed a nerf pretty badly. I get it.
Finely crafted cinder.
We must do this.
And I guess I can shield a poke myself twice per turn, which is going to stack,
always.
If I understand correctly. I don't need 5 max health on him. He's going to be invincible anyway. Underhall says, the second ability of Astra is literally something that came about in its current form from a convo I had with the lead dev on Discord. That's cool. That's really cool.
You said it. Healthy bodies, healthy thrashings.
Reduce assist cost. That's going to affect these 2 abilities.
I am in control.
Allow us to use them more often.
Prepare to face your fate.
Guess we'll move over in that direction.
Protection
Does stack up to 4 times. Let's get... Oh, the Lancer is one more thing that I have. Sure. We can use these every turn, so there's no reason not to use them now.
That is wise.
Good work. Very good. Excellent.
Always here to help when someone's checking. That's all it takes, really.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome our new friend to class.
Light-bodied.
You should all feel special.
There's the defense drone again. That's another good one. Lots of additional roster units here to play with. Let's lose Jailbreak, too. I don't think we need him. So I'm just deliberately getting a couple of these units killed.
Calculate or contemplate. Use this wisely. Defense first.
That's the goal, anyhow.
With righteous intent.
Good work. Very good.
Debating whether to start a potato run or a dome keeper run. That is a tough choice. Genuinely.
Dead ahead.
Branch out and meet new friends. I won't let them hurt you.
Be brave.
Seven hopeful? We break the game if we stack too many of that? Maybe.
You couldn't afford it.
That is wise.
Welcome to Locktown. Population U. You fools.
Battle!
Oh, we can also destroy our own units with our area attacks. It's not something I'd considered, but actually totally works.
You should all feel special.
Overcompensating?
No. I would never. Observe the powerful chain reaction of death.
I make it so. Stay guarded, always.
So that was a lot of stuff.
Protection
9
is
hopeful
prudent.
stacks. Seems a bit broken.
My path is clear. Make it last.
That's funny.
Good work. Very good. Marvelous. So happy you can join us.
Pilot and gunner!
Never funner.
Toner was a stain on.
You should all feel special.
Gain 8 cinder.
With righteous intent.
Prepare to get chain reacted.
A powerful option.
once again.
Leather platform.
Can I not get them both? Not quite. Looks like truly a perfect pixel. Yeah, where we can't quite get them both. All right, let's hit these two then. See if the chain reaction damage kills that last one.
Losing hurts.
The power.
In a different way.
So that was the relic going off. When you destroy a rival, deal 2 damage to rivals within range. Doing some hot nonsense there.
We must do this.
I'm gonna kill my own unit.
You gave me no choice. Defensive field activated.
You're actually in my way. Alright, that'll do for this turn. Maximus up here. Pick up some stuff.
A perfect day for righteous battle.
Come on. The scary. Max are so in.
All hands on deck.
It is a bit pricey up front. If you like what you see but are balking at the price, I'd keep an eye on it. Maybe just wish listed on Steam. It's likely to come down at price at some point in the future. Although it might not be before the end of early access.
That is wise.
Life is flowing. The sun will renew the garden.
Offensive
Any interesting things drop here? Doesn't look like
At your
it's...
service.
Smells like tears.
Oh, hey.
The chain reaction. It's so good.
Be brave. Searching. For justice.
Do
Still have 11 damage negations on Extilior here. I'd love if somebody hit him in the face. You know?
Anguish builds strength.
Welcome our new friend to class.
We'll take our sweet time. Healthy bodies,
You're
healthy
junking.
thrashings.
Calculate or contemplate.
Yo.
So he'll take 0 damage if we hit him, right? Let's find out.
Gorgeous, right?
Yeah, and he's still got 9 hopeful. So that's actually quite cool that the Shield of Hope is permanent like that. It's essentially a permanent +1 health to a unit when you do that. Very intriguing. Alright, although there's lots of crates on the ground, I think we're better off just ending this encounter here. Seems like we're doing just fine.
It's nap time.
GG. Pretty busted. All right, who's next? Getting close to the end of our scheduled time together here. These have been fun, these little cargo runs.
My vow.
If it ain't broke, it's gonna be.
That's right. More mobility manipulation? I think so. So who is this? CC Hammersmith. Quite the hammer arm there. Deal 2 damage to any unit collides with. After hitting, stun all units in range. 6 damage with fast and pummel. That is horrifying.
Actions cannot be
Yikes.
undone.
Why you gotta be like that? Is there anyone who would like to negate? To murder here?
We will hold them off.
Let's set the stage.
Give up one of my own melee units pummel. For one turn.
I go with purpose.
Now my assists are once per turn, so we can use those quite abusively. Let's see what this opponent does. Definitely a little terrified of that thing.
Ready for my close-up.
For me, the dollars per hour on Moonbreaker is a positive number for me, courtesy of this sponsored segment. So I can't speak much to whether it's worth the money.
Focus.
It certainly is for me, but that's because I'm making money here. No, truly, I would have been interested in this game even without being paid. We played Subnautica Below Zero on stream, and I thought both Subnautica games were quite fantastically done. So anything by the devs has, just by goodwill, my interest.
Make it last.
Beatrice of the Toxoid. Haven't seen a lot of like stat upgrades drop for us.
Be brave.
But I guess that's okay. Let's keep banking energy here.
Your adrenaline roars.
Stay away from that horrifying thing.
Protection is prudent.
Can even push it away from me.
Many ways to fight.
Keep it back for now. I think I can answer that. No fireworks for this sponsorship.
I'll hook you up.
There's no correlation to my compensation and the viewer count at any point. Not something I have to worry about, thankfully.
Be fierce and fun.
These paradoxes give pause.
Give the Lancer more max health, just because I want to keep him. Nah, heck it. We'll take the bonus to ourselves here.
Use this
yeah, me too.
That is wise. Defensive field activated.
Can mostly do things himself, actually. He's good.
We've arrived.
Battle's a celebration.
You can get closer, though. Have fun.
Oh, boom!
Hoo ha ya hey! Ha ha ha! Huh? Ha ha!
Ugh.
Not quite.
Real fur cup holders. Brace yourself! Yeah!
You got the Toxoid.
Be brave. We will hold.
So if I attack this thing in melee, I'll suffer its horrifying pummel retaliation. We'd prefer not to have that happen. Please stay away from me.
Many ways to fight.
You can still reach me, right? Not quite.
Defensive field activated.
Overcompensating?
With the thrower. Imagine you can throw your own units just for repositioning purposes.
soon my plans come to fruition.
It's what's on the inside.
Spire, Civ, and XCOM. Those are familiar sounding time sinks.
These guns must be wet.
What? Permanently reduce a unit's ability cost by 2. Okay, we want that on the Lancer if possible. This unit has poison, so if we hit something that's not the opponent's captain, it goes down to 1 health. Pretty good. Do I need to move that crate out of the way so I can get through? Okay.
With righteous intent.
There you go.
Intriguing design. These paradoxes give pause. Make it last.
Such shrewd cunning.
Get rid of that thing.
Incoming!
Need my doctor recommended beauty sleep anyway.
Stay guarded, always.
Over here. Might be able to get stunned from that. Unfortunately. That's mostly fine. Alright, let's see what happens here.
This is impossible!
Seems like it missed a second swing. Not 100% sure what happened there. Unit permanently gains poison. Ooh.
Every hope and dream shattered!
Please don't
I like
make
it.
me mingle.
When I rise, they cower.
Overcompensating?
That is wise. Minds will baffle.
Okay, next turn we can go get that. Nope.
Actions cannot be
we go.
undone.
Go. You are super stunned.
We will hold them off.
That permanently gets poison. I'll give poison to Extilior. Sure.
Defense first.
Summon our healer just in case we want them.
Combat!
Oh, poison has to deal actual damage? Yes. So, if armor blocks the attack, you don't get the poison. Noted.
Not a smooth ride, are you?
My trigger finger wants to dance!
Does it now? You know, I think we can get some fun stuff to happen here.
Intriguing design. We must do this. We will hold them
Get
off.
wrecked, fools! You You too. Actually, can't quite reach those, looks like. Foolish. Boss might hit our champ next turn, but we have 12 stacks of hopefuls, so we're not going to be taking damage, at least.
Overcompensating?
We do that.
Oh!
He only took one because he has armor. Not sure why Maximus had armor, but I get it.
I have a siren?
Interesting. Listed as having pummel, but doesn't seem to... Oh, because it stuns itself. After hitting, stun all units in range. When it tries to pummel, which is 2 melee attacks, it stuns itself after the first hit, so the pummel is cancelled. I was wondering why this thing wasn't attacking twice. That's a really funny reason.
I forget nothing.
That's a very funny reason
Was I
indeed.
programmed this way? Excuse me, pardon me. Whoop, whoop. Care to rate your pain?
That crit, though.
Defense first.
And you are no longer stunned, so you will retaliate.
Give pause. Defensive field activated.
Understood. Let's get Maximus with a bombard.
How Matador does it!
That is wise.
Don't hold me back.
All right. Good luck to us.
Calculate.
Actually, it's a pretty small stun.
Remember, your body won't grow back. Yo.
No other crates or anything seem to have spawned, so we should go for the kill now. Please get some distance.
Intriguing design.
As these two are stunned.
Atta girl.
Invulnerable until start of its turn. Charged nano shield. Oh, because they use that. Okay.
I forget nothing.
Fair enough.
Take it last.
All right, Extilior, you're on tanking duty. Good luck. No, stop killing that. My defense drone. Fair enough.
Overcompensating? Kablammy!
You gotta move. You can't move. I'm okay with you getting murdered, though.
Paradoxes give pause. Protection is prudent.
Don't really want to melee it because it's going to retaliate for 6. Oh, the poison applies to the Sword of Justice? That's ridiculous. And to friendly fire, which is terrifying.
I have a siren?
Furia will help me kill this thing. Let's get Furia down here.
Someone attack me! My pain will be your end.
Looks like a live wire.
Oh, that stunned us, though. That's right.
Leather platform.
This thing's horrifying.
With righteous intent.
Malunka! What a name, what a player. Thanks for the Prime sub.
Anger
Welcome
is petty.
to the Cozy Sub Club.
Brace yourself!
3 health left. Okay. Do we summon a distraction? Summon a distraction. Maximus, distracted. Good work, Maximus.
Overcompensating?
Time to throw in the hammer.
GG. I think Extilior might be able to do the final battle on his own. With his overpowered recharging abilities. Guess we'll see. Time for the final moon. Moon 5 out of 5. Don't have much in the way of a roster, but will that stop us? I don't think so.
I seek only justice.
Sticky hands on
Here's our
my
final boss.
cinder.
Same final boss as last time. Let's take the corrosive particles, as we can really abuse that, I think. So, quick chance pummel fast. Attack is equal to unspent cinder, just like last time. 8 max health, huh? Don't mind if I do.
Defensive field activated.
This game only has tactical fights, intended as a competitive one-on-one, where you play against human players, primarily.
Stay guarded, always.
This is the sort of PvE or solar content that's in the game, the cargo run. Where you play against a series of randomized AI bosses.
A fist on the horizon.
Already got poison. Unit gains armor. We have 36 health and armor. It's going to be awfully difficult to kill us. Let's just have Extilior do this solo style. That feels appropriate.
Defensive field activated.
I think we're going to be very impossible to kill.
Blow by blow.
I'm missing a massage for this.
Fast and rapid fire slash pummel. I want those.
Use this wisely. Make it last.
Brilliant. So tanky. Be surprised if they can do any damage to him.
Such an exquisite massacre.
3 attack and 2 attack. Oh, perfect.
Actions cannot be undone. Stay guarded, always. Defense first.
Oh, just you wait. You guys are so dead.
I need more.
Come here.
Got a lovely selection.
Be brave.
Let's see how much damage we can do in one turn here. So our attack does 7 times 2. We get pummel retaliated, but our protection made that mostly nothing. I could Sword of Justice for 3 to all. Refresh my abilities, attack again. And he's gone. Just like that. OP. GG. GG. Well, that was fun. That was pretty fun. Not too bad. Well, Twitch chat, that is going to bring us to the end of our second sponsored stream of Moonbreaker here. Cool to show off a couple of cargo runs there. Another big thank you to PUBG, Santa Monica, and Unknown Worlds Entertainment for sponsoring the stream. If you liked what you see, you can grab Moonbreaker on Steam here. The link in chat. I hope you had a good time taking a look at this with me. We will be visiting Moonbreaker one more time next week. I think there's supposed to be another patch coming out of some sort, so we'll see if that's happened or if just this week's patch was the new one. Will do, Faley. Thank you. I say Potato Fireworks. That'd be my pick, personally. Hunter Hall says, my record was Zax with the same abilities and 10 attack, 40 damage per turn. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now, that's what I call a one-shot. Not so bad. Alright, well, everybody, this is it for me. I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful evening. We will be back, of course, tomorrow, not later than noon Eastern Standard Time, looking to get a few more Spire kills. And maybe something else besides, perhaps Into the Breach or something. See you later, and thanks for watching. Faley, Fireworks, Twitch Tarek, Spirit Sparrow, Underhall, Entendir, Cyphus, and everybody else. Thanks so much for watching. Ta-ta for now. And I'll see y'all next time. Till then, toodaloo, and have a good one. Bye-bye.